Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 1. Thanks to GoZeroGleplex for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 6-6. Chapter 1, Consultation and Invitation. We arrived near the southern city, transferred from the Seeker to the Lotto, and entered the harbor. I had planned on not coming back for at least a year and a half, but here I am in less than 2 months. I hope Paris-san is not here. Surrounded by Girasol, I make my way to the Merchants Guild. It's been a while since I've seen Camille-san. I hope the recruitment process is going well. When we entered the Merchants Guild, Camille-san found us right away. She still has the same wonderful breasts and good looks. What, True-san? It's been a long time. You said it would be a long time before you came next. Is something wrong? Camille-san, it's been a long time. I have a lot going on, and I need to talk to you about the pepper. And to Camille-san privately, if you could give me a moment of your time. Privately? With a slight tilt of her head, she led me into the back room. Then, first of all, I would like to ask if you could buy some pepper, which I sold quite a bit last time. I brought a much larger quantity than last time. It would be bad if the pepper piled up and the price went down. If it is pepper, no problem. We have almost met the domestic demand, but there is still a lot of demand overseas. It is very welcome. Apparently, it is very welcome, and it will be fine until the demand is met all over the continent. Since it's a consumable product, will it last a lifetime? But it's great that they've met the demand in one country, even if it's temporary. Thank you very much. Then would you be willing to do the transaction at the place where we conducted the experiment, as we did last time? I understand. I will make preparations. It will take some time to prepare the platinum coins, but would it be all right for you to deliver them wholesale tomorrow morning? Yes, I will leave as soon as I complete the transaction tomorrow. So can I pick up the platinum coins when I return in a few months? Thank you. Everything has gone smoothly so far. The problem is what comes next. I wonder if I'll be able to speak well enough to get by with what I've come up with. So, this is personal, but I wanted to ask you a few questions about you, Camille-san, so I asked for a moment of your time. About me? Yes, about whether you have a husband or a lover and what you think of your current job. It seems like a crazy thing to ask, but I'm going to ask her to raise her level when she joins our group, so it's difficult if she has a husband or a lover. I also want to know personally, are you planning to make a move on me? Since I'm thinking about taking her out, there's no mistaking that I'm trying to make a move on her. That's not what Camille-san is asking, is it? And if I can make a move on her, I'd like to. Well, I'm not trying to make a move on you as a romantic relationship or anything, but I'd like to talk you into it. That's too bad. I'd like that to be serious, but it's just lip service, isn't it? It's painful that Camille-san's face doesn't look disappointed at all. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you such a rude question. I don't mind. I don't have a lover or a husband. As for my job, I enjoy the business, so I'm happy with it. I'm very happy that she doesn't have a lover, but is she happy with her job? Merchants Guild employees seem elitist. Can I do my best to persuade her to work for me? I'll just have to convey good terms as best I can. I'll trust Camille-san's predatory eyes. I'm sure Camille-san would bite when faced with big business. Camille-san, if it's on good terms, will you change jobs and work for me? Foo-foo. What, True-san? You're too direct. That's not good enough for a merchant. Ha ha ha. I am aware of that. That's why I'm asking for your help, Camille-san. It's nice to be relied upon, but I am an employee of the Merchants Guild. It is not worth it for me to change jobs, even if it means a slightly higher salary. If you want me as a merchant, I won't nod unless you can show me something beyond the benefits of being an employee of the Merchants Guild. She is absolutely right, but there are some things I can't talk about so lightly. I don't know what to do. By the way, what if I want Camille-san, not as a merchant? If it's easier that way, I'd be very happy. You foo-foo. My ideals are high. Will you try your best? What, True-san? By the way, what True-san passes in terms of wealth? She's so sexy, but she has the eyes of a predator. And she says I'm a failure except for wealth, right? How do I meet the other criteria? Well, for now, I'd like to persuade Camille-san as a merchant. That's a shame. I can't say it myself, but I think I'm a good-looking person. But it's hard for someone to make a move on me. I understand very well how it feels to be turned off. And I don't know what to say. Haha. So if I can show you some merit beyond being an employee of a Merchants Guild, then you'll come. right? Yes, but employees of a merchant's guild are privileged in many ways. There are relationships that have been established. It's hard to overcome. Well, I guess I'm being told to give up. But if I'm going to put someone in charge of a luxury liner, I'd rather have a good person in charge. It seems difficult to buy slaves and entrust the top management because the clients are probably wealthy people. Can't you do it on the condition that I double your salary? Even 3 times as much is no good. Money is important, of course, but it's not enough to make me accept it. That's still not enough. Huh? I wonder how much I can tell her. I don't have the skills to persuade Camille-san to come to me while keeping secrets from her. Let's get her to sign a contract and tell her the whole story. If she is interested, she will come. If not, the contract will still protect the secret. Well, I'll tell you about me and the details of the job, but will you sign a confidentiality agreement with me? If you can declare that you're not involved in any crime when we sign the contract, that's fine. Wataru-san's secrets are of interest to me. After signing the contract at the Merchants Guild, I returned to the latter with Camille-san. It'll be easier to get through the story if I show her the interior, right? I quickly invited her aboard. What is this? It's amazing. There are so many things I've never seen before. Wataru-san, the interior is different from the last time I was on board. Is it a different ship? No, it's the same ship. I will explain everything, including that. To surprise her, I serve her a can of soda. It's a strategy to show her all sorts of things at once, tell her my unusual story, and get her to nod her head while she's confused. I surprised her with the sweet, shiny, black water, surprised her by showing her the ship's disguise, and when it turned out that I was a mage, she laughed at me. Apparently, she was almost convinced that I was the mage. I was a little embarrassed. Well, as you can see, I have a lot of unusual things on my ship. So the next step was to go into business with a huge ship. The problem is that I have no talent for business. Is that why you want to hire me? That's what I think. There is one thing that has been bothering me for a long time. Can I ask you something? Sure. You can ask me anything. After Wataru-san and Girasol's trip to Palermo, your hair and skin have become beautiful, as if they were different from before. If only that were the case. But now your hair is even shinier, and your skin is even more moisturized. I haven't had a chance to ask you about it, but I've been wondering about it for a long time. Camille-san's eyes are frightening, but that's to be expected. She did a good job of seeing through Girasol's changes, but it is hard to mention Girasol's good looks to me. I think there is a connection. What do you think, Alessia-san? It would be safer if I mentioned it to Alessia-san. It definitely works. Your hair and skin will definitely look better. We've all experienced it firsthand, so we know for sure. The shampoo, conditioner, face wash, and body wash are all high performance by this world's standards. I think it's safe to say that when you add in the beauty products, which I'm not quite sure about, it's definitely a change. Having a real-life example in front of you makes all the difference in persuasion. I envy you. When you change jobs, Camille-san, you'll be able to use it freely. Your hair and skin will be shiny and vibrant. I don't know if Camille-san needs it or not. After all, you are shiny and vibrant, to begin with. That's the best I can do. I want to be a man who can say something better. Besides, the blank stares of the women are hard to bear. Thank you, Wataru-san. I'm flattered. I see. Shiny and vibrant. I'm very interested. My best efforts ended with the women giving me blank stares. Camille-san seems to be extremely attracted to things related to beauty. I think I can do it with just one more push. What can I do? When I told her that she could easily raise her level, she was quite eager. When I told her that even though I couldn't fight, my level was over 300, she was surprised. It seems that it is considered to be one of the best A-rank adventurers. Maybe Girasol is an S-rank adventurer? They said that their level had increased quite a bit. Wataru-san, it's a woman's dream to reach a higher level. It's a definite increase in your young time. Rich people hire strong guards and do their best to raise their level. Still, it's hard to get past level 50. But 300 is considered top class for ordinary people, so there are people who aren't ordinary. I guess that's the case with people like Paris-san. Not a cheater like me, but a monster like 300 by himself. By the way, Rima's level is also over 300. Huh? Rima-chan's level is over 300 too? I smiled at Camille-san, who was amazed. It seems to be going well, doesn't it? If she doesn't get tired of living, she'll have a longer lifespan, and the extended youth period is quite an advantage. And that's something the Merchants Guild can't do. If I promise to help her raise her level, she'll easily join me, along with the cosmetic stuff. Let's push forward with all my might. The fact that Camille-san took the bait increases the likelihood of recruitment. I think I can do it, right? As I said, Rima's level is also over 300. If you join me now, I'll help raise your level as well, I said in a high-pitched voice, like a TV shopping show. Really? I can be over 300 too? It passed through normally. Well, I guess it can't be helped. It's impossible to ask them to understand me when they don't even know what television is. It's okay because I'm self-satisfied. I'm not hurt. What about the 300 plus level? I think it is possible, but it requires you to defeat a lot of monsters. Will it take time while she's working? It takes me more than a year to reach level 300. It might take longer while you work. However, levels 100 to 200 should not take that long. That's a big advantage. Then, could you work for me? I am a little worried. What am I missing? I can't make a decision unless you tell me what the job is. Even if your life expectancy is prolonged, if it is a hard job, your suffering will only be prolonged. I see. She is absolutely right. Now, as I said, I want you to be the manager of a huge ship that we will be doing business with. You'll be in charge of pricing rooms and merchandise and organizing the staff. Is this the same huge ship used in Lucca that is the center of attention for the whole continent? Is the whole continent looking at it? I understand, but it's annoying to hear it from someone else. No, it will be a bigger, more luxurious, and more amazing ship than that. If I may say so myself, it is no exaggeration to say it is the best ship in the world. Am I exaggerating? But I think it is the best ship in the world. Well, it could be overturned if a ship made by another worlder from a technologically advanced world is discovered in ancient ruins or something. Do you mean you want me to be the manager of such a great ship? That's what I'm saying. It would be a very rewarding job, wouldn't it? Of all the people I know, Camille-san is the only one who would be able to fill such a position. Even if someone gains knowledge through staff appointment, it would be difficult in a commercial environment. And the knowledge is from a different world. It would be confusing. There's no doubt that it's a challenging job, but the danger level jumps, doesn't it? Even if you have a longer lifespan, it doesn't matter if you get killed or kidnapped. It's absolutely safe inside the ship, but outside the ship, it becomes dangerous. I don't think it will be a problem if we are together, but if the half escort is useless, it will usually be a problem, right? That was it. There's an extraordinary possibility of being targeted as a top executive of a luxury liner or something like that. That would make it difficult to hire employees. I should think about buying a large number of slaves. It's also getting harder to recruit Camille-san. What should I do? I guess I'll just have to keep trying to convince her without giving up. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 2. Thanks to Astro for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1-6. Chapter 2, Recruitment and Lucca. There's a dark cloud over persuading Camille-san. Would it be okay if I hired a strong escort? It's difficult, even if it's only safe inside the ship. Are you absolutely sure that it's safe inside the ship? Yes. If you try to kill or injure anyone inside the ship, you'll be thrown out. Also, I will give a reasonable amount of authority to Camille-san, so you will be absolutely safe inside the ship, unless Creator God-sama deactivates it. But that should rarely happen. But it's hard not being able to go outside, even if you're safe inside the ship. It's suffocating. I wonder. I'd be fine staying locked up on the castle, but would it be hard for an active person? I don't think it's as bad as you think, Camille-san. Unlike most ships, there are places to exercise, places to shop, and parks. A park on a ship? I can't even imagine it. But it's hard to work when you put yourself in danger just by walking around outside. That seemed to go well, but I stumbled over a fundamental point. It's true that personal safety has to come first, right? There has to be something that can be done. Alessia-san, do you have any suggestions? Well, if we could hire an A rank or S rank adventurer, we might be able to work something out, and if they can stay on the ship, they might take the job. But I hear there's something wrong with most S-rank adventurers. Or maybe we can train Camille? I heard that you can fight a little, right? It would be useless if a top-class enemy came, but it would be a little safer if you could raise your level. Also, I think it would be a good idea to take Camille to the castle. Once she checks out the ship, I think she'll be satisfied with just an occasional trip with us. Is it really that simple? I think Camille-san is looking for personal security. Besides, I don't like the idea of an S rank. That somehow doesn't feel right. Is it such a great ship? She took the bait. Camille-san is very curious, isn't she? If that's the case, maybe showing her the castle will do the trick. We've been there a month, but we haven't had all the fun yet. Camille can find any number of jobs. You won't have time to catch your breath. Alessia-san said. The tide may have turned. What, True-san? Is it possible to take a look at the ship? It is possible. It's just that we have to run out into the open sea for a while so that we can't be seen, so it will take some time. Is that okay? Can we look around and be back by tomorrow morning? If you want to look around on the surface, you can, but I don't think you'll have enough time to look around in detail. I think there are many interesting things. I want you to take some time to look around. I'll manage to get the day after tomorrow off. So can you start showing me around tomorrow night? I was thinking of going to Lucca after the deal is done, but I guess it won't be a problem starting the night after tomorrow. I understand. I will show you tomorrow. Oh, and while we're on the subject, can you tell me how much pepper you can handle? Yes, that's right. If it is up to twice as much, we can handle it without raising suspicion. Can you wholesale it? Being able to confirm with the other party is a great help. I'm even happier that she's thinking about it without raising suspicion. Camille-san, I really want to hire you somehow. Absolutely, I look forward to working with you. After our conversation ended, Camille-san wanted to leave, but Girasol insisted on sending her home. I invited her to the ship, and just by talking to her, I put her in personal danger. Aren't you exaggerating? I asked them about it, and they said it was just a precaution. I guess there is a possibility that she could be in a little bit of danger. It's a little annoying. I'm going to stay on the Lotto and keep quiet. I'm going to enjoy playing Reversi and Jenga on the Lotto and lazing around. It's been a while since I played Reversi with Rimu, and it's soothing. Come to think of it, it's been a while since me, Inz, Felicia, and Rimu played together. After a while, Girasol came back. Fu-chan and Benny-chan also get together to play Reversi. Benny-chan, who has learned the rules of Reversi, asks Dorothea-san, Fu-chan, and Rimu to play with him. It's cute, especially the Slime versus Slime is a great show. Me, Dorothea-san, and Marina-san watched Rimu, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan's game with a big smile on our faces. We were so happy. I wholesale 240 boatloads of pepper and the meet Camille-san in the evening to head out to sea. It's okay here. Camille-san, it's pitch black, but if I turn on the lights on the castle, you can get a rough idea of the size of the ship. Would you like to take a look? Yes, please. The castle appears in front of Camille-san. Oh, she is surprised. She is surprised. Is it my small capacity to be somehow happy when people are surprised? I entertained Camille-san thoroughly. I recommended a spa, cosmetics, food, drinks, a swimming pool, and anything else that sounded fun. But Camille-san seemed more interested in business. How much for this room? How much for this dish? How much for this and that? She was energetic throughout her stay. When I told her that there were many free meals at the castle, she was surprised and thought it was impossible. Well, it's just included in the room price. When I told her that, she started thinking of a new room price. She really is a merchant, isn't she? Especially after experiencing the bath and spa and using the beauty products she bought at the castle. She thought about business with a different look in her eyes. After experiencing the castle for a full day, I sent her back to the southern city. What, True-san, are you sure you want to entrust me with that ship? Strictly speaking, I would be at the top, but I'll leave almost all the authority to you. But I also have the feeling that I want to spread the culture, so I'd like you to charge a moderate price. Also, you may have to work outside this country. Is that so? If you don't get off the ship much, it won't matter much, but outside of the southern city, I can't use my connections, can I? As you can see from the castle, once the word gets out, I don't think we'll have any trouble finding customers. If you can set the price, control the ship, and deal with the customers, it will be enough. The rest is up to you, Camille-san. Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here but also worried. Wataru-san, do we need the contract from the God of Commerce Sama for the special items on the ship? Is it necessary to sign a contract with the God of Commerce Sama? Yes. Most of the people who come here are rich. I don't mean to be rude, but if they find out that there is no contract, There will definitely be people who will make a contract with the god of commerce Sama and charge a high fee. It's definitely better to sign a contract first so that we can offer it to them at a lower price. Now that you mention it, I have a feeling that's true. There are a lot of things that seem to be quite available, so let's sign a contract first. If it were me, I'd realize that after the problem happened. After all, I need Camille-san. Camille-san, I'm having a hard time doing business, so can you help me? Looking at the ship, it's a very attractive job. Can you help me fill out the requirements? That means if I work out the terms, she will work for me, right? From there, while listening to Camille-san and the others' opinions, we put the story together. The general gist of it is that the salary is 1 gold coin per month for being the head of the luxury liner. With the other world's standard of living, it seems like an incredible salary, but I'm a little worried because the castle costs a lot of money. I thought it would be better to pay a little more, but for now, I decided to start with 1 gold coin with a raise. I'll give her 2 gold coins as a starting salary when she starts working. If you're in charge of the ship, you must have good clothes, right? When the castle is ready to open, I will ask her to move on, and from there, I will buy slaves, make various contracts, and then open the ship. Meanwhile, I plan to level up Camille-san once the monsters are gathered. There's a lot of work to be done, and it's quite difficult. I sent Camille-san to the Merchants Guild and apologized to the Guildmaster for snatching her from him. It seems that the Guildmaster had high expectations for Camille-san, and he complained to me profusely. I was about to be kicked out of the Merchants Guild. I'm really scared that the old man is really pissed off. Let's leave Southern City quickly and go to Lucca. On the open sea, on a luxury liner, sometimes I change my mind and switch to the fortress or the stronghold. It's interesting how changing ships can change your mood. Racing on the galette and killing monsters is also a great way to pass the time. It might be fun to sail around the world like that when things settle down. Yes, the request of the gods will get me a lot of attention, no matter how I do it. Unless it is necessary, I might go to another continent to look for something. It's a great adventure in the 7 seas. How many oceans are there in this world? I don't think 7 seas means all the seas. What, Trusan, will we be transferring to the Lotto soon? Yes. Alessia-san, have you finished your preparations? Yes, it's done. The other members will be fine as well. We transferred to the Lotto and headed for the port of Lucca. Girasol was happy to be in Lucca for the first time in a long time. Speaking of which, Girasol is very popular in Lucca, right? Do you think we'll be noticed if we stay with you? I wonder. It's been a while since we were here before, so I think things have calmed down. It is dangerous because Wataru-san attracts more attention than we do in relation to Mage-sama. Wherever we go, Wataru-san is always the center of attention of the big people, so you have to be careful. In Lucca, Mage-sama is also popular and feared, so it's hard for anyone to mess with you. Besides, we will be your security, so you don't have to worry. That was it. I don't know how long I've been known. In a not-so-happy way. I sincerely hope that the second Prince's Revenge event won't happen. Wataru-san is entering Lucca for the first time, right? I don't think it can be compared to a luxury liner, but it's a nice place. I'll show you around. Come to think of it, I've never been inside. Strolling through Lucca with Girasol sounds like fun, even if it's a bit conspicuous. I'm looking forward to it. Alessia-san, what is Lucca's specialty? Seafood. Not so different from the southern city when you think about it. Sorry, our pleasant walk was about to be spoiled in an instant. When the location changes, so does the taste of the fish. Take me to a restaurant where you can eat delicious seafood. Really? Well, I'll take you to a good restaurant. Somehow I managed to recover it. After a short sail, we arrived at the port of Lucca. I paid the entrance fee and docked the ship. There are more ships than the last time I was here. The war in the Kingdom of Brescia is over. But what about the war in the Empire? I'll try to find out later. I go to the gate and show my ID. Last time I turned around from here. This time I think I can get in safely. Everyone in the area is paying attention to Girasol, and even the guards are saluting them. Am I wrong that it's okay because time has passed? Entering the Lucca, I follow behind Girasol, who is being greeted by the surrounding crowd, trying to keep my presence out of sight. Master, Girasol must be very popular. Ins was manipulating information with Ilma-san, right? Maybe you went a little overboard? They're like big stars. I think there will be people fainting or something, I didn't expect it to go this far at the time because the more popular Girasol was, the easier it would have been. Momentum is a scary thing. Momentum, huh? Sure, because Ins and Ilma-san were so excited at the time. Well, it's too late now. The attention is on Girasol, so it won't be a problem if I go with them secretly. I heard that they would take us to a nice inn first, so there should be fewer people when we get there. I erased my presence and followed Girasol into a nice inn. Some of the people who had followed them came in with us. It'll be the same situation as the black-tailed gull inn. No, it's a slightly more luxurious inn, so the number of people shouldn't increase too much. It's a good thing that Girasol's fans don't seem to be focusing their murderous intentions on me like they did at the black-tailed gull inn. I thought Girasol was supposed to be staying with their parents, but they are staying at this inn. I was told that it was only natural since they were my escorts. It seems that my thinking is not quite right. I was led into the room. It's been a long time since I stayed in an inn. Lately, I've been staying on the ship I summoned, so this is refreshing and fun. It's a good inn, and the beds are quite good, though not as good as on the castle. I have high expectations for the food that will be served. Let's enjoy ourselves. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 3. Thanks to Astro for the Kofiya and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2-6. Chapter 3, Merchant Guild and Messenger. We entered the inn and were assigned to our respective rooms. After unpacking our luggage, we decided to gather in my room to decide our future plans. While I was relaxing, the members of Girasol arrived one by one. They are so fast, aren't they? I'm sorry, Wataru-san. I thought it would be over by now, but it looks like there will be more trouble. It's hard to move, isn't it? It's been over half a year since then. The enduring power of popularity is amazing. Alessia-san probably didn't think it would go this far. Don't worry about it. It's okay if we can build an orphanage. It's easier to talk about it when everyone is popular. Please leave the Lucca walk for another time. I can ignore a little attention, but attention like today's makes it a hassle to go out and walk around. It's too bad because I wanted Wataru-san to see Lucca. Haha. Please take the time to show me around once things settle down. Yes, leave it to me. What are you going to do after that? Well, I'm going to take it easy, so the Girasol should go to your families. The last time there was a war, you didn't get to relax, did you? I'm glad to hear that, but I'm afraid I don't have to. It's a nice place to stay, but it's safer to have an escort. Don't worry. I will summon the rubber boat. Ins and Felicia will attack from inside the boat, and they will be able to handle any opponent. You've come all this way, so please show your face to your family. I'm a caring man. Besides, I haven't given up hope of getting Girasol to join the harem, so I have to make a good impression on their families. Let's give them some donuts and muffins as a gift. Just let them know that we are holding off on signing a contract, and everything will be fine. I also wanted to give them some alcohol as a souvenir, but I'm afraid it would cause a fuss if I removed the labels. The taste is guaranteed by the gods. It will make a good impression, but I won't serve the liquor until the contract is properly signed. Thank you, Wataru-san. I'll take you at your word. We'll stop by the Adventurers Guild, but is there anything else we should do? Yes. I want you to go there and ask them for information about the war in the Empire. It would be better to ask the Merchants Guild about buildings for the orphanage, so let's all go there tomorrow. After a brief discussion, I saw Girasol off as they returned to their parents' house. What are you going to do today, Master? Not much to do, so I think I'll just relax in my room. Ins, Felicia. Is there anything you would like to do? I'm interested in the food at the inn. Felicia agreed and said that the only thing she was concerned about was the food, so we decided to relax in the room. I just realized that I had brought Rimmer just like that. Well, it would be a shame to hide Rimmer in the room while Fu-chan and Benny-chan were there, so I guess there was no problem. I relaxed in my room, played with Rimmer, and had my meals brought to my room. The seafood was very tasty, but to our palates, accustomed to a variety of spices, the other dishes seemed bland. That's it. We became mates. At night, the Girasol came back. They looked cheerful, so I guess they were happy to see their family. Welcome back, everyone. How was it? Yes, everyone was happy. At first, they were happy to see me, but Wataru-san's souvenirs took all the conversation away from me. Me too. My mother and sister asked me how to make them, and it was hard for me to say no because it was before the contract. The other members nodded in agreement with Alessia-san and Claretta-san. The power of the donuts and cupcakes seemed to be great. My reputation must have improved. Ha ha ha, I'm glad they liked it. Did my reputation improve? Well, I don't know. I told them it was from Wataru-san, but I think they only remember the donuts and cupcakes. That's not what I had planned. It seems it was too powerful. I should have left it at one or the other. Then my impression might have been memorable. That's too bad. How was the Adventurers Guild? Oh, you mean the war? It seems that the war is almost over. But there are a lot of illegal slaves, and they are in trouble. There are a lot of people who have been forcibly kidnapped, so they have no choice but to release them one by one, and it's taking a long time. A lot of illegal slaves? The empire is not doing so well as far as I'm concerned. The god of commerce Sama said that charity would help those freed from illegal slavery. There's a lot to be done to keep the problems from getting worse. I don't know what to do. I don't want to see too much of it, even though it took a lot of time and effort. I'm glad the victory was decided. They are a troublesome country, and I hope they are thoroughly crushed. I agree. I hope they won't even be able to think about rebuilding the empire. Alessia-san agrees. I hope this will be the catalyst for the human supremacists to become more tolerant. For now, all we can do is build an orphanage. Let's do our best. When the war in the empire is almost over, there is no need to get involved. It's no joke to get involved in another war, so that's good. The next morning, after breakfast at the inn, Girasol leads the way to the Merchants Guild. We still get a lot of attention. Most of the attention is focused on Girasol, with occasional glances at Ins and Felicia, and finally Remo. I notice that they don't look at me, even when I don't erase my presence, whether I'm happy or sad. It's very disturbing. I enter the Merchants Guild and speak to the receptionist, showing her my guild card. She is confused when she compares my F-rank guild card to Girasol's. This is interesting. I would consider moving up a rank if it were more of a hassle, but in this situation, I think it's fine to leave it as it is. Well, I'd like to buy a big house. Is that okay? Huh? Yes, a house, not a shop. Oh, I see. I am a merchant. Normally people would think of a shop. Yes, a house. I'm thinking of buying a big house and building an orphanage. It's nice to see a beautiful lady in distress. She probably doesn't want to deal with F-rank merchants who don't make sense, but she seems to think she can't be indifferent because Girasol is behind me. If it weren't for Girasol, I might have been kicked out. Well, I see on your guild card that your headquarters are in the southern city of the Latina Kingdom. Is there anyone in Lucca who can be your guarantor? We need a guarantor if you want to buy a house or a shop. I don't know anyone like that. I never thought about it. Is it mandatory? Is there any way I can get one? No, there is not. That's a firm answer. I have no idea what to do. Alessia-san, I wasn't expecting this. I didn't think about a guarantor. I didn't know that either. When I was in town, I stayed with my parents, and since I've been traveling, I've been staying at an inn. I'll ask if I can be your guarantor. Excuse me. Please, Alessia-san asked and was easily granted permission. Can it be an adventurer, or is it because it's Girasol? The receptionist said she would show us some properties in the back room. What is your budget? I wonder how much a house costs. In Japan, a mansion costs hundreds of millions of yen. I heard there are a lot of war orphans, so there will be a lot of children. It would take a lot of staff. It would be better to have a very big one like a school to spend the budget. There was a letter and money left at the church from the god of commerce Sama, so it's probably okay. Claretta-san was very excited when she found it. The letter said that they would give 100 platinum coins for now, but the goal is 1,000 platinum coins, so there is plenty of money in the budget. Let's see. About 10 platinum coins? 10 platinum coins? It's going to be a pretty big property, are you sure? And you mentioned an orphanage earlier, but since it's in the noble district, I don't think it would be suitable. It's going to be a big mansion in the noble district. That's troublesome. Kids running around in the noble district. It will cause a lot of trouble. I think it would be better to build a new one. Then is it possible to have a new and bigger house built in a place that is not in the noble district? The bigger the better. That would be difficult. In this walled city, there is no land as big as a mansion in the noble district. The orphanage plan was easily disrupted. There is a way to build many small ones, but it will be terrible because we won't be able to keep an eye on them. What should I do? Although it's not possible in Lucca, I think it is possible in the city of Cagliari. where the Royal Navy headquarters is located. It is currently being rebuilt, but the naval headquarters has the highest priority, and there should be plenty of land available in the city. However, the entire kingdom of Brescia is short of carpenters, masons, and materials, so it would be difficult to begin construction immediately. Is it safe in the city where the naval headquarters is located? The last time I checked, it was in terrible shape, but I think it's safe to say that the empire is probably gone as well. Should we just secure land first? Do I still need a guarantor if I buy land in the city of Cagliari? You will need one. If it is in this city, the guarantee of the members of Girasol will be enough, but the city of Cagliari is under the direct control of the Bressan royal family. If you want to buy a large piece of land, you will need an introduction from a nobleman. And although you say you are buying land, what you are really buying is the right to use the land. It's troublesome, very troublesome. I can imagine that in Japan, there are a lot of procedures to go through, but I didn't know that in another world, it would be so much trouble. I thought it was easy because I had money. I thought, please give me this, I understand, or something like that. I wanted to change it to something else. But since Claretta-san was so happy about the orphanage, it was hard to change it. Since there's a contract, I don't think there's any need for a letter of introduction or anything like that. What kind of logic is that? It sounds like a system set up by royalty and nobility to maintain their own power or something like that. Well, if I want to buy land in the city of Cagliari, can I buy it here? It is possible, but I think the best way is for you to come to the city of Cagliari. I understand. I will think about it. Thank you very much. I thanked the receptionist, returned to the inn, and gather in my room to discuss the matter. What should I do? It was probably a difficult mission for me, who could only think of building an orphanage as a charity project. The Marquis of Lucca might write a letter of introduction for Alessia-san and the others, but he won't write one for me, will he? What should I do? Would you like him to write a letter of introduction for me and establish an orphanage in my name? Or do you want me to meet the Marquis and get a letter of introduction from him saying that you are an acquaintance of Mage-sama? If it's an introduction from Mage-sama, the Marquis can't despise it. Although there is a possibility that the Marquis will try to contact Wataru-san, I don't think a letter of introduction will be a problem. I see. I'm afraid that setting up an orphanage in Alessia-san's name will cause a great deal of trouble since you have no knowledge of it. It's difficult to meet someone of great stature, but if they know me, it's too late now. Let's borrow the authority of Mage-sama and ask the Marquis-sama for help. Is that okay? You don't have to meet the Marquis. You can use my name. We can handle a little trouble, and if things go wrong, you will help us, won't you? It's a tempting offer, isn't it? It would certainly be easier to do everything in Alessia-san's name. But this time, when I open the luxury liner, there's a chance I'll meet the Crown Prince. Maybe I should practice meeting high-ranking people with the Marquis, who seems to be the most effective with the mage's prestige. If I throw the whole thing away here, my credibility will probably decrease, but if I do my best, I'm sure my popularity with Girasol will increase a bit. I think it's worth a try. It's a tempting offer, but I'll make an effort. There is also the possibility of meeting the Crown Prince. I think I'll meet the Marquis, whose Mage-sama's prestige will be effective and practice. Foo-foo, I've never heard of practicing with the Marquis. But good luck. If you put it that way, I guess so. But if the Marquis has directly confirmed the mage's power, it will not be a terrible thing, right? As for the matter of the second prince, I am filled with anxiety. When it comes to meeting the Crown Prince, there was a knock at the door of the room. When I opened the door, I found a dandy uncle who was supposed to be the owner of this inn. He told me that a messenger from the Marquis had come to see me. What is this? Is it opportunistic to think that a messenger would come just when I decided to meet the Marquis? It's understandable if I'm told that the gods have something to do with it. Maybe the god of commerce Sama is telling me to spend the money as soon as possible. When I meet the Marquis's messenger, he wants to invite Girasol to dinner. It had nothing to do with me. Even though he came to my room, I couldn't help but blush a little. I felt sad and backed away. I'll never forget the embarrassment of being out of place as I walked out of the room in high spirits. I will also never forget the look in the eyes of the messenger who said, "Who the hell is this guy?" I feel like transforming into the mage and getting on board. I drown my embarrassment by fantasizing about silly things in my head. Meanwhile, Alessia-san talks to the messenger and tells him that someone related to the mage wants to meet with the Marquis. He freaked out when he found out I was related to the mage. Am I a bad boy for being a little grumpy? The messenger hurriedly said he would go and get confirmation and turned back. After a while, the messenger came back and said, "The Marquis himself is pleased with my visit. He said that the Marquis would be delighted if I would join him for dinner tomorrow night." I suppose I should be happy that Girasol was the center of attention and not conspicuous, but I am not convinced. Anyway, it's tomorrow. Oh, I have nothing to wear. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 4. Thanks to Astro for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 3-6. Chapter 4, The Little Brother and Wataru. After the Marquis messenger left, an emergency meeting was held to decide what to do with my clothes. It's a problem, isn't it, to demand to meet him and then go there in ordinary clothes? Yes, it is a problem. I'm sorry. I already told him. No, it's not your fault, Alessia-san. I was willing to meet him too, because I took the initiative. I thought, I'll do it. I was embarrassed. I'm not used to doing this. Would it be easy to get clothes for the Marquis's dinner? Good new clothes are custom made, so it takes time. Used ones are not recommended, as there is a high chance that you won't be able to find clothes that fit your body shape. Alessia-san replied with difficulty. Is it hard to find clothes in this world? The most decent thing I have is a suit, but that's not the standard in this world, is it? Yes. It would be something that has never been seen on this continent. That's right. After we opened the Luxury Liner, it would have been a little more common and less of a problem. But the clothes of the high-ranking people are very flashy, aren't they? I haven't seen much of it, but the appearance of high-ranking people is flashy, isn't it? The quality of the clothes seems to be better than the ones I bought in the castle, but... Yes. But high-ranking people dress fancy to show their status, so there's no need for you to dress fancy? Wataru-san, there is no need for me to dress fancy. I thought that I would have to be sparkly to meet the high-ranking people. I wanted to buy a white tuxedo and go to an accessory store and buy all kinds of jewelry, but thank God there is no need for me, an F-rank merchant, to dress up so fancy, is there? Then I should wear a suit to let them know my association with the mage. As long as it's clean and of a certain quality, they won't be offended by unusual clothing. Right? I suppose so. I think they might be interested, but I don't think they'll be offended. But what if they ask for details about the suit? Wouldn't Camille-san be offended if you spread the word that you didn't sign up with the God of Commerce Sama? It's a type of clothing that has never been seen before. It was a blind spot. It's possible to imitate it, if only in form. It would be a lot of trouble if someone registered it first. I'm also afraid of Camille-san's anger. Shall we go to the Merchant's Guild tomorrow and sign a contract just for the clothes I will wear? I'll be really pissed if someone registers it without doing anything. We have a brief meeting to decide what clothes we'll wear and then return to our respective rooms. It seems that I won't be able to take Ins, Felicia, and Rimu to the Marquis' place. I hear that Girasol will protect me well, but I'm a little nervous. The next day, we go to the Merchant's Guild and register every item of clothing that will be worn. I think it's cool to call clothes an item. They said it on TV. But I'm not using it wrong, am I? I was afraid to use it in Japan, but I can use it in this world. No one will know if I'm wrong. The receptionist from yesterday continued to deal with me, but when she saw my suit, she was stunned. There seemed to be a feeling of discomfort. I wondered what kind of interest rate I should sign up for, but I heard that I could re-sign the contract later and there would be no problem, so I signed the contract at the percentage the receptionist said was appropriate. The rest was up to Camille-san. After signing the contract, we went back to the inn and had lunch. Everyone wanted to eat on a luxury liner rather than in the city. I won. Girasol is quite dependent on other world cultures. Before going to the castle, they asked to use the showers on the Lotto, and maybe they're already in a state where they can't separate themselves from the ship summoning. The question is what to do with them after. If I make a move on one of them, it'll ruin the others, and if I make a move on all of them at once. What does it mean to make a move on all of them at once? Like saying I like them all or asking them to join my harem? I have no idea what to do all at once. If you want to continue using the ship's facilities, be my wife. That's impossible. I know it will end sadly. I wonder if there was a goddess of love or something among the goddesses. Love, huh? When I think about it calmly, it doesn't feel like love. Of course, I like them, but I think my desire to monopolize a beautiful and big-breasted Anisan is stronger. I'm sure the goddess of love would be angry if I talked to her about it. While I was thinking silly things in my head, an innkeeper came to tell us about a visitor. Remembering yesterday's sadness, I kept quiet in the back. It's none of my business. I hear several male voices. Who are they? Wataru-san, my brother and his friends are here. He's in a party of adventurers. But when I went back to my parents' house the day before yesterday, I couldn't see him because he was out on a mission. Can I say hello to him? Alessia-san told me who the visitors were. It's her brother and his brother's friend, right? When I looked around, I saw a handsome young man, because he was Alessia-san's younger brother. That one, it's kind of painful. My name is Wataru. Alessia-san has always been very kind to me. When I asked for a handshake, he shook my hand a little sullenly. Why is that? I'm the one who wants to be grumpy. The people around him aren't very friendly either. What's with this atmosphere? I am Saverio. What kind of business are you in, hiring Girasol as a bodyguard? Hey, Saverio, you're being rude to Wataru-san. What's your language? Ha ha ha, it's okay. I am a merchant. What is your rank? Don't pressure me like that. It's F. What? Nei-chan is an A-rank adventurer. How can an F-rank merchant hire Girasol? Nei-chan? I know. Saverio is a Siscon. I've never seen one before. I've seen them in manga and anime, but I've never met them in real life. They really exist. I thought they only existed in fiction. Well, with a big-breasted, beautiful, and strong sister like Alessia-san, I can understand him being a Siscon. It can't be helped. What is it? Nei-chan is Nei-chan, right? Instead, explain to me how an F-ranked merchant can hire Girasol. I see. No wonder he's so grumpy. He's worried about his favorite sister being hired by an F-ranked merchant. The other members are also his friends, so they more or less admire Girasol. No wonder they're so grumpy. I'm an adult. I'll be gentle and take care of them. Why are you grinning at me? I'm going to beat you to death. What do you mean by grinning? It should be a wonderful gentle smile of an adult watching over a child. Saverio, enough of this. We owe Wataru-san a debt of gratitude. Be polite. Oh, this is the opposite of what I want to do. This is a pattern of the resentment of being scolded by his favorite sister coming back to haunt me. Sure enough, the little brother stares at me with teary eyes. I look at him with a wonderful archaic smile. Don't you dare look down on me. He is so angry. Apparently, my smile makes people uncomfortable. I am quite shocked. I'm going to have to practice smiling, or I'll be at a disadvantage for the rest of my life. Oops, Alessia-san is about to get really mad. I have to do something. Saverio-kun, you don't have to raise your rank in the Merchant's Guild if you have a special route. I'm an F-rank merchant, but I make enough money to hire Girasol. Actually, that's not true, but even though he's Alessia-san's younger brother, I can't talk to him about a lot of things. That's because he doesn't like me. Are you making that much money? How long are you going to hire Girasol? When he heard my comment about my profit, he lost a little momentum. But it looks like he wants me to part ways with Girasol as soon as possible. Saverio, that's none of your business. It seems that Alessia-san is insensitive to her brother's feelings as well, so this is the insensitive protagonist. I wonder if my feelings will reach her? Usually, the main character is insensitive and frustrates the other members. I'm also a person from another world with cheats. It wouldn't be surprising if I were the main character, but I don't understand why the person I'm aiming for is an insensitive type. I was just wondering how long Nei-chan would work as an escort. How long? I mean, I can't leave for a while. You can't leave. Why not? What kind of relationship do you have with him? Little brother, you're being pushed around at full speed. There's no deep meaning in Alessia-san's words, you know. You're her little brother, you know that, right? I approach Ilma-san while watching the two of them argue. It's Ilma-san I can rely on in times like this. The other members of Girasol are so close. Ilma-san, have they always been like that? I whisper to Ilma-san. Yes, it hasn't changed since they were little. Ilma-san whispered into my ear. At the same time, something that looked like a murderous intent came flying at me. I looked over and saw one of the little brother's friends staring at me in frustration. Oh, so he's after Ilma-san. He likes the bewitching older sister, doesn't he? I love her too. Feeling a little sympathy, I try to smile at him but stop myself in a hurry. If I smile now, he will definitely misinterpret it as a triumphant smile. I have learned that much. Don't you want to stop it? It will stop soon. Saverio is completely weak against Alessia. I listened to Ilma-san's words, and soon after, the little brother apologized to me. It's an overwhelming power relationship. So Saverio, you didn't just come to visit us, did you? Yes, we've become C-rank adventurers. Now that we're full-fledged adventurers, we've come to ask you to let us join Girasol. The other members nodded in agreement. They are all handsome young men, but I sense a tearful effort on their part. Perhaps they have worked hard to join Girasol. It's a wonderful thing, but it's very uncomfortable for me. What's going to happen? It's hard to hear you say such a thing so suddenly. You say? I've been asking you to take me with you for a long time. What's wrong with that? Hey, guys, excuse me. As I approached Alessia-san, I was intimidated by the little brother. Watchdog is the perfect word for him. I won't be able to get close to Girasol once he joins them. What are you going to do, Alessia-san? I ask, and she replies with a difficult look on her face. He's my sweet little brother, but he's still C-ranked. So there's too much of a gap between our abilities. There's the idea of training him, but we don't have time for that since we're going to help Watru-san. They continued the discussion and came to the conclusion that they would not take him with them. Good. I guess that won't stop me from getting close to them. When Alessia-san told him that he couldn't go with them, he said, "No, I'll go with you." He's stubborn. If I had that kind of courage, I would have a different life. It is not possible. I can't suddenly add more people to my group because I work for Watru-san. You know that. If that guy says it is good, will you let me join? Little brother, why are you doing this? Don't come over here. Hey, I can go with you. You look weak, and I'll protect you, including that weird slime on your head. What did he just say? Rimmer, weird. I hurriedly took Rimmer in my arms and stroked him, telling him that he was not weird. I praise him all the time for being so cute. Isn't that worth dying for, even if he is Alessia-san's brother? Hey, why are you flirting with a slime? Are you a pervert? I'll show him hell. Hey, Saverio, that's enough. What should I crush him with? Maybe the fortress. The fortress would be more powerful. Or should I use the castle? The fortress or the castle? I'll let you choose especially. I'll give him a small gift. Watru-san, wait. Calm down. You can't go with the stronghold or the castle, no matter what. There's too much damage. I'm sorry, but please use another punishment. I'll make sure it's done. Stay out of it, Nate-chan. I'll talk to him. Shut up. We are Watru-san's bodyguards. Anything more, and you will be treated as an enemy. The air around them changed drastically as Girasol readied their weapons. The tense atmosphere scared me and the little brother. I understand. When I think about it calmly, it wasn't that big a deal, so I don't mind. But you will carry out the punishment I decide. Why, you're the one who said. Saverio, behave yourself, okay? Nate-chan. All right, just don't point your sword at me. What should I punish him with? It's true that summoning a ship is overkill, isn't it? Now that I think about it, his words weren't even malicious, and he seemed to think he was protecting me. But for some reason, it was really annoying. I don't like light punishment. I have decided no joining Girasol for at least a year, which was the cause of the problem. Always use honorifics when addressing me and the other members of Girasol. No Nate-chan, and call only Alessia-san. Have respect for slimes. I will let bygones be bygones if you abide by the above. I look at the little brother, whose face is bright red. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Thank you, Watru-san. I'll make sure it's done. Saverio, you understand, don't you? No way, Nate-chan. You know, honorifics and Alessia-san, right? From now on, for every mistake you make, I will extend your joining ban and honorific period by 1 month. Good. Now go back. Alessia-san turned the little brother and the others away without saying anything. I'm so tired. I hate the fact that this is going to be a long relationship. I have dinner with the Marquis after this, don't I? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 5. Thanks to Astro for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 4-6. Chapter 5, Discussion with the Marquis. I see Alessia-san's little brother and his friends off. There is a subtle atmosphere in the room. It's awkward. I'm sorry, Watru-san. I will make sure that the punishment is carried out. No, I'm sorry too for not being mature enough. Ugh. This embarrassing apology battle had developed. I don't like this. No, it's my fault, too feeling, but I don't know when to stop. The apology battle went on for a while, and then Dorothea-san stepped in, and we settled the matter by saying that it was mutual. We still have some time before the Marquis comes to pick us up, so let's have some tea. We drink coffee and chat. We talked about the little brother and his friends. They are also from this town and seem to have become adventurers because of their admiration for Girasol. They had been asked to join the group several times, but they had refused because they were going on a journey and because they were not good enough. They worked hard and raised their rank to C and came here to join Girasol. When they returned, for some reason, I couldn't forgive them, so I asked for their punishment. Yes, they resented me. They definitely resented me. I'm starting to feel like I went a little overboard. It seems strange to withdraw the punishment right away, so I'll tell Alessia-san that it's okay after a while. Ins and Felicia are staying here, so what about dinner? You can eat wherever you like, and I'll get you something you like from the food storage boat. After the two of them talked it over, they chose what they wanted to eat from the food storage boat. In said steak, and Felicia said pizza. Remo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan also stay behind. I asked Ims and Felicia to prepare food for Remo and the others. It is almost time to get dressed. The ladies' clothes are the clean and elegant clothes of this world. It's simple, and Claretta-san has just changed into her new priestess uniform. Don't the Girasol wear dresses? Yes, if we were invited to a party, we might wear a dress, but we are adventurers, so we don't usually dress up. Really? That's a bit disappointing. The castle did sell dresses, so I'll do my best to see if there's an opportunity next time. The carriage to pick us up arrived, so we split up and got in. I'm finally going to meet the Marquis. I'm very nervous. When we arrived at the castle, we were shown into a luxurious room. Tea was served immediately. The servants in the castle all have straight backs and move gracefully. It is cool to have good manners. It's a world of difference from me walking around lazily. We chat over a cup of tea to ease the tension. After a while, we are ushered back in and shown a magnificent room. Generally, the person sitting at the shorter side of the rectangular table, looking so important, was the Marquis. I was a little intimidated when he stood up and greeted me. Welcome to my humble abode. May I call you Wataru Dono? Yes, my name is Wataru. I am pleased to meet you, Marquis-sama. The other participants also greeted each other and took their seats. I didn't know that people would be so attentive when it came to matters concerning the mage. I'm afraid of the noble's kindness. The Knight Commander's smile is also drawn, and he seems to be having a hard time. The food is monotonous compared to that of a luxury liner, but it is tasty enough, and beautifully arranged dishes are served. At first, it was light conversation, but gradually the conversation turned to probing. I didn't find being probed any better than talking about clothes and art. It was so full of gibberish that I had to phase through it and broke out in a cold sweat. I managed to explain about the suit, but the rest of the conversation was refreshing. He even tried to recruit me. He asked me if I would be interested in opening a shop in Lucca. He said he would give me permission to do business with the Marquis family. And it sounded somehow lucrative, but I refused. Doing business with the nobility is a hassle. Besides, I think he wanted the connection with the mage 100%. When I refused, he told me to visit him whenever I felt like it. He seems to be a very good negotiator. What kind of relationship does Wataru Dono have with Mage Dono? Relationship? Huh? I don't know how to describe it. But we met by chance and became friends. Oh, we owe him a debt of gratitude, but we never had the chance to meet him. What kind of person is he? Well, yes. He is a gentle and kind man, as long as you don't make him angry. He doesn't seem to be interested in money and likes to live a leisurely life. This is almost a lie. I am almost embarrassed to say it. He asks me a lot of questions, but his interest seems to be focused on the mage. He also asks about me in between, but his interest seems to be in the ship I use for the pepper trade. He asked me about the performance of the ship, the price, if he could get it, if I could sell it to him, and so on. When I told him that the mage does not allow resale, he quietly retreated. It would be annoying if I met a nobleman who said, "I don't care about the mage. Just give me the ship." I was glad that Girasol joined the conversation and ended up being the focus of it. After the meal was over, the real discussion began. I was quite tired of the conversation during the meal, but now it was time to get down to business. So, Wataru Dono, do you have a favor to ask regarding the request of Mage Dono? Yes, Mage Sama wants to build an orphanage in this country. and I have been entrusted with the responsibility of arranging it. He wants to build a large orphanage, but it is difficult to secure land in this city. However, I have been told that land can now be secured in the city of Cagliari, so I have come to ask the Marquis-sama for help. I see, the orphanage, huh? Have you heard why Mage Dono wanted to build an orphanage? Well, what should I say? It is not good to exaggerate too much, is it? I heard that he received a large reward from the war, and he said that if he were going to spend that large sum of money, it would be better to use it to help the country that gave it to him. He is a kind man, so I think he was concerned about the orphans who would come out as victims of the war. I feel embarrassed to say this to myself. What am I, a saint? I wonder if I can be treated lightly for being too kind? Well, if Mage Dono is going to build an orphanage, I think there will be some people who will cause unnecessary trouble with the orphanage, but are you okay with that? Unnecessary trouble? Is it possible to harass the orphans or take them hostage? It will be troublesome because the story will get bigger, but I think it's better to involve the Crown Prince after all. You're right. I don't know what benefit there is in angering Mage-sama, but if there is a danger, it should be dealt with. Is it possible to secure land within sight of the naval headquarters? I would also like to request that the Navy patrol and guard the property. No doubt, we owe a debt to Mage Dono, but if we use the National Army in an area under direct control, there will be those who will make a fuss. It will be difficult. It's not good, huh? It would be easier if it worked. It would have to be profitable for the other side. I could use the luxury liner. If there's a luxury liner near the orphanage, it will be safer, right? Right. When Mage-sama gets close to this country, we are supposed to use the Crown Prince as a contact person. Is that possible? Mage-sama said that once the orphanage is established, he will dock one of his ships at the port. The Crown Prince was also concerned about Mage Dono, and it would be possible for Wataru Dono to meet him as well. But as the price for the cooperation with the orphanage, the docking of the ship, he is not giving up his ship, is he? Yes. Just to dock the ship. The ship will be managed by the person chosen by Mage-sama. The country cannot do anything with it. Why is that the price? Sure, it's reassuring to have that huge ship docked there, but it's not worth that much now that the empire is on the verge of destruction, is it? I think I could do something here if I could successfully convey the allure of the luxury liner, right? Mage-sama said he would let people stay in the inn on the ship. I have been on board, and it is a wonderful ship of enormous size, full of alcohol, food, and all sorts of things I have never seen before. I think it would be a great advantage just to have that ship docked there. That's no exaggeration, is it? A ship's inn, huh? That's interesting, but does the inn have that much effect? It does. The ship is a dream for high-ranking people. I hear it is especially wonderful. As word spreads, I think it will attract wealthy people from all over the continent. Wouldn't that be an asset to this country? It would be an advantage. But there are also risks when you consider security and such. Ah, I see. There are dangerous issues like terrorism and assassination, aren't there? It's absolutely safe on board the ship, as long as you don't commit any acts of killing or injuring on board. If you try to kill or injure someone who has the protection of Mage-sama, you will be thrown off the ship. If the security on the way to the ship is good enough, then you are safe. Is it safe on board? Will assassination attempts, such as poisoning, be dealt with? Poisoning? I hadn't thought about that. How about that? I think it's okay because it's a no-kill policy, but I haven't confirmed it. I think it's safe because it's a no-kill policy, but I haven't checked. I'll check the poison later, but if the poison is rejected on board, is it okay? Yes, it's fine. As long as you don't do it yourself, you won't be in any danger on the ship. And you cannot bring the poison on board. I can't judge without seeing it. Is it possible to take a look at the ship? Since I said it's the Major's ship, I don't think it would be easy to bring him on board. When the orphanage is built, I will ask him to bring the ship over, so I think it would be possible to invite you then. After the orphanage is built, we will have to consult with the Crown Prince, and even if we see the ship after it is built, that is no guarantee that we will guard it, is it? I don't think that will be a problem. After seeing the ship, I can't imagine that the Crown Prince and Marquis-sama think that it's not necessary for the country. Is it really such a great ship? Speaking of which, does Mage Dono only use ships? I've only seen him use his power on ships so far. If I said only ships here, I'd probably be treated lightly. Right now, the ad is the only one that can run on land, but I can buy hovercrafts, amphibious vehicles, amphibious buses, and so on. I think it will be no problem to make a big show of it. I've been on a magic vehicle before, so I don't think it's just ships. What a surprise, he even has a magic vehicle. I'll be able to meet him the next time I see the ship, won't I? I'd like to talk to him. He took the bait of the magic vehicle. I knew it was rare. Let's not meet as the mage. It would be easier to understand if the mage is a shut-in and I am the errand boy. It is very likely that the mage will not be able to come, so it is unlikely that you will be able to meet with him. He said he would appoint someone to be in charge of the ship and leave everything to that person. Is there any way I can meet with him? What, Rudono? Is there anything you can do? Mage-sama doesn't like to meet people, so I don't think it's possible. He especially doesn't like to meet royalty and nobility. I see. Normally, I wouldn't trust someone I can't even meet. I think so too. This is my personal opinion, but I think if you make it a condition to meet, Mage-sama will refuse the whole thing. It is not impossible to run an orphanage or inn in another country or place. I guess not being able to see the mage means that there will be a lot of attention on me. But if I spread the word that I am just an errand boy, and if anyone harms me, the mage will come in retaliation. Can't we work something out? If the luxury liner attracts attention, the negotiations will shift to Camille-san, and if someone makes a nasty mess of us, it may be necessary to dress up as the mage and crash a hovercraft or water bus into them. We cannot ignore the achievements of Mage Dono. We do not want to damage our relationship with him. Most of all, we do not want his knowledge to be spread to other countries. I heard that Wataru Dono introduced Mage Dono to Girasol. I'll take care of the introduction to the land of Cagliari. But as for asking the Crown Prince to guard the orphanage, we'll wait until we see the ship if that's all right. Yes, thank you very much. That will be fine, right? He won't say, duh, I don't want that kind of ship, when he sees a luxury liner, will he? But if it's such a great ship, there will be a lot of people who want it. What if the royalty of other countries, who haven't seen the power of Mage Dono with their own eyes, want the ship? Well, I wonder what he will do. I'm sure Mage-sama will take care of it himself, so I have no idea. If the royal family wants the ship, it's sure to be a hassle, but I might have to make a serious threat. It would be best if things went peacefully and without incident. That's as if it's someone else's problem. Aren't you worried about Mage Dono? I don't think anyone can do anything about Mage-sama. Besides, after seeing the ship, I'm sure the people of the Kingdom of Brescia will do their best to protect it. Protect the kingdom? How could they? I don't see why not. If the technology they've never seen before, the wonderful alcohol and food they've never heard of, the beauty-related goods, if they become very popular, I think they'll do their best on their own because they don't want to lose it as a country. Is it too easy to think like that? I would be ashamed if I were too confident. No, I just think that if it were me, I would protect the ship and the orphanage because I wouldn't want anything to happen and the ship to be moved to another place. I would ask you to make a decision after you see the ship. So much for the ship. I'm looking forward to it. I'll give you the letter of introduction. Just wait a bit. After exchanging greetings with those present, I was led to the first room. Phew, did you find anything wrong with what I told him? What, Trusan? It's not good to talk about such things here. Tilma-san said something scary. You mean we should be on the lookout for things like eavesdropping, right? Seriously? It sounds like a period drama or a spy movie. I tried to make it a trivial conversation, but I couldn't get my tongue around it very well. I'm getting strangely nervous. As I waited, chatting non-stop, a rather pompous-looking civil servant came up to me with a letter of introduction. He told me to give it to the Merchants Guild in the city of Cagliari, and they would take care of the formalities. We were then escorted out of the castle and taken back to the inn in a horse-drawn carriage. I was tired after all that had happened, so I decided to go to bed early today. I guess we'll have to talk tomorrow. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 6. Thanks to Astro for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 5-6. Chapter 6. The Little Brothers' Negotiations and Land Extent Decision. The next day, after the discussion with the Marquis, we gather in my room and discuss yesterday's events over breakfast. I explained most of what happened to Inns and Felicia, who stayed home yesterday. So, was there anything wrong with what I said yesterday? Well, I think you pushed things a little too hard about the mage, but I don't think there were any problems. I was surprised to hear you mention the luxury liner out of the blue, but if you can bring out the National Guard, It's not a bad idea. The National Guard was only brought in because I was told there might be a problem at the orphanage. I made a big boast that the country would want to protect the luxury liner if we opened it, but is that okay? I think they would protect it, but I don't know how the royalty and nobility would judge it. I see. It is possible that high-ranking people have a different way of thinking. It would be easier if they just thought of protecting the orphanage for the sake of the luxury liner. I'm worried about what kind of decision they will make. Well, we'll see what happens after we show them the ship, so let's start by establishing an orphanage in the city of Cagliari, shall we? Right. Do you want to leave right away? I don't mind. But I was wondering if the Girasol had unfinished business in Lucca. Would it be a problem if we stayed a few days? The Girasol looked at each other and discussed. It's okay, I was able to meet with my family. I'll do the other things I want to do after all the attention dies down. Yes, that's right. With all the excitement, you can't just walk around town. Then let's take a short rest and then go to the city of Cagliari, shall we? After breakfast, I relax a little. When there was a knock at the door, and Ins answered, she came back with a subtle look on her face. Ins, what's wrong? Alessia's brother and his friends are here. What do you want to do? What should we do? It was only yesterday. Alessia-san, what do you want to do? I'm sorry, I'll go see him. Yes, we should have left earlier. I hear someone talking at the door. A 1-month extension of the punishment has been announced. I'm going to offer to lift the punishment soon, but please don't increase it. Alessia-san won't be convinced. Oh, Alessia-san is back. Is something wrong? Alessia-san? No, nothing. He didn't think about what happened yesterday at all, and he wanted to make the request together, so I just turned him away. I'm sorry, Wataru-san. I'll discipline him well. No, when I think about it, I feel like I went too far. So please go easy on him. Thank you, Wataru-san. But this is a good opportunity, so I'll go hard. I've been spoiling him, so it's just as well. It's not like that, Alessia. You are a leader, so you should think more carefully. Alma, what's the difference? It was Wataru-san who punished him. If you go too hard, it will be Wataru-san who will be resented by the spoiled Saverio. You can discipline him, but you should do it when it doesn't bother other people. Oh, that helps. Nice. Ilma-san. Well, that's true. Saverio is so soft on his relatives that he might resent Wataru-san in a strange way. Thank you, Ilma. I'm sorry, Wataru-san. No, well, I got angry too, and I think I said too much, so please lift the punishment if you think it's good enough for Alessia-san. I talked with Alessia-san about when the punishment will be lifted. I've been a little too relaxed. Let's leave quickly. As we leave the inn, a group of people come towards us. It gives me a headache. Wataru-san, may I have a moment to talk to Alessia-san? On the surface, he is smiling, but his mouth is pulled into a tight line as if he is uncomfortable. He's trying his best, isn't he? Yes, that's fine, but people are gathering. I'm sorry, but I have to ask you to hurry. Maybe he didn't like my words, but the tension on his face went up a notch. Was the please hurry part wrong? After the greeting, the little brother and his friends walked lightly toward Alessia-san's place. Saverio, as I said, we're going out, so we can't come with you to the request. Yes, Alessia-san, we have discussed this, but we would like to help the Girasol and learn from you. I will do any kind of menial work. I think it would be my way of apologizing to Wataru-san. Oh. Does the little brother have a split personality? He seems to be a wonderful young man. He looks like a different person from the one with the drawn-out smile earlier. It's a sparkling smile. The strategy is not to join them but to stay by their side as a subordinate. I think it's a bitter pill to swallow if it's subordinate. I'm glad Saverio feels that way. Wataru-san. He says he's willing to do menial work. What do you think? Yeah, it's hard to say no. But I can't take him with me. On the surface, he's smiling. But if there's an opening, the little brother won't hesitate to get rid of me. I'm too scared. Well, I appreciate your concern, but I'm in a very special business in many ways, so I can't take you with me. I will keep your secret. Can't you do something about that? I am willing to make a contract with you. It's not good if it comes out badly, is it? And if he brings up contracts and things like that, it's hard to say that I can't trust him. But I don't want to be stressed out, and it will definitely make it harder for me to talk to Girasol. I have to refuse somehow. What should I say? I'm sorry. Even if we signed a contract, it would be hard for me to work with you on a small ship. Do you understand? Is it difficult? but I'm sure it would be difficult with 5 more men. He's trying desperately to come up with something. I don't want to hear from him anymore. I managed the trouble with the employee and Romano-san because they're not that closely related, but Saverio is Alessia-san's brother. Alessia-san, that's what this is about. Is it okay with you? I have no problem with it since it's Wataru-san's decision. Besides, I also think it would be hard to have 5 more people on the lotto. Then, Saverio-san, we'll go now. I'm sorry. After saying that, I walked away quickly. There seemed to be a strange aura about it. I'll be careful not to get stabbed. I walk out of the gate and get on the lotto while the people in town cheer for Girasol. I leave the harbor and set the autopilot. Will we arrive in the middle of the night? It's a hassle and a waste to go out on the open sea and change ships. Let's just keep going. After breakfast, I went out on the deck and saw the city of Cagliari in the distance. When I saw it before, it was in ruins, but it looks like it is being restored. It's the naval headquarters of the Kingdom of Brescia, so there's an urgent need to repair it. I have heard that the city is lagging behind in its maintenance. Alessia-san's words reminded me that there were still some challenges to overcome. Speaking of which, there is a shortage of materials and manpower for construction, isn't there? We should discuss this and other matters with the Merchants Guild. Shall we go to the harbor first? When we entered the harbor, we found that we could not enter the area for military ships. It seems that ordinary ships are allowed to stay at the edge, so it can't be helped since the city is the headquarters of the Navy. I guess Lucca is for trade, and Cagliari is for defense. I paid the entrance fee and docked the ship. Since it is a naval city, the procedures for entering the port and the city are very difficult. It increases the security of the orphanage, but I don't think a luxury liner would be a good fit. I think there would be a problem in the country with the Navy brass who frequent the luxury liner. Some of the houses are damaged, but the debris seems to have been cleared away. There are few residents, and the place is not as lively as it was when the Dark Elves built the village. The naval headquarters was noisy, so construction must be concentrated at the naval headquarters. On my way to the Merchants Guild that the gatekeeper told me about. I guess it used to be a nice building, but it looks shabby with only some temporary measures. I don't think they would normally attack every guild that has power. With the Merchants Guild in this state, it's going to be pretty hard to build an orphanage. But why are they destroying so much of the city they occupy? Normally, they wouldn't demolish as much as possible in order to use it, right? Normally. Yes, but the other party is the Empire. They probably had a big slave hunt in the city. The inhabitants would have resisted as much as they could if they were caught, so the damage would have been much worse. Alessia-san explained. If they get caught, they become slaves, especially the beastmen, so they risk their lives. Are slaves so useful? I think it's more profitable to use the city. Maybe the principle of profit doesn't work, but as far as the Empire is concerned, it's a bonus. When I enter the Merchants Guild, it is deserted. There are only 2 receptionists. One of them is an old man. He reminds me of the old man in Western City. I don't want to get involved with him. Well, that one is muscular, and this one is muscular, too. The old man in Western Town was an employee of the Adventurers Guild, so that makes sense, but this one works for the Merchants Guild. Isn't that wrong? It's a deserted Merchants Guild. The only lively place is the Navy headquarters, so I guess there aren't many merchants. I guess the Empire's attack must have killed quite a few people. I approach the counter and talk to the receptionist. Then the old man sitting next to the receptionist lady shifts his seat to listen to what I have to say. I don't want anything to do with the old man. Welcome, sir. How can I help you? The receptionist is a beautiful woman. Even in this situation, I feel that the Merchants Guild is very particular about having a beautiful woman as a receptionist. One of them is an old man, though. I came here because I heard that a large piece of land can be bought in the city of Cagliari. I would like to secure a large plot of land near the naval headquarters. Is that possible? There was a lot of conflict near the naval headquarters, so you can secure a large piece of land, but you need a letter of introduction to buy the right to use the land in this city. Do you have one? Yes. Here it is. I give her the letter of introduction, and after confirming the name, she hands the letter to the old man next to her. This process is like the template. I get it. All of a sudden, I'm the guild master of the Merchants Guild, right? And that's the pattern, to tease and play with the other guy. I'll never get into it. Oh, A letter of introduction from the Marquis of Lucca. You have a good connection. Wait a moment while I read the contents. Yes, can I ask you something? While I was waiting for the letter of introduction to be finished, the receptionist spoke to me. Yes, that's fine. What is it? She seemed subtly reluctant. I wondered why. Why do you have slime on your head? The other two ladies have it on their heads, too. Is it a trend? She asked me directly. I didn't think anyone would say it was a trend. It's not a trend. They are slimes that we have tamed. They are cute. Really? I don't understand how slimes can be cute. I should spread it around. Oh, you can talk about the slimes later. You have good connections to assist the rumored Mage-sama, says the Marquis. I read that the land should be within sight of the naval headquarters and close to the gate, so it would be easy for them to rush in. Is that right? That's out of the blue. But it would be helpful if the Navy could easily rush to the orphanage. The Marquis said that the guard would wait until he saw the ship, but he wrote a letter of introduction with the guard firmly in mind. Is he at Sandia? Yes, I need a big place. Even if you say a big place, that's vague. How much exactly do you need? Yes, I want a place the size of a large nobleman's mansion. I told you to be specific. All right, let's take a look at it in person. Follow me. After saying that, the old man from the Merchants Guild left the counter and started walking. For some reason, he was carrying several flags with him. I wondered why he was carrying multiple flags. I followed him at a short distance so as not to fall behind. Once outside, we start walking toward the naval headquarters. The old man from the Merchants Guild gives us an explanation of the city. But the explanation is sad, telling us what was here, what was there, and so on. After a while, we see the back gate of the Navy headquarters. This area should be good. The Navy will rush through the back gate there. Most of the people around here have either died or sold their rights and left because of the damage. Those who have the rights will probably give them to me if I talk to them. Just mark where you want it from here to there. The old man from the Merchants Guild handed me a flag he was carrying. Oh, I see, this flag is a marker. But it's in tatters. I feel a little uneasy. But since Remo and the priestess Claretta-san are here, I'm sure everything will be okay. The size of the land is bigger than I'd like anyway. If there are many children, they will need space to exercise. I put up the flag while thinking about the approximate size of the property. Is this about right? Am I being too greedy? I put up a flag about the size of 2 castle ships. I'd build a building the size of 1 ship and a playground on the other. It may be too big, but it is better than too small. It seems that now is the only time I can buy the land. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 7. Thanks to Astro for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 6-6. Chapter 7, Buying Land and Dragon Forest. When I was satisfied with the approximate size of the plot, the old man from the merchant's house came over to talk to me. You have taken up quite a bit of space. At this size, even if it's a little ragged, it's still within the city walls, and it'll cost you 4 or 5 platinum coins. Sure, it's worrisome, isn't it? But it is more than 1,000 platinum coins. If it were in Japan, it would be a big problem, and it would be enough to build a market. I can afford that much, right? We have plenty of funds, so it will be fine. Speaking of which, you're helping Mage-sama, right? She was introduced by the Marquis, so there's no need to worry. In that case, I will calculate the price within that range, and if there is anyone who still has the rights, I will talk to them. Well, there are a lot of people who want to give up their land, so please come to the Merchants Guild in about 10 days. Oh, and what are you going to do with the land anyway? Oh, I didn't tell you. We are going to build an orphanage on that land. Huh? Why an orphanage? Is it profitable? I've never heard of an orphanage being profitable. I don't think it's profitable or anything like that. You must understand that it's a whim of Mage-sama. A whim? I've heard that he brought a royal family to its knees, destroyed the Imperial Navy, and other absurd things, and now he wants to build a big orphanage. It seems to me that he doesn't know what he's doing. Well, I haven't done much of anything. Have I? Ha ha ha, maybe so. I'll come back in 10 days. But can it be built right after I buy the land? It seems impossible, but I'll ask, just in case. That's impossible. We don't have enough men and materials. At the very least, you would have to wait until the naval headquarters is settled. Well, the nobles will be repairing and rebuilding their mansions. I think it will take even longer. Not only the Navy headquarters but also the mansions of the nobles. If we wait leisurely, it could easily take a year or so. Do I have to bring my own materials and labor? Is it okay to bring materials and personnel from neighboring countries? We already import materials from the neighboring countries, so even if you go to the neighboring countries, you won't be able to get the numbers you need, and the prices will skyrocket. It won't be easy. Let's talk about what to do when we get back to the Lotto. I understand. Thank you very much. I'll think of something. I'll visit the Merchant Guild in 10 days. Hey, wait a minute. What about the contract? If you pay the deposit, you have priority in the negotiations. Well, I don't see anyone buying this place anytime soon, but there might be someone who wants to buy it while they can. Oh, please. How much do I have to pay as a deposit? Well, 10 gold coins should do it. I was about to say goodbye to him, but I went back to the guild with the guy from the guild, paid him 10 gold coins, and we signed the contract. Alessia-san, I'm not in the mood for sightseeing, and I'm going back to the ship now. Is that okay with you? That's right. The atmosphere is not very cheerful, so let's go back. We returned to the ship and discussed our future plans over a cup of canned coffee in the living room. There's still time until the next 10 days. So what should we do? That's not quite enough, isn't it? Not enough time to search for the Dark Elves. Should we go buy materials first? It will take time to get to Aarhus, the neighboring port city we visited earlier. Besides, I heard that the materials are running low, so it seems impossible to get there in 10 days. Do you have something to do, Watru-san? We can't get to the Dark Elf village in 10 days, can we? That's the problem, isn't it? It takes time to do things. So 10 days is too short. Can't you think of anything, Alessia-san? If that's the case, we could take a break and spend some time in Lucca. It's hard to take a vacation in Lucca right now. If you want to take a day off, I would like to spend it on the ship with Watru-san. What about you girls? The members of Girasol discussed this. They all say that life on the ship is definitely better than the noisy Lucca. I'm glad they chose the ship, even if it's noisy for one reason or another. With nothing to do, we decided to take it easy and relax on the open sea with Girasol. The voyage to Lucca is also like a vacation, so the more we move, the more time we have off. For the next 10 days, we enjoyed the facilities of the luxury liner to the fullest. My relationship with Girasol should not be so bad, as we had fun drinking and swimming together, but we never made any progress. I don't know what's wrong. I'm trying my best, but I don't even know if it's going well. Do I really need to talk to Ilma-san about this? I asked Ims and Felicia as well. They dismissed all my efforts, saying that they knew I was doing my best but that it was pointless because they couldn't get through to me unless I told them directly. I can't go through with it because it would be embarrassing later if I failed. I can see a future where no progress is made and time passes, and Girasol is taken away by another man. I'll think about it as much as I can. Whether it's after the orphanage is finished, the luxury liner opens, and the Dark Elves migrate so that even if things go wrong, there will be less damage. When I get tired of worrying, I'll take Remo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan to the children's corner to play. When I was in Japan, I couldn't understand why people go to pet cafes. But now I understand a little. It's comforting to be with your favorite slime, isn't it? I arrived at the Merchants Guild in the city of Cagliari and went inside. The old man approached me as soon as I entered. Oh, the land is ready. I got permission from the Navy headquarters, so there's no problem. Thank you very much. But what is the permission from Navy headquarters? Because we're going to secure a large piece of land near the Navy headquarters. If we don't talk to the Navy headquarters, there might be problems later. Well, with a letter of introduction from the Marquis of Lucca and the fact that I am related to the mage, I got permission easily. But the bigwigs are also interested in the mage. I heard that the Navy headquarters is also busy with organization and other things, but they said they would like to meet with me when they have time. I guess when you make a big move, you get more opportunities to meet the bigwigs. There are a lot of things going on with the orphanage and the luxury liner, so we need to keep in touch. When the luxury liner arrives, I'll throw everything to Camille-san, so I'll just have to hold on until then. I understand. But I'll sail out to gather materials and personnel after we sign the land contract. That's okay. It's not right now. It will be after the Navy headquarters is settled. Then it will be fine. If I finish my business before the Navy headquarters is settled, We won't have to meet. No, either way, I'll have to invite them when the luxury liner arrives. We'll still have to meet. I guess I'll have to wait until I hear from them. I understand. Now all that's left is the land contract. How much did it cost? Oh, 4 platinum coins and 30 gold coins. We can't lower it more than that because we won't make much money. All of a sudden, he gave me the lowest price. Why did he do that? I'm glad you gave me a discount, but why are you suddenly talking about not making a profit? There are many factors, such as the introduction of Marquis Lucca, the relationship with the mage, the orphanage, and the large-scale construction. But the most important factor is that the land is still empty. The surplus of land is not a good situation. If people do not buy land quickly and develop it quickly, the city and its people will not come back to life. If the land is cheap, won't there be many people who will buy it up? These people will choose the best places. The kingdom of Brescia has a lot of land lying around because of the Empire's surprise attack. The port is also difficult to use because the navy has priority. And buying and selling land is time-consuming because of the presence of important national facilities. It's not very popular. Won't the price of land go up when a luxury liner arrives? I have a feeling it will be a big profit. Let's just pay the money and then ask. I see, I'll pay you with 5 platinum coins. Oh, well, let's sign the contract. I sign the contract with the Merchants Guild and return to the counter. Now all I have to do is ask about the land. I have some information that could make the city of Cagliari popular in the future. Is it possible for me to buy all the land? What kind of information is that? It's a secret. What's the point of hiding it if you say the price of land will go up? Well, it's not absolutely certain. Is it okay to buy up the land with it? The letter of introduction doesn't say how far it goes, so you can buy it. But if you do something reckless in the direct territory, it will ruin the reputation of the Marquis of Lucca who introduced it to you. However, I'd be happy to help you if you buy it and develop it. Let's not do that. There's no need to make enemies with the Marquis, who might be on my side when I can make money elsewhere. The reason for the increase in land prices was probed, but I managed to dodge the question and return to the Lotto. Master, what are we going to do now? Inz asked me as I took a breath. Yes, I think it would save time if we first gather personnel and materials to build the orphanage and then search for the Dark Elves while it's under construction. There's a shortage of materials in the neighboring countries, so I don't really know what to do. What do you mean by gathering materials and labor? I think it would be better to go to a country a little further away, or better yet, go back to the southern city and ask Camille-san to gather materials and personnel for us. What do you think? I think it would be more reliable to leave it to Camille-san than to buy a lot of things for the first time in a new place, but it's a long way away. If we're going back to the southern city, we might as well look for the Dark Elves first. If we take them with us, the island of the Dark Elves is close, right? Yes. It would be safer to go back to the southern city. So let's look for the Dark Elves and then go to the southern city. Is that okay with Girasol as well? What, Trusan? We don't mind, and you can go wherever you want. After all, we are like your personal bodyguard. Thank you very much. Then let's go to the Dark Elf village. The goddess of the forest Sama marked the Dark Elf village on the map, so I know roughly where it is. But I've never been there before, so it's just a pothole floating in an empty, blank space. Do you know where this place is, Girasol? I show Girasol the map screen. Considering the distance from here and the topography along the sea, it must be the Earth Dragon's forest. What do you think, Dorothea? Yes, I am sure of it. You said the Dark Elves hide in a dangerous forest, but this is it. How did they survive? It seems to be a very dangerous place. No matter how you look at it, the Earth Dragon Forest is a place where dragons come out, right? What kind of place is it, Alessia-san? It's a large forest that separates the Empire and the Kingdom of Brescia. As the name implies, dragons live there. Before we left on our journey, we went there to explore, but we gave up trying to go deeper into the forest. If there was only one dragon, we could handle it, but if we encountered a group of them, it would be impossible. If it weren't for Wataru-san's ability, I wouldn't want to go in there. It seems the place lives up to its name. How do they really survive? With the ship summoning, won't there be any problems? Yes, it will be fine. It's also a good way to level up. Well, if the dragon can be defeated safely, It's definitely a good way to level up. I think it's better than the demon forest. That place was kind of unreasonable. How should we go? Right. From the position of the marker, I think the fastest way is to take a ship to the side of the marker and go straight into the forest. Distance-wise, it's the closest, but wouldn't it be easier to go in from a place that's already been explored to some extent? Well, I wouldn't say that there isn't one. But since only the surface has been explored, it would be better to enter from a closer distance. It's hard to know what's there because they haven't gone much further inside from any of the places. Then I guess it's better to be closer. I understand. Then let's do that. We decided on our destination. I tell the old man at the Merchant's Guild that I'm going to gather materials and personnel and that I won't be back for a few months. I don't know how long it will take, so I can only say a few months. If we can get the Dark Elves to migrate quickly, maybe 3 months. 3 days on autopilot, we switch from the stronghold to the Lutto and arrive at the forest side. So this is the Earth Dragon Forest. I passed through it on my way to the Empire, but I never realized it was such a dangerous forest. After confirming to some extent how to act, we finally enter the forest. Funds on hand, 34 gold coins, 73 silver coins, 88 copper coins. Guild account, 0 platinum coins, 70 gold coins. Savings ship, 190 platinum coins. Pepper ships, 45 ships. Charity expenses, 95 platinum coins, 70 gold coins. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 8. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 16. Chapter 8. Earth Dragon Forest and the Earth Dragon. We entered the Earth Dragon Forest. We walked for a while, but the woods and bushes were so deep that it was unlikely that we would be able to ride the ad. The bushes are very deep. We will have to walk. Yes, but the thicker the bushes and trees, the safer the place is in this forest because it is proof that the Earth Dragon has not passed through. Is that how it works? What Alessia-san means is that where the Earth Dragons pass through, the trees have been cut down, so the paths are wide, and the bushes have been trampled. I have heard that Earth Dragons are quite large. Then I don't know if I should get on the ad when we get to the wide road or if I should get off the road and walk through the bushes. I think it would be better to get on the ad. Once they see you, they will attack you whether there is a tree or not, so if they attack you, just take them down. But beware of the ancient dragons. Ordinary Earth Dragons are said to use their large bodies to charge and bite, and they sometimes breathe sand and dirt. But those that have lived for a long time are said to be able to manipulate the ground. In that case, I would be worried about the ad. Are you saying that they can lift up the entire seawater, or in this case, the entire ground, like Paris-san did? That would be dangerous for the ad. It would be dangerous if the part of the ship that is in contact with the ground is lifted off the ground, wouldn't it? The ground will rise, the ad will be launched, and we'll be thrown out of the barriers. There's no guarantee that this will happen, but is it likely? I think even I could at least keep my hands on the controls. If I were attacked or taken by surprise, the possibility is not zero. I wonder if Felicia's barrier would prevent an attack by an Earth Dragon? Yes, I think so. My level and barrier techniques have increased, so I don't think there will be a problem even if the Earth Dragon attacks. But be careful. If we are attacked again and again, it will break apart. It looks like we'll be okay if we can buy some time. If the road is wide enough, an amphibious bus will not throw you off as long as you keep your seatbelt on. Do you think I should buy a bus? I'm afraid we'll get stuck in one place, but the advantage is that everyone but me, the driver, can attack at will. If not, we can just take the ad. Buying one wouldn't hurt. I understand. Thank you, Felicia. I'll think about it. Are you going to do anything? Yes. I'm thinking about buying a new ship. I'm going to walk while I look at the screen for a while, so please protect me. I should have bought one before coming here, but I never thought of a bus in the forest. Master, you can buy it when we take a break. You won't get hurt if you fall, but it would be embarrassing. You're right. I'll look for it when we take a break. Of course. The name Earth Dragon Forest doesn't mean that there are only Earth Dragons there. There are usually some monsters as well. Not only Girasol but also Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan defeated them. Rimmer and the others are incredible. Benny-chan has also reached a certain level, and he can defeat goblins, orcs, and the standard weak monsters with a single blow. I also beat an orc for the first time. I think that is a great thing. But it's not cool. We kept going as we defeated the monsters that attacked us. Since it is a forest, there are also insect monsters. I still don't like insects. I don't know why, but I get goosebumps when I see them, especially when I see the base of their legs or their stomachs. I get creeped out. During our lunch break, I looked at the purchase screen. There is a 5-seat water taxi, so we have to split into 2, but only I can drive it at the moment. If I had to choose, I'd go for a medium 20-passenger or a large 40-passenger amphibious bus. If I want to take Dark Elf back, I'd better get a big one, but big buses are hard to drive. I only have a regular driver's license, to begin with, but can I drive a medium or large bus? Oh, I can drive whatever I summon. I figured it out on the ad, so I guess I can drive an amphibious bus, too. Now, if I can find the road the Earth Dragon took, I'll make a choice. The big one is 2.5 meters wide, so if it looks like there's room, it's the big one. I finished my checks and drank my canned coffee with satisfaction. Master, are you finished? Inz asks curiously. Yes, I found 2. I'll look at the path of the Earth Dragon and decide which one to buy. What kind of ship is it? Ship. I'm still wondering if I can call an amphibious bus a ship, but let's assume it's okay since it requires a marine license. Yes, it's like a big boxy ship that can also run on land, like the ad. Inz, Felicia, and Girasol, who were listening around me, all looked at me blankly. Except for one person. The only ones who have not changed as usual are Kyla-san and the slime trio, who are continuing their lunch. Come to think of it, since Benny-chan joined them, the gluttonous trio has become the gluttonous quartet. If we didn't make so much money, the cost of food would kill us. What, True-san? I don't really understand this, but is it fast? Can I drive it too? Even though Alessia-san doesn't really understand it, if it's fast, she wants to drive it. I remember that the operation was manual, so it was impossible for her to drive it all of a sudden. Well, it's faster than the ad, but the controls on this one are more complicated, so you can't just jump in and go for it. You have to practice. Practice? If it is faster than the ad, I would like to try it. Can you teach me if you have time? Yes, of course. We can practice when the time is right. Before I knew it, Inz and Marina-san were nodding their heads on either side of Alessia-san, and I was beginning to feel that teaching the 3 of them was going to be quite a challenge. When the gluttonous quartet is satisfied with a solid lunch, we set off again. We head straight for the marker, fending off the occasional monster that attacks us. As the sun set, the forest opened up, and we came to a large road. I was getting nervous, wondering if this was the territory of the Earth Dragons. But is this the path of the Earth Dragon? Isn't it big? The width of the road is 3 meters. This makes me wonder about the total length and height of the Earth Dragon. The road is not flat, but it seems to be passable enough. If it were that wide, we could continue with the ship I bought, but the sun is about to set, so let's stay here today. I ask you to level the ground so I can summon the hideaway. I understand. Then proceed as usual. At Alessia-san's command, the Girasol disperses. I'm used to it by now. Inz and Felicia accompany me. They blow down the trees and kill the monsters that are attracted by the sound. Hey, Inz, Felicia. Do you hear the earth trembling in the distance? Yes, I can hear it. Girasol is back too. Was it just my imagination? It's a forest of earth dragons, so they must be coming out of it. What, True-san? The Earth Dragon is coming. Please bring out the hideaway. Understood. I summoned the hideaway into a larger space and boarded it. Looking from the deck in the direction of the rumbling earth, we see a large earth dragon. It's huge, very huge. But is it a dragon? With its bulky body, 4 thick legs, and horns, it looks like it could be a triceratops. The face looks more like the dragons you see in anime. The brown ground surface could be the same as the ground. I can see its back above the trees in the forest. It looks to be 3 to 4 meters long. It is big. Is this earth dragon an ancient dragon? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen one myself. Our eyes met. When I somehow felt my eyes meet the earth dragon's, the speed of the earth dragon increased rapidly. The dragon charged at us, creating a cloud of dust. The screams of the dragon are also monstrous. Jiao. Something else, like a gudya-oo. The heavy, deep voice is so powerful. It is very powerful. If I weren't in the hideaway, I would run away as fast as I could. The power is amazing. I wonder if Carla can handle it. What do you think? Alessia-san said something I didn't understand. I don't know. I think I can handle it, but I feel like I'm being pushed in. Carla-san, you are still not sure whether you can withstand that kind of force. It's like a truck hitting you, you know? It's a momentum that will reincarnate you into another world. Yeah, it looks like we can beat them, but if there's more of them, it's going to be impossible. No, if we don't have to worry about what happens afterward, maybe some of them will be okay. I think we'll be fine. If we run away, can we still explore this forest? Dorothea-san joined the conversation. The dragon is right in front of them, but they seem to have plenty of time. That's how much they trust the ship summoning. If I give the Earth Dragon permission to board the ship here, everyone will be surprised. Let's stop. I don't think they will laugh. They'll either be stunned or offended. And either way, the odds are against me. The Earth Dragon has hit the hideaway. It's like watching a movie. The dragon was unable to stop the momentum of its own charge and was sent flying. With a thunderous roar, it falls down with a subtle and pathetic cry of surprise. What, Trusan? I want to check the Earth Dragon's attack. Can I see it? Yes, no problem. In response to Alessia-san's question, the ladies provoked the Earth Dragon at the edge of the deck. The angry dragon opened its mouth wide and came to bite. It is more powerful than in the movies. I would have leaked if I wasn't sure it was safe. Maybe it doesn't like the fact that Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan are standing side by side in front of it, looking so happy and relaxed. It's like a cat provoking a dog on a leash. Rimmer, where did you learn this? Rimmer, why are you doing this? I asked with trepidation. It would be unfortunate if my bad character were reflected in Rimmer. Big. Yes, it's big. What do you think? Cool. Good. He wasn't trying to provoke it. He was looking at it with excitement because it was so cool. I'm relieved. I have to act a little more respectable in front of Rimmer as well. Most of the time, he's on top of me, so I have to act respectable all the time. I'll try my best, even if it's just a little. Even as I'm thinking about changing my mind, the Earth Dragon is still ramming into us and going on a chaotic rampage. It doesn't seem very smart. Not like an ancient dragon. It doesn't spit breath, does it? I'd still like to see it. Well, if you don't give it a sense of danger, it might not spit breath. It might run away, but I think it's time to attack it. Alessia-san answered my question. She said she would attack with her sword instead of attacking all at once to see what would happen. The moment the dragon bit her, Alessia-san's figure disappeared. I noticed that the Earth Dragon's face is cut open. It's fast. From my point of view, it's no different from Paris-san's movement. It's softer than I thought. It'll be surprisingly easy to defeat it. Soft? It looks like tough skin, doesn't it? After being attacked for the first time, the Earth Dragon takes a little distance and is cautious. A breath might come, but it charged again. It attacked several times, and Alessia-san slashed its face. It's kind of nasty. After several attacks, the Earth Dragon opened its mouth wide while keeping its distance. At the same time, a large amount of dirt and sand came flying violently. The dirt and sand flying in front of us blocks our view. The breathing stops. The dragon seems a little tired. It seems that the breath is the dragon's trump card. The scattered sand and dirt pile up on the ground. Is this sand and dirt created by magic? If it is created by magic, I don't think it is mixed with tree branches or anything like that. It is more likely that the sand and dirt have been swallowed. There are certainly tree branches in the mixture. If it's swallowing sand and dirt, it's like vomit. If that's the case, we shouldn't let it keep spitting out its breath. I know what it's like not to be able to throw up your breath easily. It's hard to vomit, isn't it? It must be very tired. Can you tame this Earth Dragon? I've never thought about it before, but I wonder if it's possible to tame a dragon. First of all, what, Trusan, can you take care of the Earth Dragon after taming it? Alessia-san said something that sounded like her mother to me. It certainly seems impossible. I might be able to keep it on a luxury liner, but that's about it. Should I tame it and let it live at the orphanage? It would be very safe, but I think some troublesome things might come after the Earth Dragon. I don't even know if it would be allowed in Cagliari. I'll have to discuss it with the city authorities. But an orphanage with an Earth Dragon, if the mage is behind it and the navy is guarding it, I don't think anyone but the monster class would touch it. Why not just let it live in the orphanage? It would be a powerful guardian dragon. If you command it, it will protect the orphanage, But what do you think? What if it gets out of control? Orphans being trampled, the Earth Dragon destroying the rebuilt cityscape. It's a nightmare. Let's not do that. I think that's better. There doesn't seem to be anything else to see, so let's defeat the Earth Dragon. Everyone raised their weapons and looked at the dragon. The dragon turned and ran away. It ran away. It ran away, didn't it? Seeing the dragon run away, I was disappointed. Since the atmosphere was subtle, I went into the hideaway to take a break and have a cup of tea. I think there will probably be a lot of things like that Earth Dragon attacking us. Is that a problem? No problem. If the dragons don't run away, we can defeat them. Its attacks were easy to dodge, so we should be able to proceed without any problems. Since the Earth Dragon was no problem, we decided to proceed with the attack starting tomorrow. The Earth Dragon's path was wide, so even a large amphibious bus would have no problem. It seems that we will be able to complete the Dark Elves' migration surprisingly quickly. Since it had been a long time since we had been in the hideaway, I filled the jacuzzi with hot spring water and took a bath in it. It's nice, isn't it? Bathing with everyone. It's always exciting. After taking our time to enjoy it, we had dinner and went back to our room. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 9. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2-6. Chapter 9, The Ranger, the Earth Dragon, and the Dark Elf Village. After the Earth Dragon had escaped, we finished our bath and dinner and returned to our room. I'm going to choose a ship to buy for a while, so Ins and Felicia can relax with Rimmer. Master, I looked at the Earth Dragon today, and it looked good even with my barrier. Are you still going to buy a ship? Yes, when the Dark Elves migrate, the ship I'm buying will be able to carry them all at once. It will be safer to move. And even if the Earth Dragon can be defeated, it would take time to summon the hideaway every time. Thank you, Master. You're welcome, and hopefully, the Dark Elf Island will be a lively place. Then take care of Rimmer for me. Yes. Felicia's steps are light as she carries Rimmer in her arms on her way to Reversi. The village grows larger and larger. Felicia must be in a good mood. Well, let's choose an amphibious bus. The road was at least 3 meters wide, so it would be fine to use a large bus as planned. If we can't get through with the big bus, we can take the ad or walk. The price is 1 platinum coin. Huh? The price is so expensive that you can buy a supercar. But if it's big and amphibious, there won't be many of them, so there's nothing to be done. Yeah, let's go with this one. I heard it's called the Challenger. The color looks strange in another world, but I guess it's okay if it's disguised as a ship. This amphibious bus is called the Ranger. It doesn't feel right to name a bus, but it's being treated like a ship. I have to give it a name. I had narrowed down my choices, so it didn't take long. I joined the Reversi. I enjoy the Reversi, watch remote training, and then crawl into bed. Tomorrow we start our amphibious bus trip. I'm looking forward to it. We ate breakfast and left the hideaway. I was prepared for the presence of the Earth Dragon, but it was quiet. What, Trusan, did you buy that ship you were talking about yesterday? Alessia-san asked me with an excited look on her face. Yes, I bought it. I named it the Ranger. I will summon it now. After repatriating the hideaway, I summoned the Ranger. Yes. A colorful amphibious bus in the middle of the forest. This doesn't look good at all. https://nikes-2022/09/amphibious_bus_challenger_in_*2010-0410.jpg W equals 1400. It has a pretty picture on it. And it's big, but it's a totally magic vehicle. It looks a lot like what I've heard it looks like. Alessia-san pointed to the pictures. It can't be helped because it's used for tourism. And it appears to be a completely magic vehicle. In case you're wondering, it can run on water, so it's a ship. That means it's more awesome than any magic vehicle that has been discovered, right? Ilma-san interrupted calmly. I don't have any words to answer. Well, I have a ship disguise, and I live on the ship most of the time, so I won't be discovered. I made up some painful excuses and entered the Ranger. It's spacious. When I'm done carrying the Dark Elf, I'd like to modify it, like removing the chair, but it's indestructible. Is it possible to remove it instead of breaking it? Seems like a no-no unless you can drill holes or something. You'd have to put together a wooden frame to hold it in place or something, so it would take a craftsman to do that. There's also the hideaway, so I wouldn't have to go that far. I let the ladies, who are watching the interior with interest, sit in their seats and teach them how to use the seat belts. This will reduce the damage if the ship rolls over. For safety's sake, Rimmer is carried in In's arms. I'm afraid he might fly away if I break suddenly. As I start the Ranger, I hear the women's cheerful, charming voices. The road is not good, and it is bumpy, but it is definitely faster than walking. I guess the speed limit is about 40 kilometers per hour. I can't go any faster than that because if I hit a pothole or climb over a tree root, I'm likely to cause an accident. Even 40 kilometers per hour is 10 times faster than walking, so let's not be too greedy and be careful not to cause an accident. We made our way through the forest, the sound of the engine echoing through the air. The occasional bumps and jolts seemed to amuse the ladies, and they screamed with delight. It was like riding a roller coaster. What, Trusan? An earth dragon is following us from behind. The distance is closing. It will catch up with us. I looked in the side mirror, and sure enough, Alessia-san was right. The dragon was catching up. It's catching up to us at 40 kilometers per hour. It's amazing that it can run that fast with that huge body. I've heard that rhinos can run at 60 kilometers per hour, so maybe it's only natural that a dragon can run that fast. If it catches up with us, we will have to fight it. Open the window and attack it when it gets close to us. If you damage it, see if we can escape. It may suddenly change direction, so be careful not to fall out of the window. At my words, the ladies moved to the right side of the seat and opened the window. I could not see well in the side mirror, but it looked like the ladies were attacking. What, Trusan? It looks like our attacks only hit its legs, so it can't follow us. The distance is getting farther and farther away from us. Are we just going to keep pulling away? I can't see them, but if Alessia-san's words are correct, it looks like we can escape. If a group of earth dragons comes, there will be no problem from behind. It also seems to be alone this time, so it might be a good idea to kill it. There's no problem if it escapes, but let's try to defeat the dragon for once. I'd like to think about how to retrieve it. Right, let's take it down. After stopping the Ranger and looking behind us, the earth dragon charged at us. Even though the attack slowed down the speed of the earth dragon, it's still coming right at us. The dragon didn't even stop and ran right into the Ranger. Yes, it was déjà vu. The dragon was pushed away by the force of its own charge. This time there was no need to watch, so we all attacked the fallen dragon. My arrow hit it as well, so I guess I'll get some experience. After we all attacked at once, we watched until the dust cloud cleared. When the dust cleared, I saw a dying dragon on the ground. The battle is over. At this rate, no matter how many times the dragon surrounds us, we seem to have no problem. The problem is how to repatriate this huge body. Even if we cut it into pieces, how many rubber boats would we need? It would be a shame to throw away the hot springs, but it would also be a waste to throw away the earth dragon. Alessia-san, what materials are needed from the earth dragon? I have heard that there is no wasted material for dragons. If we venture into this forest, it will be full of materials for earth dragons. Well, if I abandon the hot springs, I have a lot of room for rubber boats, so I'll just take what I can get, and if I run out of rubber boats, I'll think about it then. We're going to the Dark Elves Island anyway, so we can refill the hot springs then. Then please cut them into pieces that will fit into the rubber boat. It would be a waste, so let's return them from one end to the other, and if there are any leftovers, we'll think of something. It took about 11 rubber boats to repatriate all the earth dragon materials that the ladies had cut up for me. We would also have trouble cashing in on the earth dragon, so what should we do? I could buy more rubber boats, but I have more than 500 rubber boats, and adding more rubber boats would be too complicated, and the number of rubber boats would increase indefinitely. Should I just buy another hideaway? Then I could take everything on board without having to cut it into pieces. What, Trusan? Shouldn't we get going? The smell of blood will attract the monsters. That's right. I can't worry about that until the rubber boat is full. Let's go. We board the Ranger and set off again. From now on, we'll ignore everything except the monsters. We can't escape and keep going. Except for the dragons charging from the front, we avoided fighting them by attacking their legs and pulling away from them. Sometimes we were trapped. Sometimes, a group of dragons came at us from the front, and we had fights with several dragons, but we had no problem defeating them. But the limit of the rubber boats is getting closer. There are also sea serpents, and I have to think about selling the monsters somewhere. If I make them into prizes for casinos, there might become popular. The problem is that there is no road to the Dark Elves village. Because dragons are living creatures, they do not always go straight ahead but often end up at a dead end or suddenly change direction, and the road goes in a completely different direction. They don't seem to knock down trees unless they find prey, and there are surprisingly few paths for the number of dragons. Well, it is easier to take an open path, and if the dragons move in a normal way, they can probably do some of their activities without knocking down trees. For some reason, the longer the path, the more likely it is that the earth dragon is out of control. I'm a little curious as to why. Sometimes they come at us as a group, and we end up on a road the size of a 4-lane highway. It must have been a big mess. If we couldn't find a road, we'd take the ad or walk, and when we got to a road, we'd switch to the ranger and keep going. Hey Felicia, the trees seem to be getting bigger the closer we get to the Dark Elf village. Is it just my imagination? No, it's not your imagination. The trees themselves have changed so much that it feels like we are in a different forest. Is that true? Are the trees different? I didn't notice because I'm not interested in trees and things like that, but even without looking closely, the leaves look different. I guess I don't pay enough attention. Hey, is there a world tree in this world? The world tree? I am sorry, but I have never heard of it. Did Master's World have a tree called the World Tree? If there are elves and dark elves in fantasy, then there should be a world tree. Felicia doesn't know about it. It seems like there might be some kind of earth dragon guarding the world tree. No, there isn't. It is a tree that appears in the stories of my world. I just thought it might be in this world. It's natural that you don't know about it, so you don't have to apologize. The world tree, huh? I wanted to take a look at it, but I felt it would be a wild thing to ask the gods about it. After 4 days on the ranger, the ad, and on foot, we should be able to see the Dark Elves village soon. It's so much faster with a vehicle, isn't it? It would be even faster if we could just go out to sea on the way back. If we decide to take the Dark Elves with us, we will not be able to use the ad, which will slow us down. The area near the Dark Elves village is a forest with large trees, each of which is quite tall. There are hardly any paths for the earth dragons, so it's likely that the trees have something to do with the Dark Elves' survival. As we carefully navigated our way through the trees on the ad, Inz, who was behind me, shouted, "Master, stop!" I quickly brought the ad to a halt. "Inz, what's wrong?" The ladies are also on the lookout with their weapons drawn. I think this is it. Maybe we're surrounded by dark elves or something. I have no idea what's going on, but the ladies surround me in a circle, keeping a watchful eye. Well, I'm on the ad, so there's no problem. We are surrounded. There is a slight atmosphere of murder, so be careful too, Master. It's called a murderous intention or presence, right? I'm also at an advanced level, but I have no idea what it means. No matter how high my level is, I still have to improve, right? I understand. After a while of being on guard, I hear a voice from somewhere. I know it's coming from up there, but I'm not sure which tree it's coming from. "You are not allowed to enter from here." "Enter, and we will attack." They are very vigilant. It's always such a challenge to even talk to them. "Ah, you are the Dark Elf, aren't you? Can you come out and talk to us?" "Why, how did you know?" Their vigilance has gone up a notch. It would be easy to say that the goddess of the forest Sama told me, but it doesn't work that way. I will have to lie, but there's nothing I can do about it. I was taught by a dark elf. "We are building a dark elf village right now, so could you please talk to us?" "With a dark elf slave?" This is the second time I've been asked this question. I'm tired of being told this from now on. From there, it's the same as last time. Felicia explains the situation on her own. Although we can't get them to lower their guard, they are willing to listen to us, at least for the moment. After several discussions, we were finally allowed to enter the village. It took us 3 days to get into the village. This village is the most like a dark elf village I have ever seen. Most of the houses are built on trees. It's a treehouse village. It's a bit exciting. I heard that even the earth dragons have a hard time knocking down the big trees around here. Moreover, since the trees are made to move from tree to tree, even if the earth dragons try their best to knock down one tree, they will move to another tree, so it will be in vain. They repeated this, showing the earth dragon that it was useless to go near those trees. If they are caught, they will be eaten, but if they climb a tree, they can escape, and since the earth dragons don't come too close, They seem to be quite safe. I don't think they will choose to migrate. Like the earth dragons, it looks like it will be useless. I hope the goddess of the forest Sama doesn't mark villages that she doesn't think will migrate. When I was quite demoralized, I found a good reason to make them move to another place. Sorry for complaining. Goddess of the forest Sama. Funds on hand, 34 gold coins, 73 silver coins, 88 copper coins. Guild account, 0 platinum, 70 gold. Savings ship, 189 platinum coins. Pepper ship, 45 ships. Charity expenses, 95 platinum coins, 70 gold coins. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 9 Chapter 10. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 3-6. Chapter 10. Return to Dark Elves Island and to Southern City. The reason why the Dark Elves decided to emigrate. This is because they are no longer able to have children. It is said that the Dark Elves have always had difficulty having children, and the last child born to them is now 82 years old. They said that everyone tried very hard, but it didn't go well, and they thought that eventually, this village would have to make a decision to either perish or leave the forest. I had heard that it's not good for the blood to get thicker. But would it make it impossible for them to have children? If we take them away, the other villagers won't be able to have children either, right? If that were the case, there would be no reason for the goddess of the forest Sama to put a mark on them, right? The current number of villagers is 36. If the decision is made to migrate, it will be a bit difficult to use the ranger, but if I summon 3 adds and have them ride with Girasol, it should be no problem. It took us 3 more days to get that much out of them, showing them the ship, telling them Felicia's story, feeding them delicious food, and we worked pretty hard. We managed to get them to agree to migrate. The wood in this village seemed to be of good quality, and they decided to dismantle the house and load it onto the hideaway. The trees seemed to be quite strong, as even the earth dragons have a hard time knocking them down. It took 5 days to dismantle and load the tree house. It was surprisingly fast since the structure was so simple. In between, we also did an evacuation drill on foot. We just practiced getting to the hideaway quickly. It took us 6 days to get to the coast without any problems. Until we got here, we just walked, killed earth dragons, rode the ranger, and stayed at the hideaway. Some of the men stayed on the ranger because of the large number of people. Once there was an ancient dragon, but I couldn't tell the difference, except that it was larger and more austere in color, and I finally realized it was an ancient dragon when it used earth magic. It would have been dangerous if the magic was used on the ranger and it overturned, so Girasol ran around it on the ad and attacked it while looking away and defeated it. What can I say? It seems less romantic. It's nice to be safe, but I feel like ancient dragons are a final boss class. Sure, compared to earth dragons, it's by far the toughest and smartest, and it attacks with a lot of thought, but when its defense is nearly invincible, it doesn't stand a chance no matter how hard it tries. Boarding rejection is a real cheat. The ancient dragon also used earth magic against it. The ancient dragon also showed a much greater variety of attacks than the earth dragon, such as using earth magic and concentrating on one person, but it seems incapable of responding when it is attacked from 3 directions without regard to its defenses. The ancient dragon was wise enough to decide to retreat as soon as the battle began. Although it was unable to escape because it was surrounded by Girasol, it seemed to be looking for an opportunity to escape, trying various strategies until the moment it was defeated. Well, I think it's a bad idea to attack something you don't know. The Dark Elves seemed to find the sight of an earth dragon being so easily defeated unusual, and they were a bit frightened. I just moved the ranger. I repatriated a number of earth dragons, and I was able to escape the earth dragon forest just in time without having to buy an extra rubber boat. I chose the stronghold as the ship to go to the Dark Elves Island. Luxury liners don't take people from other villages. Somehow I decided against it. If the Dark Elves Island becomes nice, it might be fun to invite them on the luxury liner and make a lot of noise. I'll think about it. Anyway, we'll go out to sea and set the autopilot on the Dark Elves Island. Then we can just relax and enjoy the stronghold. The Dark Elves are amazed and enjoy the scenery, facilities, and food they have never seen before. I'm glad to hear that the ship is being well received. Perhaps I should invite the Dark Elves from the island next time. The ladies and Rimo and the others were in good spirits as if they hadn't had an adventure in a long time. I guess they are the kind of people who get their strength from adventures. I'm the kind of person who just gets tired. We change from the stronghold to the Seeker and land on the Dark Elves Island. The Dark Elves gather on the deck, curious about their new home. I called the village chief, who had come to meet us. Hello, village chief San. I brought all the Dark Elves with me. Is everything okay? Hello, Wataru-san. Yes, of course, you are welcome. Everyone is happy to have more friends, and they are working hard to get ready. However, we didn't finish the house in time, so it looks like they'll have to live in tents for a while. Well, some of us are moving to the hot spring village, so I don't think it will take that long. I see, I brought some wood from my former village, so maybe we can build a house a little faster. Oh, that would be very helpful. I introduce the chief of the village in the Earth Dragon Forest to the chief of the Dark Elf Island. The others disembark, and I lead them to the village on the hill. Since it's not appropriate for the two of you to talk here, why don't you go to the village? The chiefs of the two villages talk excitedly about their roots and hardships. Is it a good way to comfort each other about their hardships from the first meeting? Yes, indeed. Well, let me show you around. They go to the village on the hill and are sorted into empty houses and tents. I summoned the hideaway and unloaded the villagers' luggage and wood. Felicia helps Cecilia-san. We finished our work after taking out all the wood, luggage, and food. Village Chief San, by the way, how are the hot springs coming along? Ah, the vice chief is very eager to do it. As soon as he came back, he left with his staff. You know, the women of the village have high expectations, so I think the progress will be fast. I am sorry, but the mine will come after that. I see. If you took it easy, you would probably leave without a place to stay. That puts a lot of pressure on you, doesn't it? The mine can wait until later, so please take your time. The women in the village were also eager for the hot springs, and if we didn't do it right, the rest would be scary. I should probably give them shampoo, conditioner, and body soap as well. Thank you very much. My wife talks about the hot springs a lot, too, so it's a lot of work. Cecilia-san was about to leave as well. The one under the most pressure is probably the village chief. Ha ha ha, we need the vice chief to do his best. Oh, village chief San, we will be moving to the southern city soon. Can I leave the rest to you? Of course, but are you in a hurry? Yes, I have some things to do, so I thought I would act quickly. We also need to build the orphanage and collect materials and workers for the construction. We also need to gather personnel for the orphanage and the opening of the luxury liner. I need people for that as well. I should also gather people in the southern city. I see, then I can't keep you here. Please come again. Yes, I'm sorry to leave it up to you, but I'll just bring them here. We will have a banquet when things settle down. I decline for a send-off of the village chief and the others and return to the Seeker, and set the autopilot for the southern city. We have a lot of work to do, so let's get it all done before we arrive in the southern city. We switched to the Lotto and entered the southern city, heading for the Merchants Guild. Hello, Camille-san. Ara, hello, Wataru-san. Is everything ready yet? No. It looks like it will take a while. I am here today to discuss business, and I wanted to ask Camille-san to make arrangements for me. I see. I will show you to the back room. Also, I have collected the payment for the pepper, so I will give it to you. Thank you very much. I was led to the back room and waited for Camille-san while drinking tea. Sorry to keep you waiting, Wataru-san. Here are the 900 platinum coins for the pepper. I wondered if it was so easy to get such a large amount of platinum coins if the pepper could be sold wholesale in such large quantities. It's a fool's errand, but it makes me feel foolish because I'm afraid of being noticed. However, if I got carried away, I would be stuck before I could get the luxury liner. Maybe now's as good a time as any. Getting carried away won't do me any good. Thank you very much. So, Wataru-san, what do you want me to arrange? Let's see. I want to build a large orphanage in Cagliari, in the Kingdom of Brescia, but the Kingdom of Brescia is short of materials and workers due to the war. So I am thinking of using the Major's ship to transport a large amount of materials and workers. Therefore, I would like to ask you to arrange for the materials and workers to be brought to Brescia. It may be difficult to get the workers. The city of Cagliari is under the direct control of the royal family and is the headquarters of the navy, so I don't think they would like to have a large number of workers from another country come to do the construction. I see. We're certainly not doing anything suspicious. But I'm still worried about the kingdom of Brescia. The mage is involved. And all I can do is wait until things settle down, right? What, Trusan? The shortage of materials in the kingdom of Brescia has been rumored in the southern city as well. But it is very difficult to transport large amounts of heavy materials, and only neighboring countries can afford it, so even the kingdom of Brescia seems to be having a hard time. If it is possible to borrow Mage Sama's help, we might be able to transport a large amount of materials, and in return, we might be able to borrow human resources. Even if we can't borrow the workers, we can still sell the materials at twice the price. I didn't realize that. We can sell them for at least double the price, and we may be able to make the kingdom of Brescia, which is short of materials, owe us a favor. They would be happy if we could send the materials to the naval headquarters. I should fill 2 ferries and go there. However, it would be embarrassing for both of us to blatantly call the mage, even though I've told her that I'm the mage. Then let's go in that direction, please. Since the orphanage is being built at the request of the mage, I can ask for the 2 huge ships that appeared in Lucca. They can carry a lot of material, but how long will it take? The orphanage is made of stone, right? Yes, we intend to build a large, sturdy orphanage. How much can the ship hold? If you ask me how much, there's no problem with overloading because the ship won't capsize. In Japan, that would be a crime. Well, I don't know, so could you collect materials for 20 platinum coins? 20 platinum coins? Materials are not that expensive, so that would be quite a lot. Do you want me to collect high-end materials? We don't need high-end materials. The more, the better. Huh? Is it better to secure high-end items so that we can sell our favors to the higher-ups? Would collecting high-quality materials be a better way to curry favor with the higher-ups? I think there is a demand for high-quality materials, but I think that in the city of Cagliari, common materials that are easy to use would be more appreciated. Is that so? I think it would not be surprising if they used high-end materials since it is the naval headquarters of the kingdom of Brescia. But I wonder if it is because common materials are less likely to be resented by the people around them or something like that. Then please use common materials. If we can't carry enough, we'll go back and forth, so that's not a problem. 20 platinum coins worth of materials will be enough to build a large orphanage and collect materials to sell, right? As long as the orphanage is not like a castle, I think it will be enough. An orphanage like a castle. It seems safe in a way, but I am sure people will complain about it. I understand. Then please do it. When the materials are collected to some extent, I will go to pick them up. It is a huge ship, so it can only dock at a place far from the port. Can you bring them to us by ship? It will cost you. Is that okay? Yes, but I want 20 platinum coins worth of materials, so please charge me separately. After discussing the details, it seemed that it would take about a month to collect 20 platinum coins worth of materials. In the meantime, I decided to ask her to buy the remaining pepper as well. After I sell 45 rubber boats of pepper tomorrow morning, I will have no pepper left. Should I go back to the southern continent to buy more pepper? That depends on the price of the new luxury liner. If I have enough money left over, I will just do it in my spare time. Let's start looking for a new luxury liner tonight. I'll talk to Camille-san about personnel. When we open the luxury liner, we will basically run the front with Saparabi and have slaves work in the cook shop and spa because the slaves will have better skills. The other issue is ticket sales. When the bigwigs come in, they're going to be selfish anyway, and I want to have someone who can handle that. When I told Camille-san about this, she said she had an idea. So I asked her to bring it to me. She said it might be difficult to get him to come because he would have to sign a contract, but I would expect Camille-san to be able to handle it. We had a quick chat and went back to the lotto. Anyway, after I close the deal tomorrow, I'll have a month off. I can either buy a luxury liner and enjoy it, or I can find the Dark Elves to migrate to the island. If I take the Dark Elves in the row, the Dark Elves on the island will have a hard time. Should I just relax and enjoy the luxury liner? Funds on hand, 34 gold coins, 68 silver coins, 51 copper coins. Guild account, 0 platinum, 70 gold. Savings ship, 1089 platinum coins. Pepper ship, 45 ships. Charity expenses, 95 platinum coins, 70 gold coins. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 9 Chapter 11. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 4-6. Chapter 11. Casual and Luxury Class. After I finished talking with Camille-san, I returned to the Lotto. Tomorrow morning I'm going to wholesale the rest of the pepper, so should I go out to sea now and transfer to the Seeker? No, there is still time. After giving some food to the Dark Elves on the island, it would be better to stock up on regular food. Let's have the ladies go out and buy some. I gave them 1 gold coin and asked Girasol, Inz, Felicia, and Rimu to do the shopping. If we're going to build an orphanage or something, we'd better stock up on food. Come to think of it, I've heard there's a shortage of materials, but will the food be okay? I should ask Camille-san tomorrow. After sending the ladies off, I sit on the sofa in the living room and choose a luxury liner. It's hard to decide, isn't it? I was thinking of buying a Japanese luxury liner next, but if I'm going to open the castle, I feel that the next one I buy should also have a strong entertainment factor. I'm interested in Norwegian epic, Freedom of the Seas, and Carnival Dream. Freedom of the Seas is owned by the same company as Castle, so that gives me a sense of security, but I'm not so sure about the originality factor. I'm attracted to the water slides, but I don't think any of the content of the luxury liner is very different from that of the castle. There is a luxury liner that is owned by a company with a world-famous character, but I don't want to go on it because I'm afraid it will make the other world angry as well. T/N, I think it's Queen Elizabeth. The food is from a different restaurant, so I'm sure it tastes different, but class-wise, it's casual and the same, so maybe next time I should choose a premium or luxury class. It's hard for me to decide. The luxury class seems to have higher quality food and looks delicious. I'm also interested in the Queen Mary too because of its many dishes, but the description says that the Crystal Serenity has good food. They seem to focus on Japanese cuisine in particular. It is not as comfortable and enjoyable as the castle, but everything seems to have a high-quality atmosphere, and the service seems to be of high quality. The only thing I'm concerned about is that a ship like this needs to be sold on the fact that the staff is top-notch, and I wonder if Saparabi will be able to do the job. If they can do a minimum of luxury class work, I think it's possible, but I don't think they can do it with that much skill. I think it's a ship that would work best if you hired someone to do the job. Well, what to do? I think a casual ship would be a safe bet if I were to live on one. But I'm also curious about the world of the very best, which I've only seen on TV. Should I go for the premium class, which is a little more casual and has a slightly more upscale image? I'm at a loss for words. Let's see what the ladies have to say. After a while, the women return with their luggage. They will bring back what they can't carry. The luggage is delivered one by one and is repatriated on the rubber boat. I'll talk about the luxury liner later. After all the luggage has been repatriated, we leave the port and head for the open sea. We have a deal tomorrow, so we will transfer to the Seeker and relax in the living room. It's time to talk about the luxury liner. Girls, I'm thinking about buying a new luxury liner, but I can't decide between 2 different ones. Could you give me your opinion? Oh, you mentioned buying another luxury liner. What are you worried about? Alessia-san, this is a good question. No, it's a natural question. The ladies listen with interest. Since I'm planning to open the castle, I'm wondering if I should buy another ship like it. I'm torn between buying a smaller but more service-oriented class of luxury cruise ship. I think you would like to buy a different kind of luxury liner anyway. But what's wrong with the smaller one? Well, the smaller ones are more classy. They put a lot of effort into food and service, so it seems like you have to hire people to get the best performance. It's a luxury liner that focuses on that, so if things are done halfway, it could spoil all the goodness. Oh, I suppose if you keep summoning it, it won't be a problem. But if you hire people, it will make it harder to repatriate it. I'll cook at the restaurant if you appoint me. I would be very interested in things that involve cooking. Claretta-san raised her hand. I'm sure she would be able to combine her original cooking skills and make something of a higher quality than the food being served now. The quality of the food that is currently being served is high, but for some reason, it tastes better when it is prepared by a human. There was no mention of the food that comes out at the moment getting worse, but if the cook is good, the quality of the food will exceed that of the original. When Claretta-san cooks for us, I look forward to the meal. I'll do my best. Claretta-san is on fire, isn't she? I'm sure she'll make a delicious meal for us. Hey, what Trusan, are there any other services on that ship that you need personnel for? Alessia-san asked me. Well, I think the overall quality of the general staff is high, so if I were to say we need them overall, I would say we do. If I had to say anything specific, the spa looked pretty good, so it seems like it would be better to have someone there. Other than that, I can't think of anything else right now. Can Saparabi give private lessons as a professional golfer or something like that? There's no golf course, to begin with, so there's no need for that. And when it comes to Saparabi, they're not professional golfers, are they? If it's a spa, I'll do it. I'm used to it, having been appointed several times on the castle. So Ilma-san will do it? When I let Ilma-san do the treatment, I feel embarrassed because different parts of my body get hard. She laughs it off, but it's almost every time. Well, it's too late for that. But I wonder what it would be like to have a luxury liner run by a group of friends. What Trusan, are you going to keep the castle open all the time? Wouldn't it be better to have a different kind if you could change it from time to time? I see what you mean, Dorothea-san, but it's a hassle. I've thought about changing ships too, but I think it would be too much trouble to go and change them. And if there are guests, it's hard to change ships in the middle of a trip, so it's going to be more of a hassle. The castle will become very popular in my mind, and I foresee a situation where there will be no break in the number of customers. If it becomes very popular, the god of gastronomy Sama will be pleased. As for the god of entertainment Sama, I think it's right not to get involved, so let's forget about it. I thought if you wanted to check on the orphanage or something, you could change if the timing was right. I wasn't thinking about the guests. It would be inconvenient to go all the way to Cagliari to change ships, but if we go to the orphanage to check on them, it would be possible when there are few customers. If we make a holiday and have a day when there are no customers on the ship, I think it would be easier to change. If the holidays were spread out, it would be hard on the people who live there, so if the last 3 days of the month were holidays, it might not be a problem. I'm sure Camille-san will let the employees take their days off individually, and it would be fine if we stipulated that the ship could be changed after the 3-day holiday. But what Trusan, if the castle is replaced by a smaller luxury liner, won't there be a difference in the number of people who can stay aboard? Ah, you are right, Alessia-san. We have to specify that the number of people who can stay on the ship will be different. Will there be a problem? The castle has a capacity of 5,000 passengers, while the smaller luxury liner has a capacity of 1,000. Even if everyone wanted to stay on the ship, not everyone could. If the castle is full and everyone wants to stay on the next luxury liner, then 4,000 people will not be able to stay. Should I buy a bigger luxury liner? But it says that the good thing about the luxury class is the smaller size and more usable square footage per person. It's still not good enough to suddenly accommodate 4,000 people. The people who would come to stay on a luxury liner are probably rich. It would make a hole in Camille-san's stomach. If 4,000 people stay overnight all the time, there will always be people overflowing. Won't that be a problem? After a 3-day vacation, if they could stay on another ship, there would be a lot of people who would stay. I wonder if I'm overestimating the luxury liner. It's going to be a problem. Is it safer to stop? Can't you just buy both? Carla-san asked me while munching on her snacks. I guess she means, why not just buy both casual class and luxury class? As Carla-san said, it would be good if I bought both. But I hesitate because I think it would be a waste to buy 2 ships, especially since the bigger ones are so expensive. The ladies seemed to agree and nodded. They saw that I had put in so many platinum coins. In terms of income, I can buy one if I work a little harder, but the money from buying a luxury liner will go to the charity's expenses. I really don't want to make a big purchase. Big ships go up in price. Casual ships are often large, so it is common for a nice luxury liner to cost over 1,000 platinum. The Crystal Serenity costs 350 platinum. So it's still easily affordable. In total, it's more than 200 billion Japanese yen, and I have to think about the charity work. I feel dizzy. Maybe the god of commerce Sama tied me up with the charity business to tie me down. I can't say that I'm overthinking it, but if I didn't have the charity bondage, I feel like I would have made as much money as I could and bought as many boats as I could afford. If that happened, the god of commerce Sama would be in a lot of trouble. I'd like to question him if I had the chance. but it seems that going against the gods would do me no good. Especially the gods of this world tend to think with their emotions. Creator God Sama seems to move according to his mood, so if he's in a bad mood, you can't really predict what will happen. If it's too hard to buy 2 ships at once, you should buy the one you really want. You have time, so you should think about it instead of rushing. You're right. I'll take my time and think about it, just like Alessia-san said. After chatting for a while and having dinner, we returned to our room. Master, are you still thinking about that? I don't think it's a good idea to overthink things. I know, but both have their advantages and disadvantages, so I can't decide. Which do you prefer, Ins? I think my heart is leaning towards the Crystal Serenity. They take pride in their food, and they have authentic Japanese food. The food is good, which is a big plus. As for me, I'm more interested in a smaller luxury liner, something I've never experienced before. I see. What about you, Felicia? Which one do you prefer? Me? I'm more than happy if it's comfortable. Felicia, we're the only ones on the small luxury liner, so there won't be any cramped spaces. But wouldn't it be a little uncomfortable if Saparabi-chan seemed to be stiff as well? What do you have in mind, Felicia? Felicia, if it were the staff of a luxury liner, they might be polite, but I don't think they would be stiff. Their job is to entertain guests. Besides, the deformed horned rabbit with a sharp and stiff atmosphere would probably create an atmosphere with no tension or anything like that. Then I would prefer a small luxury liner. That's an easy change of mind. She didn't like the stiff-looking Saparabi that much, did she? I was told that they didn't hold a grudge against me because they were going to heaven, but it was awkward since I was the one who had slaughtered them. All right, I'll take In's and Felicia's opinions into consideration as well. I'm tired of worrying today, so let's go to bed. Wataru, practice. Oh, that's right. Let's practice. Oh no. I forgot the recent routine. I will watch Rimu's practice carefully. He is flying around so freely these days that I wonder if he needs to practice. Well, it doesn't matter because he's cute. I play with Rimu as much as I want and fall asleep with Ins and Felicia. The next morning, at the usual place, I wholesale 45 rubber boats of pepper to Camille-san, and we part ways. Actually, I'd like to at least have a chat with her, but it's a secret deal, so we have to part ways quickly. After the deal is done, we're back on the open sea, this time to summon a luxury liner. 2 months have passed, and I have to go to church and set up a schedule with Creator God Sama. I'm getting nervous. I think I can handle a date with the goddess of the forest Sama and a near waxing since I've made the migration a success. I wonder if the reward from the god of gastronomy Sama will come after I open the luxury liner. I'll check on that, too, if possible. After reaching the open sea, we go further in order to take precautions and summon the castle. Let's meet the gods for now. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 9 Chapter 12. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 5-6. Chapter 12. Divine Realm and Ship Purchase. After the transaction with Camille-san, we went out to sea and transferred to the luxury liner. Well, I'm off to church, so you can all go. Ins, Felicia, please take care of Rimu for me. Wataru-san, I'm going to church too, so I'll join you. I leave Rimu with Ins and Felicia and go to the church with Claretta-san. Wataru-san, have you decided what kind of luxury liner you are going to buy? At the moment, I'm thinking of buying a small luxury liner. It's a ship that focuses on the cuisine of my hometown, and I'd like Claretta-san to know about it, because the Japanese food on the castle was not what I expected. The ship I am thinking of buying has a restaurant that is mainly run by Japanese chefs, so it should be fine. Fufu. I'll do my best to learn it. We arrived at the church after talking about the characteristics of Japanese cuisine and about the gods. It is difficult to tell the truth about the gods, so it is a little difficult to end the conversation with a cover-up so that there are no lies. I entered the church and kneeled before the statues of the gods as I always do. When I open my eyes, I see the Creator God Sama. I've gotten used to being called to the divine realm, haven't I? It's hard to get used to, and it doesn't seem to do me any good. If it weren't for the goddesses, I'd probably leave the church. Wataru-kun, what's with your strange face? It's not a strange face, it's a desperate face. No, it's nothing. It's been a long time, Creator God Sama, God of Light Sama. Yes, It's been a long time. Is it okay if we make an appointment to play on a luxury liner next time? Yes. I came to ask you since I can afford it. When would you like to go? Yes, I'm fine right now, but God of Light, when would be a good for you? This time, the gods who couldn't come last time also want to attend, so I would like to bring about 500 people. I've already made some selections, but I need some time. How about in 5 days? 5 days is not a problem. I will prepare 500 tickets. The deadline is the same as last time, 3 days, right? Yes, please take care of it. Oh, wait a minute. I would like to have more days to play. Please, Wataru-kun. It's not good. I'm having trouble even with 3 days, and more days will make it even more difficult. I'm sorry, Creator God Sama, but I'm very nervous about meeting the gods, so please make it 3 days. You're not that nervous, are you? Even though you looked like you were having a good time seeing the goddesses. It was fun. It was fun, but it was definitely nerve-wracking. The longer you stay, the more likely there will be trouble. I want you to give me a break. The goddesses were there to help me get through the 3 days. Creator God Sama knows that I have a weak mind, right? My mind can't take it. Is that so? Can't you handle it for a while? No. Creator God Sama, you can't go on like this. If you are too selfish, he will refuse you if you want to visit the luxury liner. If that happens, you will have to take the complaints of the gods who are looking forward to it. I understand. I'm sorry, Wataru-kun, 3 days will be enough, so please don't refuse me. He immediately gave up. He received so many complaints. The reason he originally asked me to be active was because the God of War Sama and the others had complained about me. 3 days will be enough. I'll make sure to prepare well. When I told the God of Light Sama and the Creator God Sama that I would return soon, he brought up another topic. Hey, Wataru-kun, you're going to buy a new luxury liner, right? I'm going to put the statues of the gods on it. As long as the God of Light Sama doesn't have a problem with it, I'm okay with it. I don't really care if there is a sanctuary or not. If it's discovered, I can just seal it off, and it won't matter much. Without sanctuaries, the gods can't visit. Which is easy, but it also creates the dilemma of not being able to see the God of Light Sama, the God of Gastronomy Sama, and the Goddess of the Forest Sama. I don't like to add too many sanctuaries, but in the case of your ship, the sanctuary was allowed to be built at the strong request of the gods. I would like to ask a favor of you if you don't mind. A strong request from the gods, you say? Is that so popular? The God of Light Sama must have been told something strong because she looks a little worried. How is it? If it's something difficult, it will be a problem for me. It is not difficult. You just have to hide the fact that there is a sanctuary. It would be bad if word got out that there were more sanctuaries. I originally planned to hide it, so if that's the extent of the problem, there's no problem. Thank you very much. Since it is not usually possible to go down to the lower world casually, the gods look forward to it. The last time we went on a luxury liner, it was so well received that more and more people wanted to go. The God of Light Sama smiles in annoyance. I guess there is word of mouth even among the gods. It seems that the popularity has been ignited. I see. I'm happy if I can repay Creator God Sama a little since I originally received this ability from Creator God Sama. That's great. You are wonderful, aren't you, Wataru-kun? The gods who benefit from me are always complaining. But you understand who gave you the power. I wish the gods would learn from you. Wataru-kun, why don't you make a speech to the gods next time? All you have to do is tell them how you feel about me. I don't think that Creator God Sama is the least bit aware that I am in trouble. When I give a lecture, I list all the things that are troubling me, but he seems to think that he's going to be completely praised. If I agree to do it because I think it's a joke, there's a possibility that Creator God Sama will actually do it. I should say number. If I gave a lecture in front of the gods, I would be so scared that my heart would stop. Don't worry. You will only be a soul, so your heart will not stop. Creator God Sama, that's not the point. Creator God Sama, even if Wataru-san gave a lecture, it would only transfer the evil deeds of Creator God Sama to Wataru-san. Why? There are no evil deeds. There are many gods who are in trouble just because Creator God Sama seems to think so. If Wataru-san gives a lecture praising Creator God Sama, they will try to wake him up and refute him by telling him what has happened so far. It is useless to do that because it will only make things worse. Creator God Sama sulked as he mumbled something about how that wasn't true. I'm impressed that he has the mentality to clearly say that there is no such thing as evil deeds, even though he created a demon king. From what I've heard, God of Light Sama, will you come to the new luxury liner that I'm going to buy? No, it seems that there will be fewer opportunities to go on the ship that will be open to the public in the future, so please go on the same ship as last time. I didn't get a chance to enjoy everything on the castle. Well, it was only for 3 days. You will still be able to enjoy the castle. Even though I'm having a lot of fun, I'm not enjoying it at all. I feel like I'm going to get into trouble just by being here. I'll have to lift the sulking Creator God Sama's mood and bring him back to normal. I feel a little uneasy about Creator God Sama, who revives easily when I praise him. When I open my eyes, I see the statues of the gods in front of me. I'm back. I call Claretta-san, who is about to get up and start cleaning. I come back in an instant, so it doesn't feel quite right. Does it? Claretta-san, I've finished praying, so I'll talk to you during dinner. I'll let the other members know. Where would you like to eat? Oh, well, I'd like to have pizza. If there is nothing else you would like to eat, please suggest a pizza place. I understand. I left Claretta-san and went back to my room. Ins, Felicia, and Rimmer haven't come back yet. I guess I'm too early because I just came back right after going to church. Since I have time, I should buy the luxury liner. Crystal Serenity is my first choice, but I'll look for other options. If I had to worry about it, I could just buy Asuka too. Or I could buy both ships, but I'd rather enjoy one of them and buy the next one anyway. This time I'm going to buy the Crystal Serenity. I am interested in the luxury class. If I decide to buy one, I should buy it right away. If I give it some time, I'll worry about it again. I summon a savings ship and take out 350 platinum coins. One by one, I put the platinum coins into the slot. Now that I can meet Creator God Sama, should I ask him to change this annoying system? No, I shouldn't overdo it. God can be a little rough. When I think about it, asking the God of Gastronomy Sama to give me a lap pillow is a bit foolhardy, isn't it? That went well because Creator God Sama was the one who initiated the conversation, but one wrong move and it could have been disastrous. It was thanks to Creator God Sama that I was able to get the earwax on the lap of the Goddess of Gastronomy Sama and the Goddess of the Forest Sama. Next time, I'll pray to him firmly. It's no use telling him directly because that would cause a fuss. I finish inserting the 350 platinum coins and press the buy button. Yes, it's on the purchase page. Now all I have to do is choose a name. I can't think of a good name. I'm limited to Chris because of the name of the ship and Lux because of the luxury class. I think I'll just go with Chris. Master, we're back. Oh, Ins, Felicia, Rimmer, welcome back. I hugged Rimmer, who jumped into my arms. He's so cute. Rimmer, what did you eat? Donuts. You ate a donut. Was it good? Delicious. I see. That's good. Did you thank Ins and Felicia? I did. I asked in the heat of the moment, but Ins and Felicia didn't understand Rimmer's intentions. I wonder what happened. I am a little curious. Can you show me how you thanked them? Yes. With that, Rimmer bounced up and down, went over to Ins, and climbed onto her shoulder. He rubs Ins' cheek. When he's done, he goes over to Felicia and does the same. I see. That's how he thanks them. Ins and Felicia also heard me and were surprised that it was a thank you. I guess it can't be helped. It just looked like he was playing with them. But I think it's a way of saying thank you because it heals me too. Ins and Felicia also smile and pat Rimmer. After playing with Rimmer for a while, Felicia calls out to me. Master, Claretta-san said we will meet at the pizza place for dinner. Yes, I understand. Thank you. So, what was Master doing? Well, I bought a new luxury liner. You already bought one. Which one did you buy? I bought the smaller one with better service. We'll talk about it over dinner at the pizza place, and the unveiling will be tomorrow. Was it a mistake to decide where to have dinner first? Maybe it was a good thing because if I had told them about the new luxury liner, they would have spent a lot of time asking me about the gods. I was probably too busy showing them around the ship. We relaxed until dinner time, talking about the features of the new luxury liner, and then we went to the pizza place. When I walked in, everyone was sitting down. I guess I kept them waiting. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. That's okay. So, after you go to the church, you want to talk to us about something that has to do with the gods? Yes, you're right, Alessia-san. Well, let's just eat, and then we'll talk. Looking at Claretta-san, she seems to be one step ahead of all the excitement. There's a chance we won't have dinner until later. She loves the gods so much, and I think it's possible to get her to meet them if I ask the gods when they descend. I'm afraid that if I let her meet them, she'll say she'll serve the gods for the rest of her life or something like that. I can't stand the thought of her beautiful chest being dedicated to the gods. Well, let's eat before we talk. Alessia-san also smiled bitterly when she saw what I was about to say from the way I looked at her. We ordered a variety of pizzas and ate them, taking what we wanted. It's convenient that even when we order a large quantity, there's never a surplus because of the gluttonous quartet. However, if we're not careful, the food we want to eat gets flattened before we get a chance to eat it. It's not curry, but the gluttonous quartet makes pizza look like a drink. Funds on hand: 32 gold coins, 69 silver coins, 78 copper coins. Guild account: 0 platinum, 70 gold. Savings ship: 739 platinum coins. Pepper ship: 0 ship. Charity expenses: 95 platinum, 70 gold coins. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 13. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 6-6. Chapter 13, The Chris and the Grand Gala Buffet. After a hearty meal of pizza, we start talking. Let's see, what do we want to talk about again? Start with the gods thing. Well, I guess it's time to start talking. Yeah. Okay, Alessia-san replies on behalf of the group. Well, first of all, the gods are supposed to come to the castle in 5 days, so we'll be changing ships in 4 days. Fufu, you're talking about the gods visiting like it's a normal thing. My mind understands it, but my emotions can't keep up. I understand what you mean, Alessia-san. I've never heard of a god descending to this world, either. In Japan, it's at the level where people worry about their heads. Even in this world, where people are more accepting of the gods because there are actual contracts with the gods, there seem to be very few stories of gods descending, even in the records. It's amazing, isn't it? Well, I've met them too, but I feel nothing but unease. I know the feeling. So we should just move on in 4 days, right? Is there anything else? Yes, there is something else. I bought a luxury liner, and I'm going to show it off tomorrow. I see. I'd like to hear all the details, but if you show us tomorrow, I'll put up with it. It's more fun when you don't know anything. The other members nodded. I'll show them the Chris tomorrow and explain everything. I'm a little disappointed because I wanted to tell them everything now. I understand and look forward to it. I wanted to talk a lot more, but the conversation just ended. I hadn't expected that. I went back to my room, watched Rima's training, and went to sleep. In the morning, I had breakfast in the main dining room of the castle and went out on deck before summoning the Chris. A magic circle of light floated up, and the Chris appeared before us. https://nikestranslation/home.wordpress.com/2022/09/11.jpg. What, Trusan, you said it was small, didn't you? Yes, I said that. It still seems very big, doesn't it? I understand what Alessia-san is trying to say. Even a ship like this would be considered small in the luxury liner category, I guess. A 250-meter-long ship is small? The luxury liner is amazing, isn't it? Yes, that means it's small in the luxury liner category, I guess. Compared to the castle, it's small, right? Well, maybe so. But isn't it strange that a ship of this size is small? As a matter of fact, it is twice the size of the largest class of magic ships in this world. Thinking about the castle, why do people need such a big ship for entertainment at sea? Is it because of a man's romance or something like that? Yeah, I think it's crazy. Well, I don't really understand it either, so just assume it's something like that. It's a ship in Watru-san's world, isn't it? Don't you understand? I don't quite understand either. To be honest, a luxury liner has nothing to do with ordinary college students. I didn't ask for the ability to summon a ship, and it was given to me just because my name sounded vaguely like the ocean. I don't like it when people say that. That's why. Huh? I don't know why. I don't want you to look at me like that. But this is such an amazing ship. How come you don't know about it? No, I don't know how to describe it. I knew it existed, but I didn't know about it. Unless you've had a chance to board one, you don't know much about it, do you? Can Alessia-san and the others tell me more about the magic vehicle? Oh, that's what you mean. I know about the magic vehicle too, but I don't know much about it. That's what I meant. After we somehow ended the conversation, I turned my attention back to the Chris. I decided to get in anyway and then jump on the magic circle, reminding myself to go to the lobby with the resummoning. The atmosphere is so different from the castle. It's kind of serene, or shiny, yet elegant. Alessia-san's mouth is half open, and she looks a little silly. I named this luxury liner the Chris. This is the lobby. I think it's classy because it's one of the top luxury liners in the world. Let's take a look around the ship, with Saparabi stationed here and there. I led the scurrying ladies on a tour of the ship. We will tour main dining room, the Asian restaurant, the Italian restaurant, the Japanese restaurant, the sushi bar, the bistro, the theater, the tennis court, the swimming pool, the gym, the spa, the cafe, the bar, the disco, the golf course, the library, and various other places. While placing Saparabi, the summoned Saparabi are somewhat sharp and elegant. Is it the influence of the luxury class? I also checked the church, where the statues of creator god Sama and the other gods are well placed. If I pray now, I'll probably be called and told a lot of things, so I'd better not. The room we will be using is the Crystal Penthouse, which is also luxurious. This room is also furnished in a luxurious but quiet atmosphere, and the king-size bed is an eye-catcher. This is something to look forward to at night. I was a little disappointed with the bath, as it looked like a regular bathtub, but I could see a vent inside, so I guess it is a jacuzzi. I've never had a jacuzzi this size, so I'm looking forward to it. The balcony, the living room, and, all in all, the room looks seamless and comfortable. Girasol has penthouse suites and penthouses. I toured that one, too, and it's still a nice room. We finished looking at the rooms. How did you like it? Yes, I like it. I think the castle is more pleasant, but the Chris has a certain elegance to it. I see what you mean, Alessia-san. The castle is great, of course, but I got the impression it was all about having fun. The Chris is a ship for enjoying a leisurely and elegant cruise. It's interesting how different our impressions are of the same luxury liner. Alessia-san and Dorothea-san also seem to have a good impression of the Chris. Marina-san seems to be busy checking the passageways of the Chris. She moves quickly and checks the place. Is this a habit of the scouts? Fu-chan on her head also seems to be enjoying her fast movements. Ilma-san's hands are waving as she looks at the spa facilities and beauty products. It's kind of motivating, isn't it? Can she give me a massage with those waxy hands? It's definitely going to be hard. Carla-san seems lost in the grand gala buffet she saw in the crystal dining room, and her memory of the ship seems a bit fuzzy. I promised her we'd have lunch in the crystal dining room today and went back to show her around the ship, but from the looks of her, I can't imagine how much she'll eat. Claretta-san was more interested in cooking, but she was also interested in the classroom, where many lessons are offered. If she gets into creative things other than stuffed toys, Claretta-san's room will become a witch hole. Of course, In's eyes lit up when she saw the casino on the Chris. I can tell she's itching to get in there. I've told her she'll be off while I lead the gods, but I wonder if she can hold out until then. After a quick tour of the ship, it was time for lunch, so we headed to the crystal dining room as promised. The grand gala buffet is held on special occasions, like a luncheon, it seems. Is today a celebration of my purchase of the Chris? I don't know. But since it's held irregularly, even on the screen, it may be out of my control. I wish I could have had it any time because the thing is so beautiful. Once inside, a variety of dishes are lined up in a small space. Each dish is beautifully decorated, and looks like a lot of work went into it. However, there is also a bold side to the dishes, such as the piles of lobster on the three-tiered trays. There are many dishes that you cannot imagine just by looking at them, which is somewhat exciting. I can't miss the roast beef and lobster. I'm also curious. They serve a lot of raw and cooked shrimp. There's a strong shrimp push. Other than that, tables decorated with intricately cut fruit, sushi, and tables full of bread, cheese, and salads. I can't count them all. I don't think I could eat all the food. As I looked at the whole place again, Carla-san spoke to me with a face like a dog that had been left alone. Come on, Watru-san, hurry up, I'm hungry. Carla-san is a beautiful woman, but in front of food, she becomes a disappointment, isn't she? Well, that's cute too. I guess so. Let's eat a lot. Yes. We choose a table to sit at, and each of us scatters to get our food. We have to eat our favorite food first. If we force ourselves to eat when we're full, we won't know how good the food really tastes. While we were walking around and taking dishes, Dorothea-san spoke to me. Hey, what True-san, that flowing thing is chocolate, isn't it? Why is it like that? Huh? Ah, chocolate fountain. You know, the 3-layer fountain with the chocolate cascading down like a waterfall, the kind you see in hotels and such. It's a dessert where you skewer the fruit and sweets around it and dip them into the flowing chocolate. They are popular because they are fun and delicious. Try it for dessert. Fufu. That sounds very fun. There are so many delicious looking dishes it's hard to keep up. And for dessert, there are cakes and donuts that I've never had before. And I can't miss the pudding. No, you don't have to worry about that. Benny-chan is jumping on her head and wants to eat as fast as possible, but she doesn't notice at all. It's rare to see Dorothea-san like this. Is she encouraged by the grand gala buffet? I take the food and let Dorothea-san worry about it. It's for me and Rimu, so it's quite a lot. I return to my seat and start eating with Rimu. I stick a fork into the halved lobster and remove the shell from the lobster meat. It may be vulgar, but I bite into the big piece of meat as it is. It's delicious. The lobster is so sweet and juicy I could eat as much as I want. It's incredible that this is all you can eat, isn't it? If I had been in Japan, I would have been worried about being able to take some home. Next, roast beef. Every time I think about it, I wonder if the meat is cooked even though it is so red. Well, I like it rare, so I don't have a problem with it. I wonder if I can call it juicy. The roast beef itself is not very flavorful, but it goes very well with the sauce, which seems to have red wine in it. It's delicious, as only a ship that puts so much effort into its cuisine can be. But I want to eat it with rice with an overflowing amount of roast beef and wasabi, and soy sauce. I think it would ruin the elegant atmosphere, so I'll hold off until I get used to the crisp. Let's enjoy the atmosphere of the ship today. More. As I basked in the afterglow of the delicious food, I was urged on by Rimu, who had eaten all of his food. He is still a fast eater. He wants more lobster and roast beef. I piled up the plate and took more omelets, sushi rolls, salads, and small bowls of food. Oh, Claretta-san, how do you like the food? Yufufufufu, it's wonderful. I was surprised on the ferry and at the castle, but I'm still thrilled to see so many dishes I didn't know. I look forward to having you appoint me to the restaurant. I look forward to working with you, Wataru-san. I'm glad you're excited. I'm looking forward to your delicious cooking. Leave it to me. I'll make sure to show you how delicious the food will be. When it comes to cooking and stuffed toys, Claretta-san's normally reserved personality changes and becomes more aggressive. Stuffing my food to the limit and rubbing my aching belly, I watch the gluttonous quartet. A different place, different food than usual, and the pace doesn't slow down at all. It looks like it will be a while yet, so the rest of us will discuss the food. Girasol, Inz, and Felicia are all quite satisfied with the food and seem to be suffering a bit from overeating. A grand gala buffet, or maybe it's a special occasion, so I'd better take my chances. Well, if I summon the Chris, Carla-san will check it out on her own, so there's no problem, right? We kept the gluttonous quartet company until they were satisfied with their meal, and then we left the crystal dining room. We thought about playing tennis next, but our stomachs were all suffering, so we went back to our respective rooms to rest. 2 hours later, when our stomachs had calmed down, we gathered again and enjoyed playing tennis. I was able to play with the ladies to some extent, thanks to the effect of my level up. However, even though I could move better than my opponents, my improved dynamic vision was focused on their bouncing breasts, and I lost all the matches. I don't think I can win forever. I was sweating from training, so I took a shower and went to the spa. I went in and appointed Ilma-san and Claretta-san to give us massages. I was as stiff as ever, but Ilma-san gently washed it off. I was also curious to get a massage from Claretta-san. In that case, Claretta-san would have been upset, and I would have been even more embarrassed, so I am satisfied with Ilma-san's massage. After Ilma-san's pleasant massage, I took a short nap. The ladies are busy checking out the new beauty products, so I'll be able to rest for a while. Good night. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 9 Chapter 14. Thanks to DH for the Kofiya and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1/4. Chapter 14. Japanese food and a little happiness. After a post-massage nap in the spa on the Chris, I was surprised to see the ladies still fiddling with some machine and doing something beauty-related. Had I not slept that much? I check my watch and see that about 2 hours have passed. I look around and see Rimu, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan jumping around. What were they doing? I waved at them, and they came closer. So cute. What were Rimu and the others doing? Talking. I see, you were talking. Did you have fun? I don't know. You don't know? It's been a while. Do you want a snack? Eat. Eat. They look so happy, jumping around. So cute. When I summon the food storage ship and take out the snacks, Kala-san is waiting next to Rimu and the others. Let's not think too much. I give the donuts to Rimu and the others and take out a can of coffee. I call the ladies. Everyone, let's move on when we're done with what you're doing. I call, and the ladies answer. Apparently, the longest time for one person is about 20 minutes. That's fine with me. I talk to Kala-san while I play with Rimu and the others. Kala-san is worried about dinner tonight. She never wavers. I want to go to a Japanese restaurant and sushi bar. After a while, the ladies gather. It's just the right time to talk about dinner. Some of them don't like raw fish, so I have to explain that there are other dishes on the menu. The ladies readily agreed. So we decided to have dinner at a Japanese restaurant and sushi bar. I had a hearty lunch, but I was already hungry. Since we had some time to kill, we went to the casino. It will be an hour and a half before dinner. Please don't get too excited, especially Alessia-san and Ins. Please be careful. Don't worry. I'm going to win. I have seen her lose, drink alcohol, and get desperate on several occasions. I would like to know the basis of Alessia-san's confidence. I'll be fine. I'll keep it down today so I can enjoy the casino on my next day off. In seems to be doing well. As long as she has a purpose, I feel better. I play a little roulette. I've discovered that when I ask Rimu to pick for me, it's pretty accurate. I think it is something to do with the fact that his luck is about twice as good as mine. I wonder if this means that if we open a luxury liner, people with high luck status will come in? I guess I should check with the creator God-sama. Huh? Creator God-sama lost money at the casino, didn't he? I'm beginning to think there's no problem. Wataru, here. Rimu likes to play numbers. I taught him how to bet on red or black, odd or even, etc., but he prefers to bet on a single point, and he's pretty good at it. And he's pretty good at guessing, even though it's supposed to be 1 in 38. Rimu is a cool gambler, but I like the cute Rimu. When I place a chip on the spot indicated by Rimu, Rimu walks over to the roulette side of the table and watches me pull away. It's so cute because he jumps up and down with delight when it hits. I spend some time playing with Rimu and leave the casino. I was worried about Alessia-san's good mood. She seemed to be in great shape. She definitely seems to have gained confidence. I hope she doesn't get hurt. The ladies, except for Alessia-san and Ins, are the type of people who only spend as much time as they can having fun, so I can rest assured that they are safe. It was just in time for dinner, so we went to a Japanese restaurant. I had read that the restaurant was overseen by a world-famous Japanese chef who was voted one of the top 10 chefs in the US. I had no idea what to expect. I had nothing but high expectations. We entered the restaurant and sat at the counter instead of a regular table. The transparent display case was lined with delicious-looking seafood. Wataru-san, why are the fish lined up? Alessia-san asks me a difficult question. Good material. I think it makes it easier to see how fresh the ingredients are and what kind of material they are made of. Probably because I've never cared about such things. Oh, so if I tell them I want this, they'll cook it for me? Yes, this time we don't have a cook, so it will appear right away. I'll have it cooked right in front of us after I appoint Claretta-san as the cook. Wataru-san, I can do it right now, Claretta-san says happily. I guess she's interested in what kind of food I can cook. Claretta-san, after you've eaten, I'll ask you to do this. Please enjoy it without any knowledge this time. You see, I didn't designate the Japanese cuisine restaurant in the castle for Claretta-san. I don't have a problem with Japanese cuisine, but I'm afraid her knowledge might be biased if she learns teppanyaki first, where the performance is flashy. Come to think of it, I didn't use the staff appointment on the ferry. If I had hired them there, they might have had average Japanese skills. Well, it's a new experience for those who don't know. Yes, Then let's look at the menu and order what we like. Be careful, the ones marked sashimi and sushi will bring out raw fish. I tell them to be careful for now, and we each order what we are interested in. I wonder what I'm going to order. I see that they have sashimi that looks both normal and unusual. What's that? New style sashimi? I'm curious, but this time I'll start with the orthodox one. Let's see. This one. I decided on this one. It's sekiyoyaki gintara, miso soup, and white rice. Sapurabi brought the dishes that appeared when I ordered. Intriguing. When I put my chopsticks into it, the meat comes off easily. When I put the gindara in my mouth, it has a subtle taste of sake, white miso paste, and sweetness that is elegant and delicious. I could eat all the white rice I wanted. It would probably go well with sake, but this time it was white rice. Next time I'll enjoy it with sake. I swallow the rice and sip the miso soup. Miso soup with shinji mushrooms is irresistible. I'll never get tired of sekiyoyaki, miso soup, and white rice. Seeing how delicious I was eating, the ladies ordered the same. The fish was generally well received, but Marina-san said she felt uncomfortable with the sweetness of the fish. I wonder if there is a sense of incompatibility with boiled fish as well. I wonder if I should order the sekiyoyaki again after I've finished all the food. It would be a shame to try it all at once, wouldn't it? Let's have some sushi. I'm kind of hungry, so let's just eat what I like. First, sea urchins. When you put it in your mouth, the taste of the sea fills your mouth. It must be a good sea urchin because it has a strong sweet taste. It tastes different from sushi. What was that orange one you just ate? What, Trusan? Carla-san asked. Sea urchin. Sea urchin is sea urchin, right? Huh? What is a sea urchin? What kind of creature is it? I know it's not a fish. I feel like it could be a shellfish. I really don't know. Let's just agree that sea urchins are sea urchins. Maybe if it was in a book at the library, I could find out. It is called sea urchin. It is a luxury food in my country, but some people don't like it because it has a strong smell from the sea. Would you like to try it? Yes. Carla-san immediately orders sea urchin and puts it in her mouth without hesitation. No hesitation. As expected from Carla-san. She didn't even hesitate to eat natto, so sea urchin should be a piece of cake. I watch Carla-san munching in her mouth. What kind of reaction is that? How does it taste? It tastes strange. It's delicious, but I don't know what to say. Carla-san orders another round of sea urchins while nodding her head. Did she like it? She ate soused mackerel, horse mackerel, salted salmon roe, and whatever else she wanted and checked the menu again. Rimmer liked the sushi too, and he digested it with gusto. He orders twice as much sushi as I do, but he definitely eats faster. Well, I usually don't eat much because of my wallet, but now I can. It's a bit vulgar, but I'll try it. I order 10 pieces of otara at once, feeling nervous for no reason. T/N, fat underbelly of tuna, considered high quality. Sapurabi brought a ceramic bowl with 10 pieces of otara in it. It was so strong. I took one piece and ate it with soy sauce. It melted in my mouth. The oil is strong but delicious. It is definitely tastier than the expensive plate of otara I had at a conveyor belt sushi restaurant. It's sad that most comparisons are to conveyor belt sushi, but I don't have the courage to order otara at a counter restaurant. I was so impressed that I ate otara after otara, but I got tired of it after the 5th piece. Probably because I am not used to eating such expensive food. I think salmon is better for me. I managed to finish my meal and was already full. There were many other things I wanted to eat, but I think I'll stop here. I also wanted to eat tempura and soba noodles. While sipping hot tea, I took a break. I talked to the ladies who were also taking a break. How was the food, everyone? Yes, it was delicious. The raw fish was surprisingly tasty once I got used to it, especially, the conch, right? I'm glad to hear that Alessia-san has gotten over raw fish. She tried it on the ferry and didn't like it very much, but I guess her taste buds are getting used to Japanese food. What, Trusan? Japanese food is such a delicate dish. Sushi is not just raw fish on top, but the way the fish is cut, the size of the rice, and many other details are carefully considered. I wonder what kind of food critic you are, Claretta-san. If she continues to accumulate knowledge, what if she starts talking like the owner of the gastronomy club? I hear that Japanese food is prepared very delicately. Next time, I'll assign you a staff member here, so please cook a lot of dishes. Let's bring a lot of them back and save them. Fufu, It would be very helpful for me to learn to cook as many dishes as possible. Can you assign me tomorrow? What should I do? I think it would be better for you to enjoy yourself and go to the castle tomorrow to buy what you need, since you won't be able to use the castle for a while after we open it. Also, it would be very helpful if you could cook a lot of castle's food. Claretta-san, the god of gastronomy Sama, will make me a lot of food, but I only have time for 3 days, so I can't get a good amount of it. It would be great if Claretta-san could help as well. Speaking of which, you were planning to open the luxury liner as soon as the orphanage was finished. I understand. I will make a lot of castle's dishes. If it was just a promise to the god of gastronomy Sama, I could open the luxury liner right away since I bought it. As a mage, I said that I would open the ship after the orphanage was built. I'll need some more time. With Claretta-san's cooperation, we'll stay on the Chris today and enjoy the castle starting tomorrow. Well, we have a month to gather ingredients, and until the orphanage is ready, so we'll have a large supply of food. We'll wait until the gluttonous quartet is satisfied while we discuss future plans. They're eating a lot today, but will they be okay? They're trying to be moderate, but I'm a little worried about how much they're eating today. Well, it's just an occasional thing, so I think it's okay for today. If things get out of hand again, just let me know. The gluttonous quartet is satisfied, so we leave the restaurant. I'm looking forward to next time. Phew, I'm too full to move, so I'm going back to my room. What about you guys? Well, what, Trusan, can I have a drink at the bar? Yes, that's fine. Ins and Felicia, you can go with them. It's tempting, but I'd rather not. We have a new room, and I'd like to enjoy it with Master. What about Felicia? Right, I'll go with you. Huh? I feel like I'm winning over alcohol for the first time. Usually, they go out for drinks, but I'm somehow extremely happy. I'm going to cry a little. Hiding the tension that had built up, I left Girasol and returned to my room. I feel good, so I order some drinks from room service. First, we go to the jacuzzi. We all get into the smaller jacuzzi together and flirt with each other. After I got up and watched Rimmer's practice, it was time for adult time. Dinner was Japanese, and I was thinking of sake, but I decided to save the sake for sekiyoyaki. This time it's wine and cheese. It's been a long time since I drank alcohol in this room. You don't usually drink. What's wrong? That reminds me. When I was in Japan, my friends used to drink alone in their rooms. I only drank in restaurants or when I got together with my friends. Maybe it was because I didn't really understand the taste of alcohol. But I like the atmosphere of a drinking party. Yes, the food was good, and I felt good, so I felt like having a few drinks. Foo. I see. Ins, Felicia, and I are in a beautiful room with cheese and a glass of wine. It's beautiful. I don't know if it suits me or not. Let's have a slow glass of wine and spend some time relaxing. I feel so happy. I fall into bed and spend a more much time striving for the luxury liner. Volume 9 Chapter 15. Thanks to DH for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2/4. Chapter 15. Second visit of the gods in swimsuits. What a happy day yesterday. Simple things can make you happy, and a simple personality isn't always a bad thing. I go to the crystal dining room for breakfast. Maybe some people haven't woken up since they went out for drinks yesterday. As I enter the crystal dining room, oh, everyone is here. Well, a few of them look sick, but that's pretty good progress. Good morning, everyone. A few people who looked sick held their heads as we exchanged morning greetings. It looks like they haven't made any progress. It looks like they just woke up. A large amount of bread, Danish pastries, steak, and fried eggs. Steak in the morning? Is that possible? Considering how hungry I am, I can eat what I can eat. I guess it's possible. Then I should eat it. After all, I like meat. I order a steak and choose some bread while Saparabi brings it to me. It doesn't look like breakfast, but it looks good. What, Trusan? You eat heavy food in the morning, don't you? I can't do it. Alessia-san, the reason you can't is because you have a hangover, right? Alessia-san gently looks away. I told her that since she is an adventurer, she needs to eat a good breakfast, and it is normal for the ladies of Girasol to eat meat in the morning. It's not good to look weak now. Since some ladies are not feeling well, we finish a light breakfast and go to the castle. Until the gods come to visit, let's relax and enjoy the castle. With Claretta-san's help, I will stock up on delicious food, changing restaurants every day. I'll find time to stock up on plenty of food before I open the luxury liner. After a leisurely time of occasional debauchery and drinking, the day of welcoming the gods has arrived. The ladies move into the Chris, and I leave the Chris in the Lotto. I've already told them that the gods are coming to visit, so I don't seem to have to go too far. But I'm afraid of Claretta-san's outburst and the gods running amok. As a precaution, I stay away from Chris until I can't see it anymore. I run the ship with Creator God Sama until shortly before the appointed time, summon the castle, and go to the church. After a short wait, Creator God Sama and God of Light Shama appeared. I still can't get over how easily they appeared. Hey Wataru-kun, good morning. Take care of me for the next 3 days. Good morning. I can't do much, but I hope you enjoy it. Yes, I'll enjoy it. The gods who come for the first time are guided by the gods who came before, so you take care of the gods who want to be appointed to the staff. Today I'm going to see a movie about 11 old men who are robbers. See you later. After saying all that, I say goodbye to Creator God Sama, who is leaving. He is free, isn't he? I look at God of Light Sama, and she bows her head apologetically. I can only imagine how hard the God of Light Sama has been working. God of Light Sama, don't worry about it. So, is it okay if I act the same thing after this that I did before? Yes, the same thing will be fine. I say goodbye to the gods that appear one after another. The God of War Sama, who goes out to drink in the morning. The God of Magic Sama, who just says hello and quickly leaves for the library. The God of Entertainment Sama, who leaves only the words bye and runs away. After seeing off the many gods, I went to the spa with the God of Gastronomy Sama and the other goddesses who appeared at the last minute. The number of goddesses following us is amazing. I feel more fear than desire. Well, how many should I appoint to staff the spa? I would like to appoint staff for the 25 pillars over there, please. 25 pillars? That seems like too many. They want to get into explanations and nail art. So that's fine. Nail art for the goddesses. It doesn't sound like much. I'll do my best to fulfill the goddesses' wishes. Next, the God of Gastronomy Sama's restaurant. Which restaurant will you go to this time, God of Gastronomy Sama? Oh, and first of all, God of Gastronomy Sama, Goddess of the Forest Sama, will you allow me to have a date and a neowax this time? If I don't ask properly, if I miss the timing, it could be the last day before I know it. I'm fine. You've already migrated one village, so it's not a problem. Okay, Goddess of the Forest Samas gave me the green light. Yes, that's right. Wataru-san is also preparing for the opening, and I also promised. Wait a minute. Ara, God of Entertainment, what's wrong all of a sudden? That's right. I was just getting into a good mood. I mean, he left right away. So why is he showing up now? The God of Gastronomy was about to give the other world-kun his reward, so I came here to stop you. And then he said something annoying. But I made him a promise, so it's only natural, right? The promise is to open the luxury liner, so at the stage of preparing to open it, it's still too early. If other world-kun is rewarded at this stage, he is the kind of person who thinks, if I am rewarded at this stage, I should just relax when I open the ship. So you can't do that until the ship is opened. Does the God of Entertainment Sama have something against me? Does he read my personality? Wataru-san, this is what the God of Entertainment says. Does it slow you down? God of Gastronomy Shama asks me with a slightly worried face. She is beautiful, but I can't deny it. If I can get a reward at this stage, I'll stop pushing myself so hard. I've bought a new luxury liner, and now all that's left is to open the castle once the orphanage is finished, and I don't think my motivation will have much to do with it since the construction will be left to me after I receive the materials in 25 days. That's the outer story, isn't it? The castle and the orphanage have a lot of work to do, including bringing people together, so your motivation is important. Other world-kun. If you take it easy, even if the outside is finished, the opening of the orphanage might be delayed due to a lack of staff. I can't deny it. God of Entertainment, you're exaggerating. We're asking him to do it. Don't make the mistake of thinking that. But, God of Gastronomy, I didn't say anything wrong. Did I? God of Entertainment, I would be happy if the ship could be opened as soon as possible, but this is for our own convenience, isn't it? We haven't set a deadline, so it's up to Wataru-san to proceed at his own pace. I understand. The idea is to keep the god of gastronomy's reward and the motivate him to get going, and he'll open it faster. The idea is to dangle a carrot in front of me. I'm being treated like a horse. But I can't deny that I'll run hard if I have a date with the god of gastronomy Sama and an earwax as bait. I don't like people having that kind of conversation right in front of me. And why is the god of gastronomy Sama in such a hurry? Gods have plenty of time, so a gap of a few months should be within the margin of error. I'm sorry, Wataru-san. Well, it's not that I'm in a hurry, it's just that I can't wait. This world has been stagnant for a long time since that civilization was destroyed, especially in food and entertainment, which is mostly a degraded version of the previous civilization. And progress is slow. Since we cannot be directly involved, all we can do is watch and wait. I'm glad that the creator god Sama has given you the ability to change things. Come to think of it, most of the otherworlders have received combat-related abilities so far, haven't they? Yes, the otherworlders who came to our world also shared their culture with us. But the ones who move around a lot are noticeable and don't get much attention, and the ones who are cautious only spread the information a little bit. So it's hard to spread the word. But you can still spread the word about simple dishes like I did. Pudding and reversi became quite popular, right? Yes, that's the problem with this world. People just accept what they are taught. There is no evolution from there. In that sense, the pizza that Wataru-san spread in the village of Sina was a good thing. The way you taught was half-hearted, so people in the village are experimenting with it. Combined with the development of the village, it's fun to watch. God of gastronomy Sama, what a poison you spit out. But, oh yes, dishes similar to arrabbiato and other dishes I somehow knew came out. Could it be that the dishes someone taught them were still around? God of gastronomy Sama, Gino from Palermo was all excited about developing a new dish, but couldn't that be good enough? Yes, it could be good. But unless we change the mindset of a large number of people, civilization will remain stagnant. The castle has the power to shock the rich and powerful. The rich will study the culture and try to adopt it. It's probably going to be a big deal. No, I don't like to hear you say that with such glee. Well, it will probably be a big deal. Let's hope Camille-san handles it well. But will she use it as a catalyst for the advancement of civilization? The god of magic said that too drastic a change is undesirable, so he ordered the library closed, and the sale of machines stopped. But I think it will still be enough to make progress. I understand. In that case, I'll work a little harder. The reward can come after the castle is opened. In return, I expect you to reward me accordingly. Otherworlder-kun, I think you should say something about doing your best anyway. God of entertainment Sama, I can't do that. I am afraid of lying to the gods. Fufu, I understand. I'll do my best for a while, so please do the same for me, Wataru-san. Yes, I look forward to the reward of the god of gastronomy Sama as well. The intrusion of the god of entertainment made us stand around talking for longer than expected. I apologize to the god of light Sama and the goddess of the forest Sama for keeping them waiting and move on to the donut shop that the god of gastronomy Sama requested and appointed as staff. I promised to have many donuts made for the evening, so I am looking forward to it. What do you think, God of Light Sama? Well, I would like to relax in the hot springs and then watch a movie. Can I ask for the hot springs again in the evening? The hot springs I think there were only about 15-20 boats now, right? I wouldn't spare anything for the God of Light Sama. That's fine. Shall I get you a can of your favorite beer? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Please do, then. What time would you like to meet? Yes, that's right. I'm going in with the god of gastronomy and the goddess of the forest, so I'll pick you up at the donut shop the night Wataru-san goes to get your bulk order. That is another wonderfully delusional thing to say. The last time she used those words, I longed to be a hero. Understood. After saying goodbye to the god of light Sama, it was finally time for my date with the goddess of the forest Sama. So, Wataru-san, it's a date. But what are you going to do? Right. Then is it okay if we play in the pool? Yes, that's fine. Then let's play in the pool in the morning, have lunch, and then watch a movie. After that, I want you to give me an earwax. Fufu, I understand. Somehow it's embarrassing to choose a date like this because it feels so new. It reminds me of the old days. I thought about it a lot, didn't I? First of all, We have to go swimsuit shopping. Is it acceptable to recommend a sexy swimsuit to a goddess? That reminds me, my slave Felicia was very grateful to the goddess of the forest Sama. Thank you very much. Oh, she's the daughter of a dark elf, right? Please tell her to thank Watru-san instead of me. It is Watru-san who is doing the deed. Felicia has been very grateful to me at night, but I can't tell the goddess that, can I? Goddess of the forest Sama, as expected, it is a problem for me to tell her to be grateful to me without being grateful to the goddess of the forest Sama. I see, there is indeed a problem. We arrived at the swimwear shop. I don't have the courage to recommend her a swimsuit. Let's be honest and leave it to the goddess of the forest Sama herself. There are many things to choose from. Which one should I choose? Goddess of the forest Sama asked me for my opinion. Let's be honest and tell her how I feel. Let's see. The one-piece type is less revealing, but I like the ones with a lot of exposure. I told her I liked black triangle bikinis. That's a little embarrassing, isn't it? No good, huh? I was hoping that maybe she would say, well, let's try this one, but it doesn't work so well. How about this one? No, then this one. I choose a swimsuit and repeat a delicate offense and defense. The compromise between me and the goddess of the forest Sama was settled on a monokini. Even after deciding on a monokini, the battle between the goddess of the forest Sama, who chooses a swimsuit with many layers of fabric, and me, who recommends a swimsuit with fewer layers of fabric, begins. Although I had decided not to get carried away with the goddess, I couldn't help but feel a desire for the actual swimsuit when I saw it in front of me. As a result of our mutual compromise, we decided on a black, lacy, and sheer swimsuit with a large area of fabric connecting the bikini. For now, I waited for the goddess of the forest Sama to change her clothes in a nearby room. I'm looking forward to it. What does she look like? I can't stop being excited. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 16. Thanks to DH for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 3/4. Chapter 16. Swimming pools and earwax. The goddess of the forest Sama is changing into a swimsuit in a room. I will be able to see the bulge of the goddess of the forest Sama in her swimsuit, which is visible even in her loose-fitting clothes. I wait with a feeling of impatience for the appearance of the goddess of the forest Sama. It's only for a few minutes, but I can't wait. I can't wait for her to appear. The door opened, and the goddess of the forest Sama came out. I like it. This is very nice. She is wearing a black bikini on her white skin. The white skin that can be seen through the lace that connects the top and bottom of the bikini is glamorous. And most of all, her breasts, which I love so much, show a wonderful presence. It suits you very well, goddess of the forest Sama. Fufu. Thank you very much. But I am still embarrassed. Is that so? She usually wears loose-fitting clothes, so she might be embarrassed to be dressed in something she is not used to, even if she is a goddess. Yes, I don't usually dress like that. Besides, Watru-san, your face is all messed up, you know? The goddess of the forest Sama suddenly dissed me. Is my face messed up? Because the goddess of the forest Sama would never say a bad word about it. Yes, I can see myself smiling when I look at the goddess of the forest Sama. I guess my face is grumbling from other people's points of view. It's a date. Let's try a little harder to make it pleasant. Haha, I'm sorry. Shall we go to the pool? Yes. I grabbed my pool bag and went to the pool with the forest goddess Sama. It's a pity that I can't see the goddess of the forest Sama when we walk side by side. When we get into the elevator, I ask the goddess of the forest Sama to get on first. Yes, the back view is also beautiful. She has long, slender legs and a small waist. The back, which looks pure white and transparent, and the full buttocks, are a sight to behold. This world has many women with ample breasts. It is the best fantasy world for me. I think creator God Sama likes big breasts too. I think it's a wonderful hobby. Watru-san, I'm going out. Oh, yes. The elevator arrived while I was thinking about breast Sama. I apologize to the goddess of the forest Sama, who looks at me curiously and exits the elevator. Goddess of the forest Sama, which pool would you like to play in first? You didn't swim last time, did you? Yes, there were many different fun things to do, so I didn't go to the pool. That's right. The pool was on my route. How could I miss it? Let's enjoy them one at a time, shall we? She nodded her head, and we enjoyed the pools one by one. I thought she might not be able to swim, but she can swim normally. I was a little disappointed because I wanted to get to know her better while teaching her. Goddess of the Forest Sama didn't seem to be very active, so we took it easy and played together in the beach pool and regular pool instead of the flow rider. I was very impressed with her breasts, like the way they wiggled when she zapped out of the water. Goddess of the Forest Sama also seemed to like the pool, and we did our best to enjoy smiling, splashing each other, playing tag in the water, and other games that looked annoying from the side. During the game of tag, I tried to touch the Goddess of the Forest Sama's ample breasts by accident, but I lost all my attempts. It seems that it is impossible to touch her even if my level is over 300. It seems that it is impossible unless I master the basics of body techniques or raise my level further. I am trying my best to train in magic, but I feel that physical training is too much trouble. If I were to do it, it would be safer to actively participate in killing monsters. There are male gods who sometimes look at me with a terrible look when I play happily with the Goddess of the Forest Sama. I'm sure the Goddess of the Forest Sama is very popular among male gods. I wonder if I have become a man who makes even the gods jealous. The gods stare at me and make my legs shake, but I'm proud of myself. If I don't offend the creator god Sama and all the goddesses, my safety is assured. I'll have to pay special attention to the god of light Sama. What Trusan, playing in the water is surprisingly fun, isn't it? Goddess of the Forest Sama speaks to me with a bright smile. Obviously, the water droplets are more than shimmering as they reflect the light. It looks like some kind of divine power or something. I'm glad you're happy. I'm a little tired, so why don't we go to the jacuzzi with a view over there? Let's get a drink too. What would you like? If you mean drinks. Well, the champagne the god of light prepared for us was delicious, so can I have some? I don't know of any champagne that goes well with a bath. The only thing I've ever had in Japan is sparkling wine. But that's not the same as champagne, is it? Huh? Sparkling wine made in the Champagne region is champagne? I'm confused. Champagne itself is fine, but I don't know the brand name. Do you remember the brand name? No, I didn't ask. Well, it's not quite the same, but I'll go to the bar and order some champagne. Is that okay with you? Yes, that's fine. Thank you. I asked the Goddess of the Forest Sama to go to the jacuzzi first, and I ordered 2 glasses of champagne at the bar and joined her. We drink champagne and talk about nothing else. It's kind of elegant, isn't it? Champagne just makes me feel cool. Do I have some kind of Western faith? I can't deny that I think foreign cars are cool. When I hear the word foreign car, I somehow long for it. I get out of the jacuzzi, change my clothes, and have a slightly luxurious lunch at 150 Central Park. After all this time, if we were having lunch in our swimsuits and asking for earwax, wouldn't I have gotten a lap pillow in a swimsuit? I told her we were going to watch a movie. As you can imagine, people do not watch movies in their swimsuits. I had already decided what we were going to do on board, so I set a simple course, but order is important, isn't it? If I watched a movie, as lunch, and then went to the pool, there was still the possibility of earwax in a swimsuit. Once in the room, she would have changed, but if I had asked her to clean my ears on the bench by the pool, she might have done it. Thinking is important, isn't it? Thank God it's not just this one time. I can still get a date with the Goddess of the Forest Sama and the God of Gastronomy Sama. Let's think hard and get our money's worth. After lunch, we went to the movies. The movie started just in time, so we took our seats. What Trusan? What kind of movie is about to start? Even a god might be aware of the surroundings, so the Goddess of the Forest Sama puts her mouth close to my ear and speaks to me in a whisper. I think she smells good. Let's see, today's movie is Ghost. This is another romantic movie I've come across. Personally, I prefer Ghostbusters, but if I'm going to watch it with Goddess of the Forest Sama, I'd rather watch Ghost. I don't know if this movie can be called romantic, but I think it's a very touching movie. However, in this world, they are usually purified, so I'm not sure if she can understand them. Now, there is a smiling Goddess of the Forest Sama in front of me with tears streaming down her face. Gods cry, too, don't they? I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is surprising. I never knew that ghosts were such wonderful beings. Why are the ghosts of this world so different? I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say it's because of Creator God Sama. Goddess of the Forest Sama. The existence of ghosts on Earth has not been proven. It is a story created in your imagination, so please don't misunderstand. I never expected the goddess of the forest Sama to be so touched. Some of the goddesses, especially those who watched the movie, cried aloud. I was moved too, but not to the point of crying. Is this what happens when you see a masterpiece when you are not used to watching movies? Yes, that's right. It was like a play. But I was moved. It touched me very much. Haha, maybe it's not something I'm proud of, but I'm glad. Thank you very much. I entered the cafe while listening to Goddess of the Forest Sama's impressions of the movie. Let's have a cup of coffee and calm down. Which scene do you like best, Watru-san? What should I answer? If possible, I'd like to say that I like the same scene and gain sympathy for it. I think this scene or that scene was the most presented. Which one is it? Yes, that's right. I also like the coin scene, but I think it's the pottery scene. How was it? Oh yeah, that's right. I love that scene too. I got it right. However, the movie criticism of Goddess of the Forest Sama, who was excited because I answered correctly, began. She is hardworking and very pretty, but the calm and serene Goddess of the Forest Sama looks like a high school girl. But I think so. Even if I gave her a blank answer, she was happy to hear it, so I felt like I was getting to know her very well. Wow, movies are interesting, right? We watched the same thing, so we could share our impressions, and I liked that. Watru-san, will you go out with me again? Yes, it's nice when we can share the same feelings. There are many more movies. I would like to go out with you. Thank you, Watru-san. We promised each other with a smile. Isn't this a way to go to the movies? If I ask her out on a date other than the one we promised, that's a big step forward. Let's have her clean my ears while she's in a good mood. Goddess of the Forest Sama, is it time for me to ask you to clean my ears? Oh, yes, that's right. Of course. Where would you like me to do it? Shall we go to the room I use? Yes. Shall we go then? I excitedly headed for the Skyloft suite. It was embarrassing for me as an adult to ship, but I would have jumped up and down if I had been alone. I entered the room and sat down on the sofa. It's just me and the Goddess of the Forest Sama, and I'm very nervous. I hand her an earpick and a handkerchief attached to the back of my head. Well then, Watru-san, please place your head here, the Goddess of the Forest Sama says as she pats her thighs. Why yes. I was a little nervous, but I put my head as close as possible to the belly of the Goddess of the Forest Sama. The fabric is in the way, but I can confirm the softness of the Goddess of the Forest Sama's thighs. She also smells good. Looking up, I can't see her face because of the bulge in her chest. Well, from below, it just looks like the cloth is bulging, but it makes me very nervous. I think it is because I know what is inside. It is mysterious. Watru-san, I can't see it from there, so please move your head forward a bit. She gently moves my head to her knees. I'm sorry, but it can't be helped. Then I'll start, so please don't move. Why yes. Fufu. Watru-san, please relax your body. It looks painful to be stretched out. I will take my time to clean your ears as I promised, so please don't get tired. Yes, that's right. I will relax. Please take care of me. Soon my whole body was relaxed, and I was in a lying and attentive position. I should relax and enjoy myself to the fullest. Goddess of the Forest Sama's hand gently touched my ear. She started to clean my ears as she said, well, I'll do it now. Watru-san, you have a lot in your ears, don't you? You need to clean your ears often. That's right. I had forgotten to clean my ears until Creator God Sama told me to do it, and I thought about asking Ins or Felicia to do it after I noticed it, but I decided to hold off. When I think about it, a man who goes out of his way to accumulate earwax is a fool. Haha, from now on, I should be able to get the Goddess of the Forest Sama and the God of Gastronomy Sama to clean my ears, so I'll be fine. Fufu, can you hold out for 2 months? Even if your ears are clean, I will take my time to clean them as I promised, so you should clean your ears often. I understand. It would be fun to have Ins and Felicia clean my ears, and if they take their time, it's not a problem. As promised, the Goddess of the Forest Sama takes her time to carefully clean my ears. Although she seems calm, she is very active in cleaning my ears. Every time she attacks the back of my ears, I get a little nervous, and she whispers to me softly, "Don't move." I feel like I'm about to wake up to something else. Even though I try not to move, sometimes I get a whiff of her breath on my ear, and my body reacts with a jerk along with a sweet smell. The Goddess of the Forest Sama is a serious person, and as she said, She cleaned both of my ears carefully and painstakingly. Phew, now they're clean. How do you feel, Watru-san? Yes, I feel very refreshed. It felt really good, thank you. I'm glad to hear that, but aren't you tired? I am a little tired from trying not to move my body. But it is comfortable tiredness, so it is not a problem. It has been a blissful time. Fu. I will try my best next time. Yes, I will try my best, too, so please take care of me. Phew, but so far, I've been looking for a direct connection, but that's good too. Let's take the time to enjoy it with Ins and Felicia as well. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 17. Thanks to DH for the Kofiya and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 4/4. Chapter 17 to 20 Days and New Talented Person. After the service of the gods at the castle, I returned to the Chris. The service of the gods was a near waxing by the goddess of the forest Sama and a tea party with the god of light Sama, the goddess of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama. The other goddesses are discussing massages. I spent quite a happy time talking to the god of gastronomy Sama and having her cook me some food. Although there was some trouble with the drunken gods and a bit of selfishness from creator god Sama, I think the gods were generally pleased with the event. Since the next descent would probably coincide with my busy schedule, I told them that it had not yet been decided. I have no idea how busy I'll be or how much time I'll have to build the orphanage. I might be surprisingly busy, but what will it be like? Well, I guess I won't know until I try. I arrived at the Chris and entered through the ramp. Welcome back, Master. Did something go wrong? Oh, Ins, I'm back. Everything was fine. I greeted the ladies who greeted me. I held and stroked Tremor, who had jumped on me. I felt at home with Rim. Watru-san, have you had lunch yet? Alessia-san spoke to me. No, I haven't because I thought I'd eat on the Chris anyway. Have you all eaten yet? We haven't eaten either, so let's go. What do you want to eat? Let's see. Since it's lunchtime, let's eat at a restaurant in the courtyard. The ladies had never eaten at the courtyard restaurant before, and the decision was unanimous. We sat down at a table in the courtyard and received menus from Saparabi. What should I eat? Surprisingly, there are so many options on the menu that I have a hard time deciding. I'm pretty hungry, so I decide on a steak sandwich and a hamburger. I feel like it's too much, but if it's too much for me, I'll let Trimmer eat it. I give my order to Saparabi, and he comes back with a plate. This is unexpected. I wasn't expecting a steak sandwich like this. The steak is on a piece of bread with a large donut on top. The hamburger also has a big hamburger steak on top. Sliced tomatoes and French fries also come with the burger. I guess you eat steak sandwiches with a knife and fork, but when it's this big, I want to take a big bite. After everyone had placed their orders, we all said itadakimasu and began to eat. I put a thick steak between two slices of bread and took a bite. Yes, this is great. It's cooked about medium rare. I bite into the thick meat and bread and chew. This is how meat should be. I bite into the thick meat and enjoy the slightly rare juices coming out of the inside. I like tender meat, but it is also delicious to eat thick, chewy meat with gusto. Wow. Steak sandwiches are pretty hearty, aren't they? It's delicious, you know. Carla-san tilted her head and asked, how is it? Yes, it's delicious. But I thought it was too much. Yeah, I don't think Carla-san, who is starting on her third steak sandwich while I'm barely finishing mine, would understand. The ladies around us laughed at the conversation between me and Carla-san. It's a good thing everyone but the gluttonous quartet understands me, I guess. Don't worry. Please eat a lot. Sure. Carla-san smiles and takes a bite of her large steak sandwich. She looks like a cool, big-breasted beauty, but I no longer feel uncomfortable with the way she quickly finishes a big steak sandwich. Habituation is scary, isn't it? I managed to finish another hamburger and take a break, feeling so full. Watru-san, I see that everything went well with the gods. What are you going to do now? Alessia-san asked me, rubbing her stomach. She, too, had eaten too much. We are going to relax on the castle for about 20 days, and then we are going to load the materials we collected in the southern city. We're not staying on the Chris. When the castle is opened, we will not be able to enjoy it freely, so my priority will be on the castle. We will only enjoy the Chris occasionally. Oh, that's right. It will take a few months for the castle to open, but in the meantime, I'll enjoy the castle to the fullest. So, after the gluttonous quartet is satisfied, we move on to the castle. We're going to relax for a while. I took it easy, and the 20 days flew by. I had Ins and Felicia wax my ears frequently. I trained occasionally to defeat monsters, watched movies, swam in the pool, ate delicious food, and had a pretty fulfilling 20 days. I did my best to get to know the members of Girasol by talking to them according to their interests. Maybe things are going well. What, Trusan, don't you think we should go to Lutto soon? We need to defeat the monsters as well. Oh, if I recall recent events, we were about to leave the open sea. There are too many problems to rush to the southern city at this time. I think we should defeat the monsters, as Alessia-san said, and go to the Lutto. With the effect of the boarding rejection, we will unilaterally destroy the monsters from a safe place and then transfer to Lutto to reach the southern city. For now, let's go to Camille-san's place. I enter the Merchant's Guild and call out to Camille-san. Hello, Camille-san. What, Trusan? Hello. Are you here to talk about materials? Yes, I also have something else to discuss, like human resources. Can you give me a moment of your time? Yes, that's fine. I'll take you to the back room. I was taken to the usual room, drank tea, and waited for Camille-san to come in. Sorry to keep you waiting, Wataru-san. First of all, here is the price for the pepper, 169 platinum coins. Oh, that's right. I sold the last pepper, didn't I? It's quite nice to get money. I forgot, isn't it? Thank you very much. So, how did it go with the materials and human resources? We have almost collected all the materials. While we are loading the materials onto the ship, the rest will be brought in. As for the personnel, I would like 2 people to meet with you if that's okay. Oh, that sounds good. Are 2 people enough for personnel? I asked her to find someone for a management position, so there's no need to find so many people. There's no point in increasing the number of people too much, so I'll just have to buy slaves to cover the rest. If we need more people, I will think of something. Tomorrow, I will dock the ship a short distance from the harbor for materials. We can meet at any time, so could you arrange that, Camille-san? Tomorrow. It would be a problem to anchor a large ship suddenly, so could you please wait a little? I've already spoken to the Southern Count Sama through the Guildmaster, and I'm sure he'll give us permission right away, but if we do it suddenly, he'll complain. If I suddenly dock the ferry where they can see it from the harbor, they'll wonder what's going on. Maybe there will be some kind of event, like a messenger from the Southern Count Sama to the mage. It's a pain in the ass, to be honest. I understand. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'll leave everything to you, Camille-san. As for the meeting with the 2, it should be no problem tomorrow night. I will come here to see you. I understand. I'll call them for you. After finalizing some details and chatting a bit, I leave Camille-san and return to the ship. Master, I'm glad Camille-san is motivated. Haha, that's right. As Felicia said, Camille-san's motivation was great. I still wonder if 5 gold coins will be enough. During the chat, I was told that she was already thinking about the price of the rooms, the ban on taking food off the ship, preparing contracts for items on board, making signs for how to use the facilities, and other ideas. To my surprise, she told me that the Royal Loft Suite would cost 5 gold coins per night. I asked if there were people who would stay in a room that cost 5 million Japanese yen. But she said that there were many wealthy people who would be willing to pay any amount of money to stay in the first-class room, and that if it became popular, even if it cost 10 gold coins, there would be a rush of reservations, especially since royalty and nobility would want to reserve the most luxurious rooms because of their prestige. It would be possible to sell the rooms at a higher price. A room that costs 5 million yen per night sounds crazy, but it seems that the power and wealth of the rich and powerful people of this world are even greater than that of Earth. Come to think of it, the power of royalty and nobility is not bad at all. Right? Do they collect money? Right. I'm sure Camille-san's price will be okay, especially since there is only one room. Even 5 gold coins will be desired by many people. If someone more important comes along later and interferes, it will be up to Camille-san to show them her skills. Alessia-san also decided that 5 gold coins would be fine. But what do you mean by a demonstration of skill? Shouldn't it be in the order we made the reservations or something? If the Viscount has the best room and the Marquis has a room of lower rank, it would be awkward for the Viscount, wouldn't it? Something must be done about it. It hurts my head just to ask, what if the same rank of knighthood in the 2 countries were to be covered? If it weren't for Camille-san, I would be frustrated. There will be a lot of problems. I think it would be better if we get the terms of the accommodation right first. I agree. There will be people who will be selfish no matter what, so it's better to give Camille enough authority to deal with them properly. Alessia-san was right. Well, I originally planned to make her the vice captain, so I think she has enough authority, although I think it would be fine for her to be the captain. But if Camille-san is too good, I'm afraid it will make a big difference to me as the captain as well, so I'll make her the vice captain. I am such a small person, right? Yes, I plan to delegate a lot of authority to Camille-san, so I think she'll be fine. Well, it's like a monopoly market in a way, and as for violence, it's safe inside the ship, so we can handle it. The next evening, I went to the Merchants Guild to meet the two people Camille-san wanted me to meet. Oh, hello, Camille-san. Are these two here? Hello, Wataru-san. They are here. Let me show you the way. Camille-san led me into the room, and two people stood up to greet me. Let me introduce you, Wataru-san. These two are Moro-san and Donatella-san, who I asked to help us. Moro-san and Donatella-san. This is Wataru-san, who will be my employer. I greeted Moro-san and Donatella-san and sat down. But I didn't expect this. Moro-san looks like an old man. He has white hair and a white beard. And he looks like a retired man who travels around the world. Donatella-san looks like an excellent secretary type, and I think she'll run the ship well. Excuse me, but Moro-san looks quite old. Will he be alright? Yes, he's fine. Moro-san is on a certain level and surprisingly energetic. No, he is indeed energetic, but is he fine? Camille-san doesn't seem to mind at all, so I guess it's not a problem. But I'm worried. I see. What kind of work do you do, Moro-san? I'm a big merchant with big shops in the royal capital and the southern city, with roots all over the continent. He looked like a good-natured old man, but when I spoke to him, he suddenly started bragging. I looked at Camille-san uneasily. Wataru-san, Moro-san used to be a big merchant. He is retired now. I've been an active merchant all my life. Just because I gave my store to my son doesn't mean I'm retired as a merchant. He sounds like an annoying person. Is Camille-san really sure that this is the right person? Is it okay with Moro-san, Camille-san? Yes. Actually, I have a family relationship with Moro-san, and even though he is retired, he has great connections and experience. This will be my first attempt at working with Moro-san, so I'm very encouraged to have his help. I can't help but be excited when Camille-chan says that. I've heard rumors about you, Wataru. I'll take care of everything, so you don't have to worry. He seems like a person you can rely on, but he also seems like a person who could cause trouble. Didn't he force his son to take over his business? What's with that look? No, it's nothing. I'm looking forward to working with you. If he has connections and experience, he must have a perfect record as an advisor. I have a little apprehension, but he seems to be a family friend, so I will trust him. Funds on hand: 31 gold coins, 82 silver coins, 55 copper coins. Guild account: 0 platinum, 70 gold. Savings ship: 908 platinum coins. Pepper ship: 0 ship. Charity expenses: 95 platinum coins, 70 gold coins. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 9 Chapter 18. Thanks to Kazumi for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1/4. Chapter 18. Completion of the material loading and the city of Cagliari. After the discussion with Moro-san, who seemed to cause a bit of a ruckus, was over, the next one was Donatella-san. She looks like a serious secretary type. Her hair is pulled back in an updo, and her clothes are not flashy. She is a human with the vibe of an older sister and a clean and calm atmosphere. Her breasts are also nicely shaped, and although it is hard to tell, they are probably a D size. If this person could manage my schedule, I would be able to work very energetically. What kind of work did you do, Donatella-san? I manage the property of a store in the royal capital, which has since gone out of business. Currently, I manage materials for the Adventurers Guild. Someone who managed the property of a collapsed store. I wonder if there is a problem with that. Excuse me, but why did the store collapse? Well, I don't think Camille-san would bring in someone who embezzled or did something bad, but I have to ask just in case. Yes, to put it simply, the store where I worked was not liked by the nobility. Well, there's nothing you can do when the big shots stare at you, is there? Donatella herself is very talented, but because she is related to a store that has fallen out of favor with the nobility, they are reluctant to hire her. But in this case, I don't think it would be a problem. Well, as Camille-san said, I don't think it will be a problem even if someone is displeased with us. If the nobility of this country came to visit the luxury liner and noticed Donatella-san and complained about her, it would be manageable. In that case, I'd be more than happy to have the excellent Donatella-san work for me. After all, she's beautiful. I have no problem with that. I feel reassured by both Donatella-san and Moro-san, so I will first ask you to sign a contract to discuss the details, and I will tell you all about it. After that, if you are satisfied, I would like you to work for me. After the contract was signed, we went to the Lotto. I showed them the inside of the Lotto and told them about the mage and other things related to the business. Yes, I thought it would be an interesting story since Camille Jouchen is on fire, but it's more than I expected. I'll take care of it. Depending on the contents of the ship, I'll squeeze the wealth out of the richest people on the continent. This old man suddenly started talking about something very dangerous. I'm happy if it becomes popular, but if we want to make money, it's best to do it in moderation. If we go too far, there will be resentment. Donatella-san said it was a worthwhile job and promised to help us, so we went to the Merchants Guild and signed the job contract. For now, we decided to dismiss today and let Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san inspect the castle tomorrow. I led Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san to the castle, where the three of them had a serious discussion and looked around the castle. Moro-san and Donatella-san also agree with Camille-san and say that the food and facilities on board should be under contract as much as possible. Moro-san seemed happy to say that after opening the castle, he would call his son to come up with a distribution channel. He told me to rest assured that he would give me a margin on top of the contract fee. I hope the culture will spread, but the way Moro-san talks about it makes me feel like a bad boss, which is a problem for me. He looks like a retired person, though. The three of them are arguing loudly about the staff they need, the fees for using the facility, and so on. I have no idea what they're talking about. They promised to look for staff for the orphanage as well, so I decided to leave the rest to the three of them. It's not good for a layman to interfere, is it? A few days passed, and Camille-san told me that she had received permission to dock the ship. For a simple disguise, I left the Lotto anchored in the harbor, and in the middle of the night, after taking a Japanese-style boat out into the open sea, I anchored the fortress a short distance away from the harbor of the southern city. A large ship that could be seen from afar brought people to the harbor, and food stalls were opened. It's a festive atmosphere. I'm afraid of the public's reaction to the opening of the castle. I paid Camille-san 20 platinum coins for the materials and 30 gold coins to carry the cargo and gave her a ticket to enter and leave the parking lot. I think 30 gold coins, 30 million yen for the cost of carrying the cargo is ridiculously expensive, but is it reasonable considering how often they use the boat to carry heavy materials back and forth? For now, I'll leave the delivery of the materials to Camille-san, and we'll stand by on the Lotto. Even if they're suspicious of us, it's important to be prepared, isn't it? As expected, a messenger from the southern Count Sama made his way to the fortress. I had received a warning beforehand, so I waited as the mage and listened to what he had to say. He wanted me to have dinner with a high-ranking civil official from the southern Count Sama's office, but I politely thanked him for allowing the fortress to dock and declined the dinner. It seems that although they are interested in the mage, they are not sure how best to respond to him. The messengers came several times, had a brief conversation, and then left. Perhaps they are gathering information, but what do they know? Well, it's not difficult because they don't ask me any deep questions. But Ins, Felicia, and I have to change our voices, which is tedious. First of all, I doubt that an amateur like me can fool them by changing my voice, but I think it's better than not doing it at all. Master, Camille-san told me about the messengers who will come at the same time tomorrow at noon to see Master at the Lotto and the mage at the fortress. What are you going to do about it? They are really suspicious of me, aren't they? It's almost certain, isn't it? Well, I have the feeling that they have completely seen through me, but if I can fool them here, it will be very confusing for the southern Count Sama. Won't it? Can't we do something about it? Well, the messenger will come to Master on the Lotto, so it's impossible to deceive him. As for the fortress, the messenger will be sent to the mage, so if we can manage someone with the right body shape and voice, We can disguise the fact that it is the mage. Body type and voice. Huh? Can we record the voice on video? The sound quality and noise would be strange. But since no one but us knows that the video exists, I think we could fake it. Yes, I think so. If we record a video of the greeting and play it, we might be able to get away with it. Can Ins do it? I think it would be better to ask Marina to do it since she is closer to you in height. I see. I'll ask her. As it turned out, I think it was a success. Marina-san covered the bulge in her chest with a sarashi and left the words other than yes and no to Girasol's quick wit. At least my voice was played on the video, so the messenger seemed a little surprised. I hope the southern Count Sama's camp is confused as well. Meanwhile, the fortress was full, so I swapped it with the stronghold and finished loading the materials. I promised Camille-san and the others to come with me next time, and we left the southern city. Hopefully, the whole route will be clear the next time we come back. After repatriating the two ferries, I take the castle to the city of Cagliari. On a luxury liner, you feel like you're relaxing because it's no different than a vacation while on the move. I enjoy my time on the castle every day. I'm not an active person, to begin with, so I feel like I never get tired of it. Isn't that right, since my lifespan is increasing as well? But with the ladies, Rimo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan, I'm sure I won't get tired. Even though I think I'm working pretty hard, I wonder how much I'm working per month since I'm traveling a lot on the ship. I should stop thinking about it because it makes me feel like I'm not working hard enough. After a leisurely voyage, we arrived at the open sea near the city of Cagliari. Wataru-san, what are you going to do now? Alessia-san asked me. We are going to change to the Lotto and talk to the Merchants Guild in the city of Cagliari. It will cause a commotion if we suddenly arrive by ferry. I understand. Then we'll start by defeating the monsters, right? Ha ha ha, that's right. When we're in the open sea, the monsters will gather at the castle. That's good because it will raise our level. After defeating the monsters, we entered the city of Cagliari and went to the Merchants Guild. As usual, the city is not very lively, and the only place that seems to be noisy is the naval headquarters. There must be a shortage of men and materials. When I entered the Merchants Guild, I was greeted by the old man and the receptionist Anisan of the Merchants Guild. I went to the Anisan's counter, but the old man came up to me as well, so it was useless. Oh, long time no see. You said you wanted to gather personnel and materials. What happened? I knew that the old man would talk to me. Life is not always what it should be. It took some time, but I asked Mage Sama to help me and brought a lot of materials. Oh, I see, but what about the workers? You can't build an orphanage without carpenters and masons, can you? The city of Cagliari is under the direct jurisdiction of the Navy headquarters, so I was told that it is not good for a stranger to build a big building there, so I gave up on that. Well, you're not wrong, but if it's at least an orphanage, you're well aware of that. Surely, there is a possibility that they would not like it if a stranger built a big building right behind the Navy headquarters. Yes, I have some excellent advisors. If it were just me, I wouldn't have noticed. It's thanks to Camille-san. But we don't have any carpenters or masons. What are you going to do? Yes, I asked Mage Sama to bring a large amount of materials for me to use. I'm going to wholesale the rest of the materials here, except for the ones used at the orphanage. So could you please ask the Navy headquarters to lend us some workers? There is a shortage of materials in this whole city, isn't there? Sure, there is a shortage of materials, but there is no surplus of workers either. If you have half of what they need, they will just laugh at you. It's a lot, but what do you think? I bought 20 platinum coins worth of materials from the southern city. Even if you exclude the materials used to build the orphanage, it's still quite a lot, don't you think? 20 platinum coins, that's quite a lot. I can't say for sure, but I'll talk to Navy headquarters. Please do. Oh, and since we're going to dock a big ship, could you ask the Navy for permission and to bring in the cargo as well? We don't have many people, so if we can't ask the Navy to unload the cargo, it will be a problem. Well, I don't have to ask you, but if you use it too jaw-droppingly, you'll have a hard time later. Most of the money is used at the Navy headquarters, and the orphanage is right behind the Navy headquarters, so there's not much distance between us. Will they complain? I wouldn't complain to Mage Sama, but since it is the Navy headquarters, some people have a lot of pride for no good reason. There are also those who think it is natural to sell all the materials to the Navy. Well, I go to the higher-ups who know what it's all about, so it's all good on the surface. That's hard to hear. It's hard to take action, especially when they're cooperative on the surface but sneakily pulling us down. I was thinking of anchoring one ferry at a time, a little farther away from the harbor when I wholesale materials, but I wonder if I should put pressure on the fortress and stronghold by anchoring them right on the edge of the harbor. If they are reluctant to fight, it will be harder for them to harass us. I would ask you to try to keep things as civil as possible. Well, as much as possible. Is that too much to hope for? No. Even an old man like him must be surprisingly good at what he does. I believe him. So, how long will it take to get a permit? They're busy with all kinds of things. I don't know how long it will take, but it has to do with Mage Sama. Wait 3 days and come back. I understand. We left the guild and returned to the Lotto. We had 3 days left. We can go to the open sea and relax at the castle. What, Trusan? If we're going out to sea, why don't we stay on the Chris today? I want to try something at the spa on the Chris. Is that okay? I feel like it's been a long time since Ilma-san asked me something. Of course, it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. What about the staff appointment? I'll ask about that too. You can expect a massage as a thank you. That sounds like fun. What will she try? Let's hope for a massage anyway. We go out into the open sea and summon the Chris and board it. It seems that what Ilma-san wanted to try was a hair removal treatment. Last time she used wax, but this time she said something about using electricity. It was so vivid I had to cover my ears. Come to think of it, Ins and Felicia both used razor blades. I know it's a personal grooming thing for me, but I'd like to pretend I didn't notice that part. Don't think about anything else, and get a relaxing massage. Striving for the Luxury Liner. Volume 9 Chapter 19. Thanks to Kazumi for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2/4. Chapter 19. Ferry Movement and Construction Plan. When I go to the Merchants Guild after 3 days, the old man gives me a boastful look. I guess he got the proper permission, but I should just let it go because it's either a smug look from a muscular old man or he did his best, but I'm mildly annoyed. Hello. How's it going? Oh. No problem. They'll be loaning the personnel, and the unloading will be done by the Navy when the ship arrives. In return, you'll wholesale everything here at a fixed price, except for the materials to build the orphanage. Is that right? Yes, no problem. Then I will pick up Mage Sama, and I think the ship will arrive in the evening. Can you start unloading tomorrow? I will let them know. Please make sure that the ship is anchored where it won't interfere with the coming and going of the ship. I understand. Yes. Everything is going well. I want to get this annoying thing over with and feel comfortable. I left the Merchants Guild and went out to sea on the Lotto. What, Trusan? You said you would let both ships float near the harbor, but what are you going to do? Won't it be noticed if you move around too much? Alessia-san is right. It is noticeable. What should I do? Should we bring the fortress to port in the evening and move the stronghold in the middle of the night? Would it be less noticeable at night? I know there will be surveillance, but it would be better if you did that. It really is better not to, isn't it? I've been trying to loosen my grip a little bit, but I think I'm getting too comfortable with it. I guess it's okay to say I'm taking it easy. Speaking of which, I left the ship disguised as a wooden ship. Is that okay? Ah, of course. Do you want to leave the castle disguised as a wooden ship? If not, it will cause less trouble later if the ferry is not disguised as well. What should I do? Since they can enter the ship, they will know immediately that it is abnormal. Then there seems to be no need to disguise the exterior. I don't know if anyone would board a metal ship like that because it might sink. I'm going to disguise it because a wooden ship would be more acceptable. That might be safer. I think Alessia-san thinks that too. But when I'm told it's safe, I find myself wanting to surprise them. Maybe I want to change from my boring self. I changed into the fortress and left for the city of Cagliari so that I could arrive in the evening. What, Trusan? There is a commotion in the city. Is everything okay? I look out at Marina's words. I can't understand it very well. I can only see the Navy headquarters in the distance, and my eyesight is not that good. Marina-san, I don't understand. Is there a commotion? Yes, there is a commotion. Can't you see it? We've talked to the Navy headquarters and the Merchants Guild. Why is that? I can't see them at all. What's going on? Marina-san tells me while she checks the direction of the city. I wonder if Yu-chan has caught onto this because she is on top of Marina-san's head. stretching her body toward the city as well. Rimmer on my head seems to be attracted to it as well because I can feel his weight shifting. Well, more of a welcome than a commotion. People are coming out of the gates, waving flags and hands. Is it because we sunk the Imperial Navy that occupied this city in the first place? Maybe. I don't think they're alarmed. Well, I can't judge that from what I hear. If they're not on alert, shall we continue on our way? All right. The maid shouldn't be out in the open, so there's no need for me to change my clothes. The ship will be anchored just at the edge of the place, where it will not disturb the coming and going of the ship. It's a bit far away, but even I can see the people in the city. They are so welcoming. What are you going to do, Watru-san? Indeed, Alessia-san was right. There are not many people, but it seems that the people of the city are welcoming us as they watch the ship. It would be strange if the mage came out, so could Alessia-san and the others please wave to them? We were in the city until noon, weren't we? The members of Girasol also nodded delicately. I understand how they feel, but it would be awkward to ignore them when they welcome us, wouldn't it? I was a little worried, but I asked Girasol to wave to them. The people in the city were cheering, so it was probably for the best. I returned to the ship feeling a little uncomfortable. It's so subtle. I wonder if that was the right thing to do, Dorothea-san asked, tilting her head. I was worried that Benny-chan might fall off the ship. There's nothing we can do about it, so let's be happy about it. In order to forget about the delicate atmosphere, we had dinner with drinks in the vending machine corner after a long time. It's been a while, but I like the atmosphere here. I feel at home, Alessia-san says as she bites into a piece of fried chicken and swallows a can of beer. It's kind of casual, isn't it? I think the Chris is better in terms of taste, but it's the vending machine corner that relaxes me. A noisy drinking session begins, and after we have drunk our fill until midnight, we leave for the open sea on the Lato. Master, are you all right? I think I'm fine, but I think I might have had a little too much to drink. If you think I'm in danger, please call out to me. I understand. Ins is sunk, but Felicia is still solid, so she should be fine. With a slightly wobbly head, I switched to the stronghold and headed for the city of Cagliari on autopilot. I was already sleepy, having lived a surprisingly regular life. I docked the stronghold next to the fortress, Felicia calling out to me from time to time. I'm pretty tired. Let's go back to the fortress and get some more sleep. Can Felicia take care of Ins? I'll take care of Rimmer, who's sleeping there. Okay. As a man, I should probably carry Ins, but when I think about it, Felicia is the right person for the job. Even I can carry her with ease, but I'm afraid I might accidentally fall. The next morning, I go to the Merchants Guild and talk to the old man. Good morning. Oh, good morning. I mean, wait. Why are there two of those ridiculous big ships? I haven't heard anything about them. We came with a lot of materials, so we ended up with two ships. Didn't I tell you? I didn't hear that. At first, I planned to have one ship at a time, but then I decided to have two ships side by side to scare off anyone who might try to shoot at me. Well, I showed them both in the war, so I guess there's no reason to be surprised. I forgot to tell you, didn't I? I'm sorry. I bowed my head. The old man mumbled and complained about how hard it was to get a call in the morning and how the Navy brass was getting all worked up. I let it go, knowing that if I continued the conversation, I would be in trouble. So these tickets are like a pass to get on the ship. Right now, we have 300 tickets prepared by Mage Sama. I've heard that if you don't have them, you'll be thrown off the ship, so please be careful. We don't need 300 tickets. Besides, what does it mean to be thrown off a ship? I don't know. You should ask Mage Sama. I really have no idea how it works. Maybe I'll have to ask the creator God Sama. Can I meet Mage Sama? I don't think so. He hardly ever meets people. Then it's impossible, isn't it? Can't you ask him? I'm in trouble if you ask me that. All I can say is good luck. He began to complain again. It's a hassle. So when do you start unloading, and when can I meet the carpenters you're going to introduce me to? Oh, the unloading and the carpentry will start in the afternoon. If I can get in with this ticket, can I start unloading by myself? We will leave the loading dock open for you, so you can start unloading on your own. However, please note that the ticket only allows you to enter the area where there is a load. Oh, but I can't be responsible for anyone coming in with unnecessary interference. Are you okay with that? Yes. I've heard that they can't enter any other places than the specified ones, so I don't think there's anything we can do about it. This Mage Sama is a very capable person, isn't he? Well, if it's not a problem, it's fine. I'll call the carpenters in the afternoon, and you can come back then. All right. I left the old man, returned to the fortress, and opened the loading door. The Navy will do the rest. What, Trusan, you're meeting with the carpenter this afternoon, right? What kind of building are you planning? Claretta-san asked me a question about something other than cooking and stuffed animals, which was rare for her. I was a little surprised. No, she was involved with the orphanage in both Southern City and Palermo, so I guess it was only natural. Well, that's right. Depending on the discussions with the carpenter, I plan to have a 3-story building built on about half of the lot, with many large rooms, a large bathroom and dining room. I also want to have a large kitchen. I also plan to have a separate building built for the staff to live in. A lot of big rooms? Yes, I want them to live together as a group. If we build a lot of small rooms, it will be difficult for the staff to see them all. Do you need any other facilities? Yes, I do. Orphans come here, and some of them are emotionally traumatized. We can't deal with them alone in the big room, so we need a small room to calm them down and deal with them. I guess you can't just get all the children together and live together. The children who have suffered from the effects of the war will also come. Once again, I've gotten myself into a lot of trouble. I hate my brain that I can only think of an orphanage in another world equals charity work. The only thing I can do is to make sure there is enough money and to hire more staff. I understand. Let's build a room for the staff in the orphanage itself and build small rooms around it. It would be easier to manage. That would be good. And I think we also need more toilets. Toilets. It would be hell if there were too many people and not enough toilets. I'll have to ask them not to forget that. There seem to be a lot of things that need to be done, so I'll ask Claretta-san's opinion and put it together. I understand. Let me know if you need anything else. If I'm going to build it anyway, it better be easy to use, right? I wanted to leave it to the carpenters, but they're so busy now that I'm afraid they'll cut corners if I do. I understand. In terms of facilities that would be a good to have, it would be a study room. If we can teach the orphans how to read, write and calculate in a big room, it will definitely help them in their future. In the church, priests teach them, but in a private orphanage, you have to hire teachers, so I think that would be a challenge. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's important, isn't it? It would be difficult to hire a teacher, and it would be quicker to find a slave who could provide education, even if it was expensive. Claretta-san, I know it's a little late for this, but I'm going to buy slaves to work for the orphanage staff. Will that be a problem? If even the representatives are slaves, it might be a problem. What, Trusan, are you planning to collect donations? I don't need donations because I'm building an orphanage to spend money on. The problem is when my funds run out or something, but that won't be the case for the time being. No, for the time being, I intend to finance it only with my own funds. If that is the case, I think there will be no problem with just the slaves. If Wataru-san or Camille-san becomes a token representative and some authority is given to those who will be in charge of the slaves. If you don't ask for donations, there is no relationship with the outside world except for shopping. However, orphans need connections to find employment. So I think it would be helpful to have someone with strong connections. Giving authority to slaves is like being a slave master. Well, that kind of place is convenient if you do it with your own means. I understand. I will ask Camille-san and Moro-san about the human network. If push comes to shove, I can get them to work on the luxury liner. After putting together the necessary facilities for the orphanage to some extent with Claretta-san, we finished lunch and headed for the Merchants Guild. Oh, here you are. This way. The old man led me to a room where 3 carpenters were waiting. These are the people who will build the orphanage. This guy is the client. Is it going to be Mage-sama who will be the client? Well, this is Wataru, the man in charge. Wataru, these are the carpenters and masons. I don't think this old man is an employee of the Merchants Guild. He's so rough around the edges. I think he's probably the master of the Merchants Guild. Right? We greet each other and begin our meeting. I was worried that they might be grumpy about being sent here when they are so busy, but it seems that the craftsmen are fully motivated by the fact that this is a project that the mage has put on his mind. It is thanks to the mage's popularity. I'll pretend that I didn't notice their eyes on Girasol. I completely understand how they feel. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 9 Chapter 20. Thanks to Kazumi for the Kofiya and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 3/4. Chapter 20. Order Placement and the Dark Elf Island. I discussed this with the 3 construction workers who had gathered in the reception room of the Merchants Guild. So, Watru-san's request is to build a 3-story stone building and a dormitory for the staff. The necessary facilities are the ones you just mentioned, right? Yes, that is correct. That is exactly what I am asking for, but from a professional point of view, is there anything missing for a large group of people to live together? I think we have most of the things we need. The bathroom is a luxury. If I may say so, it would be convenient to build a warehouse in a separate building for a large group of people. A warehouse. It would be better to have a warehouse, wouldn't it? I'll have it built. It's possible that I'm getting excited because I have a lot of money, but, well, that's okay. I'm poor at heart, so I get nervous when I make big purchases. I understand. I'll ask for a warehouse as well. How soon can you do it? That depends on the funds. If you can cover the construction costs, we can hire people. We don't have many specialists, but it will be much faster if we just have more people to carry the materials. As a result of our discussion, I decided to ask for 2 platinum and 50 gold coins based on the estimate of the fastest possible time. Normally, the cost would be 80 gold coins, but they said they would hire 3 times as many people and complete the project in about 4 months. I don't know if that's expensive or cheap, but is it reasonable because they are building an orphanage, a dormitory, and a warehouse in 4 months? But I wonder about 2 platinum coins and 50 gold coins when labor costs and prices are so cheap. I agonized alone, but Ins, Felicia, and Girasol also looked normal. So I convinced myself that it was right. I know it's not a problem because I'd rather spend a lot of money, but I'm a little worried. After discussing the detailed floor plan, it was night when we left the Merchants Guild. Watru-san, it looks like a good orphanage will be built. Claretta-san came over to me smiling. Because it was Claretta-san who talked most earnestly with the carpenter, it would have been too much trouble for me, and I would have left it to her in the end, so I'm glad. I was tired, though. Haha. Yes, that's right. It was thanks to Claretta-san's hard work. I feel relieved that the carpenters were able to take care of the work. The carpenter's eyes were focused on Claretta-san's breasts as she spoke passionately, and I overlooked it. That must have motivated the carpenters. Even an uncle is a man, right? Feeling that we had done our job, we returned to the fortress. Speaking of which, Watru-san, didn't the Navy come to unload the cargo? I wonder if it was a good thing we didn't wait for them. You're right, Alessia-san. I had completely forgotten. I'll say hello to the Navy tomorrow when they come. I don't like this. I know I said it was okay to unload on their own, but I should have at least said hello. Courtesy is important. When I went down to the fortress parking lot, I noticed that there was actually less material there. They must have carried it out. After successfully welcoming the Navy people, we spent 5 days unloading all the cargo. In the meantime, I was invited to meet with the Navy brass, but I declined, and they were satisfied that they would be invited aboard the ship after the orphanage was completed. It's a lot of work just to meet with a messenger, but I want to postpone the invitation and the meeting with the brass as long as possible. It's easy for me to say no because I can just run away if they don't want to open the castle. Let's bring Camille-san and the others and leave the invitations to them. They won't have time to worry about me when they're at the castle, which is a sight to behold. Master, we still have a lot of time before the orphanage is finished. Shall we look for the Dark Elves? I'm afraid it will take a long time to find the Dark Elves and come back, so that will be after we open the castle. This time, we will go back to Southern City to stock up on furniture for the orphanage and take Camille-san with us to raise her level. Let's take Moro-san and Donatella-san with us to level up as well. It would be great if they could work for a long time. That sounds good. Moro-san's level is a little higher, but he looks like he could die at any moment. It would be a good to raise his level. Ins, what a terrible thing to say, but she's not wrong. He seems to have great connections, so let's give him a long life. Girasol agreed, so I went to the Merchants Guild and told the old man that I wouldn't be coming back for a while. I also asked him to check on the progress of the orphanage. He took it as a request and asked me for 5 silver coins. Well, I didn't want to spend it for free, so it was fine. But the flowing processing work reminded me that even a muscular man is a merchant. After completing our business, I took the ferries in turn to the open sea and repatriated them. Felicia, let's just go to the Dark Elf Island for now. Since we can't take Camille-san and the others with us, if we miss this opportunity, it will be a long time before we can go the next time. I may have to ask Camille-san and the others for help with the mine, but it's not like I'm going to take them to the Dark Elf Island out of the blue. I should let them know that I can take new people once the mine is up and running. Thank you very much. I'm a little worried about the increase in the number of people. May I ask you? Yes, I'm worried too, so no problem. I set the destination to the open sea near the Dark Elf Island and set sail. A few days passed on the castle, and I enjoyed movies, anime, reading, games, pool, massages, earwax, food, alcohol, and even exercise and sports. I lived a fulfilling life. While I was watching DVDs and eating snacks as usual, Alessia-san suddenly came to visit me and said something strange. What, True-san? I saw a show at the theater, why don't we try it? What was she talking about? What do you mean? Well, I saw Saparabi-chan's performing, and I thought I'd like to try my hand at it. Please don't think that. I've already called everyone, so let's go. What, Ru-san? Not good. Her eyes are sparkling. She won't stop. Alessia-san takes me to the theater. As she said, the ladies, Fu-chan and Benny-chan, had gathered there. When I look at all of them, I can see resignation in some of their eyes. Well then, what, True-san? Please make the staff appointments. So you want to do it with staff appointments, right? Is it much better than doing it yourself? I don't mind making the staff appointments, but who's going to watch if we all do it together? You're right. I guess she didn't think about that. She just wanted to put on a show with everyone. I understand. I'll record your performance. Let's watch it together later. But then what, Ru-san won't be able to participate in the show, right? No. You don't have to look sad. I never said that I wanted to do a show. It's okay. It's enough for me to see your show. It's seriously enough. Really? Can I ask you to do it? Yes. Then I'll appoint you to the staff. When I appointed the ladies to the staff, they were like, wow, I didn't know there was such a thing. Or, which one do you want to do? They seemed to have a surprisingly good time. The ladies went to the dressing room to change. As expected, Rimu and the others have difficulty acting, so they sit next to me and watch. Well, if it's Rimu and the others, it's going to be a great show just watching them perform. Anyway, I set up the video to record the entire stage. I might want to get some close-ups anyway. A show of beautiful women with ample breasts. I feel motivated and want to get some close-ups of them. Rimu, I'm going to go shopping in a hurry, so wait here for me, okay? Yeah. I run to the store. There's no time to choose another one, so I'll just take the same model in a different color. I pay the 7 silver coins and hurry back to the theater. I guess they haven't finished setting up yet. I greet Remo and the others and quickly open the box and set up the video. Are you done? It's done. Everyone's show will start soon. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. After the preparations were finished, I enjoyed playing with Remo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan. I was happy. Meanwhile, the curtain went up on the stage. I quickly set up the video and got into the shooting position. Oh, what's this? It's a tights-like outfit that shows off the lines of their body perfectly. The rise of their breasts is wonderful. The cat's ears and tail. It's the Yumai Nakayatsu. What are Ilma-san, Carla-san, and Claretta-san doing with their own ears? They look like they have real cat ears. I like the cat ears, too. The staff appointments are great. To me, who has never seen the stage, it looks like a perfect show. Intense dancing and singing. Although I'm concerned about their breasts, the acting and singing are worth seeing. Especially the dancing is wonderful. The breasts do not sway that much, but the slight swaying and bulging of the breasts attract my eyes. The 2-hour performance was over. Everyone performed wonderfully, but Ilma-san's cat costume was the most wonderful of all. Ilma-san, in her bewitching cat costume, is very attractive and fits the role perfectly. The only drawback is Saparabi, who looks like a deformed stuffed animal. They are very unsuitable to play slim cats. The show is also good, although I've never been interested in it before. Well, I guess the fact that it's a big-breasted beauty act is a pretty big plus. Once I open the castle, it might be fun to put some effort into the theatrical performance. I'll let Camille-san know. No, I'll ask Camille-san and Donatella-san to join the play. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sorry, Alessia-san, that I thought it would be too much trouble. Phew, I'm pretty tired. How was the show, Wataru-san? Alessia-san asked me with a smile, wiping the sweat from her face. She looks somehow refreshed. The women who had been feeling resigned are smiling too, and I wonder if it has some kind of stress-relieving effect. Singing and dancing loudly seems to have an effect. It was very interesting to watch. Shall we watch it over dinner? That sounds great. I'm looking forward to it. I'll go change. The viewing party over dinner was also highly appreciated, and they enjoyed watching the other members' performances while seriously watching their own. It seems that no one dislikes the play anymore, so I guess they'll do it if I ask them to. I have more to look forward to. After a rather pleasant voyage, we arrived at the open sea near the Dark Elf Island and transferred to the Seeker, which anchored at the usual spot on the Dark Elf Island. Hello, Village Chief San. Hello, Wataru-san, it's been a while. I greeted the village chief, who greeted me and handed him my souvenirs of food and alcohol. Wataru-san, thank you for everything. No, I'm the one who brought the migrants here, so this much is only natural. How is the village? If there is not enough food, I will buy more. We have enough. We can't say we have a good harvest because the soil is not ready yet, but we are able to harvest a certain amount of wheat and vegetables now. The number of livestock has also increased, so we can live without any problems. Well, if wheat and vegetables can be harvested, unless there is a very bad harvest, they should be able to survive. Livestock can also be used for food if they are slaughtered, so it is safe to say that everything is going well. Let's go to the village on the hill. I'm really looking forward to seeing how things have turned out. Haha, things haven't changed that much. Please don't be disappointed. We went to the village with the village chief while carrying our luggage. It's been about 3 months since I was last on the island, so I understand. Have the newcomers settled into the village? Yes, there may be some confusion, but I think they're settling in now that everyone's house is ready. The vice chief has also built an inn around the hot springs and several houses, so I think with a little more work, it will be enough to call it a village. So things are going well. The hot spring village seems to be doing well. It is gradually developing, and the number of people is expected to increase in the future. With more people and a defense network in place, they will be able to feel more secure. I am happy that things are going well. This island will get more and more crowded, won't it? Yes. I can't wait to see what the future holds. It's all thanks to you, Wataru-san. Haha, I'm just going by chance, so you can thank the enshrined goddess of the forest Sama and Felicia. In fact, if Felicia and the goddess of the forest Sama hadn't asked me to do this, it would have been over in my mind. Yes, I would like to thank them very much. We reached the village on the hill. Were there more houses? Not much has changed, but they seem to be putting a lot of effort into the hot spring village, so I doubt it will change dramatically. I wonder about the hot spring village. Should I go there and check it out? Funds on hand: 31 gold coins, 67 silver coins, 22 copper coins. Guild account: 0 platinum, 70 gold. Savings ship: 908 platinum coins. Pepper ship: 0 ship. Charity expenses: 93 platinum coins, 20 gold coins. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 9 Chapter 21. Thanks to Kazumi for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 4/4 Chapter 21. Shopping and departure from Southern City. We arrive at the village on the hill with the village chief, and I send Felicia to help Cecilia-san. Village chief San, I don't hear much carpentry going on. Is the carpentry work also concentrated in the hot spring village? Yes, the carpentry work is concentrated in the huts in the forest or in the hot spring village because we are building huts by the river in the forest to store the wood for the newcomers. When things settle down over there, we plan to build more houses in this village. I see. I'm looking forward to seeing the hot spring village completed. Yes, Cecilia and the others went to the hot springs after the inn was built, and they seem to like it so much that more and more people want to live in the hot spring village. So they already went to the hot springs? That's very fast. Yes, they were very impatient. Wataru-san had made a big bathtub for us, so that helped a lot. They were happy to soak in the hot spring several times in one day. But only the vice mayor and I used Wataru-san's shampoo, right? I know this is a very bold request, but would you be willing to share the shampoo and other products with us in exchange for the metals to be extracted from the mine? the village chief asked me apologetically. I guess he is caught between me and the women. The castle will be opened, and beauty-related products will be put up for sale, and I have no problem selling them to this island. I'm sure the demands will be even more annoying once they get their hands on beauty-related goods, so the hot spring village will be completed sooner rather than later. I understand. I'll talk to Felicia, and I'm sure she and Cecilia-san will figure out what's needed. Thank you. The village chief bowed his head seriously. I'm almost in tears thinking about how much pressure he put on me. Let's act quickly and calm him down. I go to the village chief's house and tell Cecilia-san and Felicia that I will give them beauty products. Cecilia-san's smile is dazzling. I apologize, Master, for making such an impertinent request when I haven't even repaid you for the migration. It's not much of an inconvenience for me since it's only for sale. Felicia can decide on the quantity and distribute it later. Yes, thank you. After solving the village chief's problem for a while, we returned to the seeker. Felicia, how much did they say they needed? They are not to be owned by individuals but are to be set up in a common area between this village and the hot springs. Since there are so many people here, consumption is likely to be high, but as a trial, we decided to give out 10 bottles each of shampoo, conditioner, and body soap. Is that okay with you? In that case, I have them in stock, so you can deliver them to the village now. I'm going to visit the hot spring village after it's finished, so tell them we're going to the southern city while you deliver them. I summoned a storage boat and gave her 10 bottles each of shampoo, conditioner, and body soap that I had stocked. Understood. I'll summon the add-ins. You'll drive it with Felicia. I understand. Felicia, let's go. I saw her off on the ad and entered the seeker. Ins looked a bit happy. Should I have taken the opportunity to go ashore on the ad or the ranger? Would it be okay if we went to the hot spring village next time? What, Trusan, will you take Camille and the others with us when we leave the southern city? I don't think they'll be able to move right away, so I'll tell them that it's okay anytime, and I'll pick them up when Camille-san and the others finish their preparations, right? If they can move right away, I'll take them there and raise their level. Level up, huh? I'm looking forward to it. Alessia-san's eyes began to sparkle. It seems that using the galette will be very efficient, so I'd like you to split into 3 groups and level up as much as you can. That's a very exciting development, isn't it? We could have a level up competition. I think Moro-san and the others will die if you start such a competition. Let's remind her of that. I'm sorry to say this, Alessia-san, but please take it slowly at first, and don't do anything reckless. Is that so? Do you think it's better to go slow at first? Yes, we don't know if those 3 are used to the sea, so let's not be reckless and take our time to raise the level. Let's get them used to the Lotto, and after they reach a certain level, let's switch to the galette. If we put them on the galette from the beginning, they will only be preyed upon by those who like to steer the ship. Whether they are addicted to the wild ride or terrified of it, nothing good will come of it either way. Is that the safest way? Well, all right. Let's save the fun for later. Haha, that's what I'm asking. I'm sorry, Camille-san, Moro-san and Donatella-san. Ins and Felicia have returned, and we are leaving with the seeker. We will transfer to the castle on the way to the southern city. We change to the Lotto and arrive in the southern city and enter the Merchants Guild. I've been here so many times that I'm used to this activity. Lately, I have the feeling that the people in the city have mastered the art of just looking at Girasol and passing me by. It's kind of sad. I enter the guild and talk to Camille-san. Camille-san, can I talk to you? What, Trusan? It's okay. Let's go to the back. Camille-san led me to the usual room. I wonder if I take Camille-san out, will I come here less often? The city of Cagliari will be the base of operations, and I'll probably come here on my way to the Dark Elf Island. So, what, Trusan, what's going on today? I just finished the order for the orphanage, so I thought it was time for Camille-san and the others to come over. When would be good for you? Fufu, I've been waiting for that. But I have to work here until 10 days after the moon changes. I think Donatella is the same. Moro-san is retired, so I think he will be fine whenever you are ready. But what do you think? Moro-san was very motivated, so I'm sure he'll fly in. A motivated old man will fly in. I don't like it because it looks kind of tiring. No, I don't want to keep explaining things to you, so I'll ask the 3 of you to come together. Can Camille-san coordinate the meeting? Also, it doesn't matter how much luggage you have, so please bring what you need to the port. I understand. I think we can make arrangements by tomorrow. so please come back tomorrow. After about 10 days, right? I also wanted to order furniture for the orphanage. I understand. I will visit you tomorrow night. Also, Camille-san, I know you are busy, but I would like to ask you to collect furniture for the orphanage. Speaking of furniture, what do you need? Well, I need beds, wardrobes, desks, chairs, and a large table for the dining room. Oh, and please bring used clothes for the children in various sizes. Also, some food to last a day would be helpful. Please give me 5 gold coins worth of food, and the rest of the items should be as much as you can comfortably gather. The kingdom of Brescia as a whole will be short of supplies, so I will buy as much as I can in the southern city. Even if there is a surplus, it will not be a problem if I repatriate it to the storage ship, and the orphanage itself has built a warehouse. This should be no problem. I understand. I will collect as much as I can. She nodded with a wry smile. I had asked her to provide clothes and even food while I was talking about furniture. Adding more work to an already busy place would have made people laugh, wouldn't it? After a brief conversation, I left the Merchant's Guild. Master, are you going back to the ship? No, I want to get some reversi and Jenga, so I'll stop by Don Nino-san's place after a while and go back to the ship. All right. I walked to the shipyard after a long time and called out to the man walking in front of me, asking him to call Don Nino-san. Oh, long time no see. Don Nino-san came over, but his eyes were fixed on my hand. Where's the booze? Before I could greet him, he started asking me for a drink. I liked the honesty of his desire. There is none. Then what are you doing here? He's obviously disappointed. Next time I come back, should I bring him some liquor from the ship? I was thinking of getting a wholesale supply of reversi and Jenga. Can I have 10 of each? Oh, well, I have some in stock. Take them for free. No, I'll pay you. That's okay. I'm making money off of you, so I can't take money from you. If you feel bad about it, bring me some liquor next time. Well, I'll take it. Next time I will bring you some good liquor, so please look forward to it. He suddenly smiled. Come to think of it, there's some money in the reversi and other contracted products. I hadn't renewed my guild card at the Merchant's Guild recently, so I had forgotten about it. I wonder how much money is in there? I'm curious, but I have plenty of money, so I guess I'll just have to wait until the last minute. I plan to get more contracts in the future, and if I hold out and renew, I'll have some big money in it. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Hurry as soon as you can. Haha. Okay. When we get back to the Lotto, should I have the whiskey from the stock delivered to him? To make it worthwhile later, I'll keep it as a general whiskey without an age statement, not a high-end one. I'll save the high-end stuff for here and there, so if something goes wrong, it'll put me in a good mood. After receiving the reversi and the Jenga, I returned to the Lotto. Felicia, can you deliver this whiskey to Don Nino-san? Okay. But is it okay if you give him the goods from the ferry? Yes, it's fine with me. He's been a great help, and we'll be opening the castle soon. Besides, it'll be a few months before we get back from all the excitement. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to give it to him just before we leave? Don't you think Don Nino-san will barge in after he's had his whiskey? Sure, he was pretty happy with the distilled liquor he hadn't slept on, so there's a chance he'll barge in if he likes the whiskey. Felicia, can you deliver it to him before we leave? Yeah, okay. We stayed on the Lotto for a long time, visited Camille-san the next evening, and were scheduled to leave in 12 days. She said she had prepared a bit and would be able to leave soon. I was to receive the luggage I had ordered and Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san's luggage every day. I thought I'd wait and play on the castle, but it's been a while since I've been on the Lotto. I kind of miss it. On a bigger ship, everyone would scatter, but on the Lotto, I'm glad to have Girasol around. I am so happy to see them in no bra t-shirts, up close and personal. Until the day of departure, I cooked with Claretta-san and Carla-san while repatriating the luggage to be delivered. We all had a great time playing reversi, Jenga and drinking. It was a solid reminder of the benefits of living on a small ship that I had forgotten after living on a big ship. Lucky events are more likely to happen, and the lack of entertainment makes for good conversation. On the castle, we bathed and rested individually, but on the Lotto, I was able to enjoy the ladies in the hot tub. The Lotto is one of my top 3 happiest experiences, especially when it comes to drinking after a hot bath. Many happy things happen. I'll keep trying to find time to stay at Lotto. I like the luxury and the spacious rooms, but it is more valuable to me to have the ladies around me, as I am reminded of the advantages of a small ship every day. The day of departure is fast approaching. It's a bit disappointing. I asked Ins and Felicia to take some whiskey to Don Nino-san. Then I greeted the three of them. What True-san, please take care of us from now on. I look forward to working with you all. After greeting each other, I invited them to the Lotto. Ins and Felicia had returned, so we left immediately. So, what True-san, are you going to the city of Cagliari to open the castle? No. I plan to open the castle after the orphanage is completed, which will be in about 3 months. Until then, I would like you to raise your level during the day and check out the facilities of the castle during the night. We have some contracts to sign in the city of Cagliari, don't we? The three reacted to my words. Ho ho, will that raise my level as well? Yes, including Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san. I will ask you to raise your level as much as possible before the orphanage is completed. You can refuse, but I would be happy if you could raise your level and, if possible, work for me for a long time. That would be a great help. I didn't think that my lifespan would be extended at my age. Are you sure, what True-san? Raising the level is quite a valuable deed, isn't it? Donatella-san asks me with a look that says, are you sure it's a good idea? Thanks to the cheat, leveling up is easy for me. I feel like I can make money if I'm a power leveling vendor or something if I need money. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'd be more than happy to work with you if you can level up a lot and work well for a long time. Girasol, Ins, and Felicia will help you, so you can count on them. With a grand gesture, we headed out to sea. I can't wait to see the surprised faces of the three when their level increases. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 9 Chapter 22. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 120. Chapter 22. Staff appointment and welcoming party. We leave from the southern city with 3 people who will be in charge of the castle. Let's just go out to the open sea, switch to the castle and head for the city of Cagliari while leisurely raising their levels. We switch to the castle and the 3 people sorting their luggage. 4 people, because Ins was taken away after Moro-san said, "You're not going to make an old man do manual labor, are you?" Except for those 4 people, we have tea in a donut shop. I offered to help Camille-san and Donatella-san, but they said they didn't need it. I'm a little disappointed. Moro-san is an old man. Should we have someone to help him? He seemed to be in good health, and I thought he would be fine since his strength would increase as his level increased. I think he took Ins with him because it was too much trouble for him to sort his luggage. I have a feeling that Alessia-san is right. I wonder if an old person would feel physically young again if their level increased. I wonder about that. Some people raise their level to get rich and extend their lifespan, but there is a limit. It is difficult to guarantee safety, just like on this ship, and no matter how rich you are, there is not enough money to keep hiring high-level adventurers. I've heard that the effect is to make you look younger than your age, but that's about it. No absurd effects like looking like you are in your 20s. I guess it's more efficient to raise your level when you're young, even if it prolongs your life. I wonder how far the royalty and nobility have raised their levels. I've only heard rumors, but I've heard that those who have their own territory and soldiers to support them have raised their level quite a bit. However, there are not always convenient hunting grounds in their territory, so it seems that not everyone is raising their level. The royal family seems to have several hunting grounds depending on the level of their soldiers. So not everyone levels up. The leveling business seems to be very lucrative. I've been working with the Girasol for a while now, but how much should I pay you? The money I gave you before is not enough. I can pay you with the money from the god of commerce Sama, so please tell me the market price. Even if you put it that way. To be honest, just by being on Watru-san's ship, you can easily raise your level, and with good drinks, good food, beauty, entertainment, and not working too much, I think it's more reasonable for us to pay you instead. For me, just having a beautiful woman with big breasts all to myself is reward enough. You have been helpful enough in guiding and advising me. The fact is, I'm holding you back for your time, and I'd be embarrassed if you didn't get paid for it. I see. But the regular price is too much, so we'll discuss it later. Is that okay with you? I understand. Please let me know when you decide. While waiting for the luggage to be sorted, we chatted. There's a staff area that hasn't been used yet. The rooms look luxurious, and it's amazing. Yes, it is a luxury liner. The higher the rank, the more luxurious the staff rooms are. I guess the captain of a luxury liner is a very elite person. I saw on TV that they also have the right to investigate inside the ship, so they must be great. From now on, they'll be at the castle almost exclusively, so I'd better make a staff appointment. While we waited and chatted, the four returned, perhaps having reached some degree of finality. Thanks for your hard work. Was everything all right? Yes, it was a nice room. I'm looking forward to living here. I am also satisfied. My house is a mansion, but the room you gave me looks more comfortable. My room is so nice that I can't find the words to describe it. It seems that all three of them have no complaints. Let's appoint them immediately. Now, as I told you before, I'm going to use the ability to appoint staff to get you to know the departments I want you to manage. Well, since we don't have enough staff, you'll be working in other departments as well, so let's get started. First, Camille-san, I am appointing you as the vice captain. Since I'll be away most of the time, you'll be in charge. Is that okay with you? Yes, that's what I want. I'll do my best to accomplish it. Yes, I'm glad she's willing to do it. But her eyes are scary. I appointed her vice captain for the time being, and the magic circle was absorbed to Camille-san. It's an amazing ship, isn't it? I thought it might be, but I never realized that it really was a ship from another world. What, True-san, you must be from another world, too, right? I didn't mention it, but they'll know. Moro-san and Donatella-san both seemed to have a rough idea of what to expect, and they didn't seem too surprised, and they looked, I knew it. It would have been more worrying if they didn't recognize the castle. The guests would know that it was a ship from another world, and it would probably spread the word that the mage was from another world. It would be easier if I could put the whole burden on the mage, but what will happen? Well, that's the way it is. Please don't tell anyone. Yes, I understand. As per our agreement, I will not reveal any information about what True-san. Thank you very much. Next is Donatella-san. I would like to ask Donatella-san to be the chief purser. The hotel. Your main job will be to welcome the guests of this ship and to manage the rooms. Is that okay with you? I thought about being the hotel manager, but it sounds like it would be better to let Camille-san oversee it and have her focus on each department. I'm afraid I'll have to let her take over several departments at once in the beginning. I understand. I'll do my best. I appoint Donatella-san as the chief purser. It's amazing, isn't it? Is it the PC that manages the rooms? It seems very convenient once you get used to it. Yes, once you get used to it, it's quite convenient. So please do your best to master it. Is even PC knowledge included? That's great. Next is Moro-san. Moro-san, I'm going to ask you to become the store manager. Your main job will be to manage the ship's sales. Is that okay with you? Yes, it suits me perfectly. You can leave it to me. When I appointed him, he said, I've heard about this kind of product, and went off into his own world. Is everything okay? There are other important positions, such as cruise director and executive chef, as you can see from the knowledge you have gained. The three of you will discuss this and find someone who can serve at the same time or is trustworthy and ask for a recommendation. They will be asked to sign a contract with me, and I will decide after an interview. Then you can discuss with me if there are other jobs you are interested in or if you want to move on to other jobs. I have mostly decided based on my own feelings, so please discuss it with the three of you and make sure it works out. I understand. The knowledge you gave me includes knowledge of other departments and relationships, so the three of us will think about it. Camille-san replied happily. It seems that she thought it would be interesting with the knowledge she gained about the castle. Wataru, may I have a word? Moro-san, who was thinking about something, spoke to me. Moro-san, what can I do for you? Well, the way we sell our products, if we export them to the outside world as fast as we can sell as much as we put out. But first, we want to limit the purchases to attract customers to this ship. Is that right? Is it better to distribute goods or to have people come to the ship? I don't know anything about business, so I don't know. Why? Because if you limit purchases, people will come from all over the continent to buy products they can't get. Especially if we let them experience the spa, they will come back often even after they get the products. I want to make sure this ship is not forgotten before we remove the restrictions. He is trying to do what I am doing with Girasol all over the continent. I can't imagine how many years it will take to make spa equipment in this world. When it becomes popular for its beauty benefits, wealthy ladies will come again and again. If the men also come for the food and the casinos, We will make a lot of money. I understand. I'll leave it up to you, Moro-san, but please talk it over with Camille-san and Donatella-san as well and make a decision. Yes, I want to call my son and sell all these products all over the continent. We can be aggressive and forceful. It's going to be interesting. I won't tell you not to sell products to your son, but monopoly is not allowed. I understand. If you keep all these products for yourself, no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough. I will distribute them properly, so don't worry. I understand. Then the three of you will decide what personnel and supplies will be needed on this ship. I am considering slaves for the personnel, but there is also Saparabi, so please include them in your decision. Saparabi is this child, right? They are very cute, but what kind of creatures are they? Camille-san gently strokes Saparabi and asks, isn't the information about Saparabi in the vice captain's knowledge? How could Saparabi be in the vice captain's knowledge on Earth? But it is hard for me to say that they are the horned rabbits I slaughtered. They are like creatures, or rather, they are like organisms created by my ability. They seem to be based on horned rabbits. They can only do the bare minimum of work, but I think they are useful. So please use them. Just their presence is soothing. Camille-san and Donatella-san seem to like them and pat Saparabi gently. I think slime is cuter, though. If so, should I summon your special Saparabi? I don't think they can do anything difficult, but they can help you with some simple tasks. By all means, please. I would like some help as well. They agree, and I summon their personal Saparabi. Camille-san's personal Saparabi wears a male ship's uniform with a cap. Perhaps because of her title as the ship's vice captain, the Saparabi assigned to Donatella-san wears a female uniform at the reception desk. Moro-san's Saparabi wear men's suits, probably because he works in the shop. These little ones will always accompany you and help you unless you tell them not to, so please use their services. Thank you very much. Do you mind if I give them a name? Yes, you may name it as you wish, Camille-san. Fufu. She is in a good mood, thinking about what name to give it. Donatella-san also strokes the Saparabi gently, so there will be no problem. Moro-san is not stroking it but talking to it and confirming what the Saparabi can do. After much discussion, we decided to have a luxurious dinner at 150 Central Park as a welcome party. Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san also have good taste in alcohol, and they drink and eat with relish. What they talk about is how to level up and how to run the castle. The members of Girasol, Inz, and Felicia also give advice based on their life on this ship. Wataru-san, can I ask you a question? Sure, Donatella-san. I see 3 slimes over there. Are they your familiars, Wataru-san? This child is my familiar monster, Rimu. And this is Fu-chan, Marina-san's familiar, and this is Benny-chan, Dorothea-san's familiar. Aren't they cute? This is the first time I've seen a slime this close, so I can't say for sure. But I think they have a beautiful light. If she can see the beauty of Rimu and the others, then I can trust her. After all, she will become a great slime lover. I was a little too passionate in my explanation of the beauty of Rimu and the others, but In stopped me. Donatella-san looks at me with a slightly drawn expression. Let's calm down. If I push her, she'll run away. I'll tell her slowly how wonderful the slime is. After that, we drank happily, made a lot of noise, and enjoyed the party. Phew. I think I drank a little too much. Didn't I? Yes, I think so. Today's master drank faster than usual. That's unusual. I put Inz down on the bed after she had drunk too much. There's a lot to do, but I feel much better now that there's someone I can trust with the castle. It's good to have these reassuring people here. Yes, and I'll also leave the orphanage to Camille-san and the others. What do you think? Right. I think it's better to keep the orphanage and the castle separate. I think the relationship will be exposed, but with the same people in charge, more people will try to take advantage of it. Yes, I agree. In the meantime, I will gather the staff and become the person in charge. If I find someone I can trust, I'll put him in charge. I think it might be a good idea to talk to Camille-san and the others about this as well. I am new to this as well. Felicia is also new to the world, having lived mostly in the forest. Let's talk to them about the orphanage as well. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 23. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 220. Chapter 23. Power Leveling and Orphanage Workmanship. Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san's power leveling have begun. Except for Donatella-san, the rest of them had combat experience, and they hit the monsters that were blocked by the boarding rejection. Camille-san is a swordsman, and Moro-san is a spearman, but both of them are clearly better than me. Donatella-san's stone throwing makes me feel relieved. Every morning we take the lotto to kill the monsters that have gathered around the castle, and then we make loud noises and tie up the one we killed with rope, luring them in with the smell of its blood. It's a terrible thing to do when you think about it. Before we leveled up, we would just defeat the monsters that attacked us, but when we lured them in, they gathered in surprisingly large numbers. Not only the 3 newcomers but also Remo and the others are working hard to level up, so the rate at which the monsters are being defeated is extraordinary. I know it's impossible, but the monsters in the sea are about to be destroyed, and in the beginning, Donatella-san, who's just throwing stones, gets exhausted and has to take a break every now and then because she can't lift her arms even though she's just hitting them lightly with a stone. The 3 newcomers could afford to do this because their levels were increasing day by day. After the day's power leveling was over, they continued to look around the castle, actively discussing what to include in the contract and where to place the personnel. Phew, I'm running out of rubber boats, so please wait to take them down until I buy some. I understand. Let's all take a break. At Alessia-san's words, everyone took a break at a place of their choice. In the meantime, I bought more rubber boats and prepared for the next catch. As Moro-san said, we are collecting the sea serpents, but can we really handle them? It's quite a lot, don't you think? No problem. Sea serpents and earth dragons can be handled no matter how you do it. I see. Recently, or rather, long before we defeated the Earth Dragon, we had stopped collecting sea monsters even after defeating them. As for the sea serpent, we had only extracted the magic stone, but the rest had been sunk into the sea, because there was no other target to deal with, and the amount of sea serpent materials kept increasing. It is also time-consuming and difficult to pull them out of the sea. We were used to this scene and were just going through the motions. But the 3 newcomers were surprised and protested angrily. Moro-san's energy was so strong that I felt like his blood vessels were about to burst. When I told them that we had no way to handle them, that it was pointless to just take up space, and that there was nothing I could do because I had already secured a large number of earth dragons, they exclaimed that they would handle them all on the castle and secure them all. It looks like the increased lifespan will be reduced as the level increases. Originally, I had cut off and thrown away the part that didn't fit in a boat, but now we're going to collect it all. They'll sell it all for a good price, so let's go for it. After the 3 of them reached a certain level, we tried to raise their level by splitting up on the galette, but it seemed to be hard for them not to be able to recover the sea serpent, so we went back to power leveling on the Lotto. I apologize for being selfish to the 3 of them, but they tearfully told me that, as merchants, they couldn't stand to see the platinum coins worth of material disappear before their eyes. They said that a real merchant would be spiritually driven. This makes me realize that I'm a fake merchant. After we finished, we had a meal and discussed how to run the castle and how to staff the orphanage. I have heard that the orphanage will be preyed on if we gather people half-heartedly and bad behavior is mixed in. Since it is difficult to gather people when they are bound by contract, we decided to rely entirely on slaves. There are slaves who can teach the children, but at a higher price, so they said there would be no problem. The descent of the gods, which had been postponed due to the possibility that I would be busy, was also carried out, as I had only raised the levels so far. I didn't get a near-wax from the god of gastronomy Sama this time either, but I was satisfied because I had a date with the goddess of the forest Sama, and she took the time to give me a near-wax. Next time, or the time after that, I will be able to get a date with the god of gastronomy Sama and earwax. I guess it's just as the god of entertainment Sama had planned, but if I have something to look forward to first, it motivates me to do it. The other gods are the same as always. The god of war Sama is drinking, the god of magic Sama is in the library, and the goddesses are in the spa taking a bath. The creator god Sama and the god of entertainment Sama were walking around the castle as they pleased. Except for getting tangled up with drunk gods, I was able to spend the descent event without any problems. I'm starting to get a feel for the trends, and as long as they don't suddenly ask me to do something reckless, I think I'll be fine. But the hard part is that there are gods who seem to suddenly ask me to do something reckless. After overcoming the god's descent event, I continued my daily power leveling and headed to the city of Cagliari as the scheduled completion date of the orphanage approached. Camille-san, we are about to reach the city of Cagliari. Have you gotten used to your leveled body? Yes, I have. In the past, it was unthinkable that my level would exceed 200, but I am surprised that it hasn't changed much in my daily life. I am surprised to feel the difference when I am in a fight or in a moment of crisis. Is it the same for Camille-san? I am the same most of the time, so I almost forget that I have improved. I thought it was just me, but Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san felt the same way. I've heard that Girasol, Inz, and Felicia, who have experienced combat, can understand the difference in feeling when leveling up, and it seems to make a difference in their main profession. What, True-san, is it the same for you? I grabbed a cup that was about to fall off my desk, grabbed it in a hurry, and smashed it. Don't say such a dangerous thing with a pretty smile on your face. It didn't happen to me because it took me a long time to level up, but if you level up fast in a little over 3 months, it will happen. I'm sure if I accidentally scare them, my life could be in danger. Ha ha ha. Well, that's it, isn't it? It's dangerous if you don't get used to it, so let's calm down and get used to the power slowly. Foo-foo, that's right. Moro-san is also very energetic and says that his body is tense. I'll just say that the power leveling was a success. We arrived in the city of Cagliari and went to the Merchants Guild. There are a total of 12 people, with 3 slime on our heads. Even though we'll be separated from the 3 once we open the castle, we're still a large group. As soon as we enter the Merchants Guild, the old man comes to talk to me. I barely speak to the other receptionist. Oh, you are very late. The orphanage is finished. Is it? I came back on schedule, as you told me before. Was I wrong? There was enough material and money. There were a lot of people there, and it was finished about 8 days ago. I see. As long as it was done without any problems, it is okay. I made sure it was done right. There are no defects, and it was built exactly as planned, so don't worry. Since 3 buildings were built, the final cost was 6 platinum worth of materials. I bought the remaining 14 platinum coins at a fixed price. Is that okay? Yes, it's fine, as promised. I would like to go and check. Is that okay? That was surprisingly expensive. 6 platinum coins worth of materials is quite a lot, isn't it? I wonder what kind of building they made. Oh, I'll show you. Let's go. The old man led me to the orphanage. The walls are surprisingly well constructed. Are they? Wasn't it you who told them to build a wall of stone? What, true? The old man looks at me and says that. I ordered it, but I didn't think it would be this strong. It's like a fortress or a fortified atmosphere. How is it as an orphanage? When we arrived at the front of the orphanage, we saw a thick and big iron door. I decided to make an iron door because it's better to be sure, but I don't think anyone would think it's an orphanage. It really looks like a fortress. I have a feeling the children will be scared. I ordered it out of my imagination, but imagination and reality are different. The carpenter kept telling me that we were building an orphanage, right? I wonder if this is what they meant when they repeatedly confirmed that it would be an orphanage. The professionals must have had a good idea of what the finished project would look like. It's a big, mighty building, isn't it? Claretta-san murmured. Yes, the safety of the children is paramount. With this building, I'm sure bad people would hesitate to come near them. I agree. Even though it doesn't look like an orphanage, the safety of the children comes first. Claretta-san agreed with me. Let's just continue with the building as I imagined it. It was a little embarrassing to think that my plan to build an orphanage had turned into a fortress. Here, this is the key. Can you open it by yourself? Yeah, I'm fine. I put the big key in the keyhole of the heavy iron door and turned it. The key opened with a loud click, or clank, and when I pushed the big iron door with all my might, it opened with a squeaking sound. I was thinking of buying slaves to fight for protection, but I think I should also buy a powerful gatekeeper. The children won't be able to open it. Hey, you look like a weak man, but you're actually powerful. I'm impressed. I would say I'm of medium height. It's just that the old man is muscular. When I entered the building, I found bare ground but a large open space and a fortress. I mean, an orphanage was built in front of it. In front is the orphanage. On the right is the staff dormitory, and on the left is the warehouse. Which one do you want to see first? I will look at the warehouse and the staff dormitory before I look at the orphanage. Is that okay with you? Oh, here are the keys to the 3 buildings. I'll give you the spare one, so don't lose it. Yes, thank you. The bundle of keys alone is quite heavy. It was a complete failure to put too much emphasis on security and ignore ease of use. I shouldn't have said that all doors should be made of steel, because most doors in houses are made of metal, although sometimes glass is attached to them, right? Isn't it unexpected to have such a heavy iron door attached to a western castle? I open the door to the warehouse and look inside. It is a large stone room with several wooden shelves built into it. Yes, there are many shelves, just as I ordered. It looks like you could have a siege in this warehouse alone. Alessia-san, I think so too, but you look away, so please don't mention it. Yes, I agree. It's good to know that you can evacuate in case of danger. Yes, although from the looks of it, the orphanage seems more sturdy. That's true. I ordered the orphanage to be more sturdy anyway, didn't I? I'm afraid to look at the orphanage if it's on this level in the warehouse. After checking the warehouse and the staff dormitory, it looks sturdy. If I check the orphanage, I might think it looks very sturdy. Well then, let's go to the orphanage. I lead everyone and arrive at the door of the orphanage. Yes, Wataru, may I say something? I know what you're going to say, so please don't say it. Is that so? Then why is it necessary to put such a door in the orphanage? But let's not ask. Moro-san, I've told you everything. Wataru-san, the children can't go in and out, can they? Yes, but they will be fine. I'll hire someone to open and close the door. From my point of view, I think it's right to put safety first. I see. Well, if there is someone to open and close the door, it is better to be safe. Claretta-san nodded her head with an expression as if she had somehow forced herself to agree. I kind of want to say I'm sorry. I push open the iron door and step inside. It's pitch black. There's no glass, and everything is made of solid materials, so there's no light at all. I use light magic to create a light and open the wooden window to let the light in. Hey, Wataru-san. This is a sturdy wooden window, and the window itself is small. It's made for a fortress, isn't it? I was there when you ordered it, but did you ask for it to be made like this? Alessia-san's question reminded me of how it looked when I ordered it. I didn't ask for it to be made this way, but it rings a bell. I remember when they asked me if I wanted the windows made normal or safe, so I asked them to make them safe. So, I wish you would stop saying those words. I took a quick look around the orphanage. My impression is that it's armed and solid. They've built a large room, a small room, a dining room, a classroom, and a large bathroom. There should be no problems, but it looks like a fortress. This is it. Let's put in colorful furniture and carpets and decorate with flowers. If we can do something about the interior, it will be fine. I understand. I'll think about it. Wataru-san, please think about the staff. I was quietly informed that I was no longer needed. The ladies and Moro-san were talking to the old man about interior design. It was a bit sad. Funds on hand: 26 gold coins, 13 silver coins, 82 copper coins. Guild account: 0 platinum, 70 gold. Savings boat: 922 platinum coins. Pepper boat: 0 boat. Charity expenses: 87 platinum coins, 10 gold coins. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 9 Chapter 24. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 320. Chapter 24, Lucker and Talent Recruitment. I visited the completed orphanage, and as a result of my imagination, I ordered an orphanage that resembled a fortress. I would like to say out loud that this is not what I intended. Back at the Merchants Guild, my taste was questioned, and the members, except for me, ordered the interior design. I thought I was playing it safe, but it seems I overdid it. I stayed inside for a while, making excuses, when a voice approached me. Apparently, the order had been given. Wataru-san, I heard that the items we ordered will be delivered in 4 days. I'll have them set up for you, so can you give me the key? I did as Alessia-san asked and took out the key. I understand. I should also give you the keys to the staff dormitory and the warehouse, right? Yes. Please. Then let's go back to the Lotto. We returned to the Lotto with my mood slightly lowered. Wataru-san, it's 4 days from now. What should we do until then? Yes, you're right. The orphanage is ready, and the people can live with the furniture I bought in Southern City and the furniture that will be delivered in 4 days. Shall we go and buy slaves? We need slaves for the orphanage and the castle, so we need to buy a large number of slaves. Well, Lucca is the place to buy slaves. I know some people there, and if I tell them, they can get slaves for you. Shall we go? Moro-san's reliability is amazing. I'm sorry, I thought he might be a bit of a pain. That would be very helpful. If there are more slaves, we'll need a ferry. The orphanage is almost finished, and we will present the castle to the Marquis of Lucca. If he agrees, he will speak to the Crown Prince, who will also provide security for the orphanage. If that's the case, wait a bit for the departure. The Marquis will be on board, and the number of people on board will increase due to the escort and other things. If we don't sign the contract for the ship's goods first, it might be difficult. It will take time because there are so many, so we can't leave today. They went over the goods on the castle in great detail. There must be quite a few. If I told them that it would be too much trouble, they would be seriously offended. You are right. Then let's go back to the Merchants Guild, shall we? I have to go with you, don't I? Yes, that's right. It's Wataru who makes the contract, so it's useless without you. If you create a trading company, you won't have to go all the way out there and make a contract at the trading company. Is it easy to set up a trading company? At least you should have Merchants Guild rank of D. Or should I say E? And the minimum requirements are that you have a shop, even if it's a rented house, and that you have at least the minimum amount of money. Even a small store with an E rank is fine. However, there is a screening process, and it takes time to register. In Wataru-san's case, the disadvantages may be greater. I think the number of meetings and other social gatherings among trading companies will increase. Especially with Wataru-san, I think you will be invited to meetings more often to make a connection. As expected from Camille-san, she worked for a Merchants Guild until 4 months ago, and it's a hassle to socialize with other trading companies. I'm not going to start a trading company. Let's just make a contract. After preparing the actual goods needed for the contract and those too big to take out, with a written outline of what they are, we return to the Merchants Guild. The gatekeeper also looks worried. What's wrong, Wataru? Have you forgotten something? No, it's not that I forgot something, but I remembered that I wanted to sign some contracts, so I came back. I said that and stepped back. The rest is up to Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san. I had signed the contract and asked for a slightly lower fee, so there would be no problem. So I do as I'm told and sign the contract. I sign contracts for everything from food recipes to entertainment, room decorations, and brand name clothing and accessories, each in detail. I think it could be more general, but when there are 3 merchants in one place, they don't overlook the smallest details. I repeated the contract so many times that I lost track of the shape of the screws and even the tools. I heard that they left out contracts for things they didn't understand, but if they had signed contracts up to that point, they wouldn't have been able to finish by the end of the day. It was exhausting. I finished all the contracts, and when I went out, it was already dark. That was hard. There's nothing left to do, right? Yes. I don't think it will be a problem. I can't think of anything to do either, Camille-san. I'm sure it'll be fine. Then let's get back to the open sea quickly. I'm tired and want to get a massage. We return to the Lotto at a fast pace and set sail for the open sea. I call the food storage boat, have a quick dinner, and then summon the castle once we're out at sea. Master, if you appoint me as the staff, I'll give you a massage. Oh, great. Please take care of me. I go to the spa and immediately appoint Ins to the staff and get a massage. Well, my fatigue is mental, not physical, but relaxing massage and a good night's sleep will help me recover from my mental fatigue. Phew, Ins, thank you. I feel much better. Fufu, I'm glad to hear that. You looked incredibly tired. Was it that hard? Well, it was mentally hard because I had to do the same thing over and over again, and there was no end in sight. I'm not good at that kind of work. I like being physically active too, so it's not hard to understand. I don't even like being physically active that much. Would I sound like an old man if I said that I like exercising in bed? I go back to my room and relax, watching Rima's training. Since he can fly around freely these days, it must be more of a fun game than a training session. I wonder if it's safe to fly outside now. I had forbidden him to fly outside because it would be a disaster if he accidentally fell into the sea. When I threw a piece of candy to the flying Rima, He skillfully changed direction and caught the candy. This is his favorite training. Or game. That's it. Master, you're going to open the castle soon, right? So you won't be using this room as much? Felicia says, a little disappointed. Now that you mention it, yes. It will take some time, but I'm sure it will be open within a few months. Well, we have the Chris, and if push comes to shove, we can always buy a similar luxury liner. Fufu, if you buy a ship of that class, you'll have to do more charity work, won't you? Haha, that's right. It's a hassle, so let's enjoy the castle as much as possible while we're here. Shall we take a bath in the jacuzzi on the balcony for the first time in a while? Yes, Felicia answers, and Rimmer, who had heard my words, jumps up and agrees. Master, can I have a beer too? Yes, that's okay. But you were drunk the other day, so you have to take it easy today. I understand. In starts to prepare the bath while humming a song. Well, when I think of it, warm water will be poured, so I'm mainly preparing for alcohol. We enter the jacuzzi and take a relaxing bath in the warm water with a light drink. I've been taking a lot of indoor baths lately, so it feels good to take one outside and feel fresh and relaxed. But I never thought I would be able to do what is described on the back of the magazine. And then there were the baths with wads of bills, right? Since there are no bills, a bath of platinum coins. Platinum coins are impossible. A bath of gold coins would be possible. A bath of gold coins sounds good, but it sounds painful. After I get out of the jacuzzi and put Remu to bed, I exercise in bed and go to sleep. What, Trusan? We will be arriving in Lucca soon. Shall we continue boarding on the castle? I think about what to do with Alessia-san's words. Going suddenly is out of the question. If we went there suddenly, there would be a commotion, so we'll enter Lucca on the Lotto. I think it will take some time to invite the Marquis and the others, so let's ask them first. I understand. You will not see the Marquis as Mage Sama, will you? I told the Marquis on my last visit that the mage would not be able to come and meet him, but I wonder if I should ask Marina-san to stand in for him again and meet him at least once. If it is possible to meet him that way, it would deflect some of the suspicion from Wataru-san. That's right. Since these people don't know the magician's voice, I think it would be okay to use an appropriate voice, but it would be less confusing if they were unified with the southern city. So I think we can work it out if we just take a video of the greeting and separate immediately. It's inconvenient, but we don't know where the connection will be, so it's better to organize it. The possibility of Southern Count Sama coming to this ship is not zero. There is a small chance, but if the Marquis gets involved with the messenger who came here the other day, things might get very strange. In my case, if I think it's okay, I'll be reprimanded. So I have to implement the countermeasures that come to my mind. Yes, let's do what we can. Marina-san, can you do it again? I understand. She nodded her head. As usual, she doesn't talk much except about slime and work. Then, after we leave the open sea and get a little closer to Lucca, we will anchor the ship with the ramp down. We'll take the Marquis and the others up there if they want to meet us. After disguising the castle as a wooden ship and deciding what to do, we changed to the Lotto and headed for Lucca. Speaking of which, Camille-san, is there anything else you need besides what you ordered in the city of Cagliari? Wouldn't it be faster if you bought it in Lucca? No, I've already placed most of the orders, so I think it would be better to have them live and then order what we're missing. I see. In that case, when we arrive in Lucca, shall Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san gather the slaves, and we request a meeting with the Marquis. Oh, and when the Marquis comes to the castle, Camille-san and the others will be the representatives to greet the Marquis, so please make preparations for that as well. I understand. Except for the meeting with Marina-san dressed as Mage Sama, everything is ready, so there is no problem. Oh, I knew they were excellent people. As for me, I'm just a random person who thinks ahead and gets nervous when things turn out differently than I expected. Even though the mage's story came out of the blue, they are not upset at all. I admire that. After arriving at the port of Lucca, the three merchants, Alma-san and Carla-san as escorts, went to the Merchants Guild to discuss the slaves. I'll ask Alessia-san and Dorothea-san to tell the Marquis that we'll invite him to the castle when he has time. It's too much trouble to go to him, so I'd be grateful if he'd accept the invitation. After a while, Alessia-san and the others returned first. Alessia-san, Dorothea-san, Thank you for your hard work. How are things going? I'm back. They said that even though it was Mage Sama's ship, they couldn't let Marquis Sama suddenly board a strange ship. They want to make sure that some knights and officials are on board first. I guess it's a natural thing to ask. I would have preferred to do it once, but I guess it can't be helped. I understand. I don't mind inviting them first, but when would you agree? They said if we can invite them first, then tomorrow or the day after tomorrow would be fine. Isn't that fine if it's up to you? What, Trusan? Tomorrow then? Please, let's get this out of the way as soon as possible. I understand. I'll tell them again. The merchants returned in place of Alessia-san and Dorothea-san, who had gone out. Welcome back, everyone. How was it? I'm back. Wataru-san. Thanks to Moro-san, the interview went smoothly. I have a large network of contacts. You can rely on me. Haha, I'm counting on you. Could you tell me more about it? I wonder if I should learn from Moro-san's self-promotion. People say that Japanese people are not attractive enough, but it is a bit embarrassing to be as blatantly attractive as Moro-san. Yes, we were looking for staff for both the orphanage and the castle. 10 men and women to look after the orphans, 5 men who can teach, 10 skilled guards, 10 men to cook at the castle and the orphanage, 5 employees who can do the math. We asked for them. I don't think we have enough people, but it's a start. I asked for someone who is well behaved and not intimidating, so I've asked them to go to the royal capital to look for someone, so it will take some time. If not, we will gather as many people as we can in Lucca who are close to that. A total of 40 people. That's still not a lot. An orphanage of this size would need more people to take care of them. Well, we'll just have to keep collecting. Let's do our best. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 25. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 420. Chapter 25. Welcome Preparation and Inspection. Alessia-san and Dorothea-san, who had gone earlier to tell the Marquis that we would accept the inspection of the castle at his request, returned. What, Trusan? 2 knights and 2 officials will be here tomorrow afternoon for the inspection. 4 people? I don't know if that's too many or too few. 2 knights aren't bringing a squire or anything, are they? Are they being cautious? I understand. Thank you, Alessia-san and Dorothea-san. What, Trusan? Would you like us to be present at tomorrow's inspection, as the responsible party? Yes, please do. I'll just stay here and let Camille-san and the others take care of everything. I understand. I'll make sure it gets done. I'll respond with courtesy, but I don't have to respond to the Marquis Lucca's side of things, do I? Since it's the Marquis inspection, is there a possibility that he will look down on me? Since I had the second prince on his knees, he wouldn't look down on me. But permission to compete with us was important. Yes, we don't have to go out of our way to sell the fight, but if the other side comes out with high pressure, we can break it off. Well, I think there is almost no chance that the other side will try to pick a fight with us. I think so too, but there are people everywhere who look for rough edges and try to take credit for them, so there is no harm in making a decision. Oh yes, I agree. I think you should do what you want, Camille-san and the others. Normally, this would be the time to say something like, I'll take responsibility, but if I fail, I'll just run away, so I won't say it. But it would be a waste of the orphanage I've worked so hard to build, so I hope they succeed. What, Trusan? As expected, it's hard to take 12 people on the Lotto, so except for me and Dorothea, everyone else will be staying with their parents. That's true. In that case, Alessia-san and Dorothea-san, please go back to your parents' house. I won't go outside, so I'll be safe. It will be enough if you come before noon tomorrow. No, there might be something wrong. Well, you'll be safe on the Lotto. Okay, I'll take you at your word. I wish she'd take me at more than just my word. Yes, the last souvenirs I brought were well received. Please bring some of Chris's sweets next time. Foo-foo. Everyone is happy, but they get so caught up in the sweets that they neglect me, which is a problem. I remember her saying that she had lost popularity to sweets before. Do you want me to stop? No, I know they're expecting sweets, and I'm afraid not to bring them. Please do. After making our plans for tomorrow, Girasol went back to their parents' house. After dinner, the group of merchants wanted to discuss tomorrow, so we went back to our room. Master, what will you wear tomorrow? A suit? It's not like we're going to greet the Marquis, so why don't we just wear our normal clothes? But the knights are coming, and they will report to the Marquis, so I think you should be properly dressed. Well, I guess that's true. I'm not used to wearing a suit, so my shoulders are stiff, but I'll put up with it for a while. Then let's go with a suit. Ins and Felicia should also wear dresses. No, lady suits. Dresses are fine, but Ins and Felicia's suits are also fine. I want them to look like beautiful secretaries this time, and I want them to wear glasses, too. Okay, I understand. What about Rimmer, huh? Well, Rimmer is good enough as it is now. Okay, Rimmer is fashionable, huh? I tried to imagine it, but I didn't really know what to do. I can't put clothes on him. Can I at least put a bow on him? I'll think of something for Rimmer. We exchange greetings and have breakfast. Camille-san, I know it's a little late for this, but doesn't it feel strange to welcome the messengers here? If you are in charge of the castle, I think it would be better to welcome them on board the castle. Camille-san and the others pondered my words. You may be right. It might be possible to pretend that we came here to pick them up and pay them a courtesy visit. But it might feel like we're doing them a disservice. What, Trusan, can you take me back to the castle? Oh, that was helpful. I've been doing as I've been told lately, so I'm quite happy to have shown my importance. I understand. Can you tell Ins to wait at the harbor and come back as soon as Giselle arrives? Yes, I will let her know. After Ins disembarked, we set sail for the castle. I'm going to wear a suit. What about you all? Well, yes. Since today is an inspection, I will go in the suit I bought at the castle. When the Marquis comes, I will wear a dress. Since she's the vice captain, should I get her a vice captain's uniform or something? I don't have a captain's uniform, either. Is there such a thing as a captain's uniform to begin with? I have a picture of her wearing a hat. But I'm not going to do it because it would be sad to mess with my hazy memory. I have this white tuxedo. I like it. I'll wear a suit, too. Camille-san and Donatella-san are fine, but Moro-san has never worn a white tuxedo, so I don't even know if it's possible or not. It's an inspection tour, so we'll see how the messenger people react, and then we'll think about it. Is that so? I think they will arrive in the afternoon, so please get ready. I understand. I'll make sure everything is ready. They are very enthusiastic, and I'm sure they will be fine. I asked them and went back to Lucca. Speaking of the 4 people who are coming as messengers, will we take them on the Lutto? It would be better to keep it disguised, wouldn't it? Felicia, it looks like we're going to take the messengers on this ship, but we'd better disguise the ship's interior, right? Yes, that's right. Since it is known that this ship belongs to Master, it would be better to disguise the interior. There will be people who think that it will be easier to get Master's ship than Mage Summer's ship, so it is better not to give out information that does not need to be given out. I agree. Let's do it while we still can. The interior of the Lutto will be disguised so that it will not look out of place in this world. Now it's just a small magic ship with the Mage's Barrier. It's sad that just because it has the Mage's Barrier, it can be targeted, isn't it? We returned to Lucca and greeted Ins and Giselle, who were waiting for us at the port. Welcome home. How is your parents' home after such a long time? Fufu, the same as always. They welcome me with open arms until I bring them a souvenir, but then they leave me alone. The other members laugh, which means that the souvenirs they brought last time were so good that they were well received this time as well. I'm glad to hear that. Alessia-san, have you seen Saverio-san at home? If she was, I don't think she would be neglected because of the souvenirs. Saverio wasn't home. They said he was out on an adventure. Is this bad timing for Saverio-san? Well, we are planning to stay in Lucca to some extent, so there is a possibility that we will meet. I'd like to act in such a way that I don't get involved as much as possible. I don't know if she can understand my thoughts, but Ilma-san looks at me and smiles. She's having fun, isn't she? I see. Oh, we will change into suits, but what about Alessia-san and the others? Right, when the Marquis is here, we'll have to change, but for today we're fine as we are. I understand. We will have lunch as soon as possible to give you time to change. Yes. No problem. We will have a meeting until noon, summon the food storage ship, and then eat whatever we want. If they arrive early, it will be a hassle, so it's time to change. I feel uncomfortable in a suit, but maybe it's because I watch movies and TV dramas. I'm getting used to it. Fufu, but the people in the movies are sexy. But I can tell Wataru-san isn't used to wearing one. Haha. It's just that I've never had the chance to wear a suit before. The only time I ever wore a suit was for my coming-of-age ceremony. The rest of the time, It was for weddings. Alessia-san and Ilma-san compare me to actors, right? And they say they're sexy. If they're thinking of a Hollywood star or something, they're comparing them with the wrong person. Do they think Brad Pitt or something sexy in a suit? Brad Pitt versus me. If my level is 1000, do I have a chance of winning? If the level increases my attractiveness, I will work as hard as I can. Movies and dramas have a lot of cool people in them, or people who are attractive, even if they're not that great looking. My lack of attractiveness is emphasized. It's not calculated. Is there any movie or drama that lowers the average man on Earth? I'll have to look for it. Master, the messengers are here. Thank you, Felicia. Everyone, let's go out to greet them. I was going to wait outside, but I forgot because of the unexpected appearance of a powerful enemy. Sorry to keep you waiting. You must be the messengers? Yes. Commander of the Knights of Lucca, Duman. The Knight Commander is here. Why is someone so important coming? The other knight is the one who came before and asked to be put on the ship. I have never seen the two officials before. If I remember correctly, Alessia-san said that the Knight Commander is a man with a hard character and a pompous personality. I am not good with that kind of person. After exchanging greetings with each of them, I gave them permission to come aboard and boarded the Lotto. Then, Commander-sama, may we go out to sea? Yes, please do. That doesn't sound like what I heard. He seems stubborn, but he answers me correctly. I'll serve tea to everyone anyway. Master, I know it's a little late for this, but I think you should at least pretend to be steering the ship. I was so used to the autopilot that I forgot about it. The ship is barely steered at all, except when the steering-loving crew blows up. I'm sorry, Ins, but you should pretend to steer the ship in secret. You shouldn't let yourself get out of control. Okay. I sent Ins out secretly and talked to the messengers. Most of the conversation is about the castle, the ship we're going on, so I talked to them briefly, not knowing much about the ship. We arrive at the castle without much conversation. Everybody, we've arrived, so let's go outside. When they went outside and looked at the castle, they were frozen with open mouths. After watching for a while, the commander finally regained his composure. Is this the ship? Commander Sama's voice came out as if he was trying to squeeze it out. He seemed to have lost his nerve. If it weren't made of wood on the outside, he would have been stunned to the core. Yes, it is surprising when you see it for the first time, isn't it? Not only surprising. How is a ship like this possible? I don't know the details, but it's right in front of me, so I have to agree. Shall we go inside? He didn't seem too convinced, but it was getting late in the day if I cared. We walked up the ramp and were greeted by Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san in their suits as we entered the ship. Camille-san and Donatella-san are beautiful. They look like secretaries, which makes me feel like a president. As for Moro-san, the retired man has changed into a funky old man in a white tuxedo. He would look good with a cigar. I am Camille, the person in charge of this ship. These are Moro and Donatella. They are in charge of the rooms and the shop. Nice to meet you. I am Duman, Commander of the Knights. Pleased to meet you. The Commander-sama, who managed to get back on his feet, answers the greeting. The other three haven't come back to reality yet. At this rate, there will be chaos once we open the castle. You said you were going on an inspection tour? What kind of place would you like me to show you? I have no idea what kind of place you are talking about. I would appreciate it if you would show me around. Excuse me. Now let me show you around. Alessia-san, you give a very different impression from what I've heard about the Commander-sama, don't you? I've never seen that pattern before, either. Perhaps their emotions haven't caught up with them yet, given the ship's relationship with Mage-sama and the incredible size of the ship. I see. Is that possible? Camille-san leads them around the ship. They are amazed by the city on the ship, can't believe their eyes at the swimming pool, have fun at the casino, experience the spa, and get drunk on the delicious food and drinks. After checking out each room, they exhale with admiration. It feels good, doesn't it? I don't know how high Knight Commander Sama's level is as a noble, but it shouldn't be low. It looks like a nice room to receive a noble. At the liquor store, they are all wide-eyed and excited, and when they find something sweet, they are worried about souvenirs. The inspection ended with them feeling nervous and out of their minds. Is that how it's supposed to be? I'm not sure we did it right. Is it okay that they didn't confirm the attack? If they ask me to let them inspect again, I can be angry, right? Anyway, We let them take some souvenirs and send the merry messengers off to Lucca and said goodbye to them. Let's trust that everything will be fine. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 26. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 520. Chapter 26. The Marquis Inspection and Shopping. The day after the Knight Commander's inspection, a messenger from the Marquis arrived to inform him of the Marquis' visit. He also wanted to stay overnight, accompanied by his wife. A total of 30 people. I know it's not much since it's the Marquis' day, but it's too much for the Lotto. I decided to accept the offer on the condition that they provide their own ship. I feel it would be too easy, even if it were just a visit. I have a feeling it's because of the souvenirs. But if it goes well, it's good. Camille-san, the Marquis is coming the day after tomorrow, so please make arrangements for him. Since he wants to stay overnight, we want him to enjoy the castle to the fullest. I understand. In which room would you prefer him to stay? Well, it would make a better impression if he stayed in my room, wouldn't it? Yes, and it will be the highlight of the castle when it opens to the public. It would also make a bad impression if they found out later and thought they were shown to a room of lower rank. Nobles seem to have a lot of pride. I think they would be convinced if we told them it was the Major's room, but there's no need to go to the trouble of giving them the wrong impression. I understand. Please show the Marquis to the Royal Loft Suite. Let's make a good impression and get him to talk to the Crown Prince. I understand. Should the attendants have a good room as well? I will have to ask the Girasol to move to another room. No problem. We've had enough of that room, and it's luxurious enough for us, even if it's a little lower in rank. Thank you, Alessia-san. Camille-san, since this is the case, I would like to ask you to extend the best hospitality to all our guests. I understand. This is the closest big city to Cagliari. If we advertise here, we won't have any trouble getting customers. Now I'll get the date with the god of gastronomy Sama and an earwax without any complaints. After the detailed meeting, the merchant group took Ilma-san and Carla-san to Lucca to look for the orphanage's staff. They work so hard. I wonder if they are overworked or something. Master, what about us? Alessia-san, you ordered most of the decorations for the orphanage, didn't you? Yes, I ordered something bright and cheerful, something that won't scare the children. Yes, I know you didn't mean to offend me, but I feel like I'm being accused. How about some accessories? I'd like to decorate with flowers, maybe a vase, or maybe a flower bed in the garden. If we made a flower bed and flowers bloomed, it would make this rough space better, wouldn't it? Is there anything else? Wataru-san, I'll donate my many stuffed animals to the orphanage. Okay? Are you sure? Claretta-san, you took good care of them, didn't you? I don't mind. If there are lots of stuffed animals, it will be easier for the orphans to spend their time. Besides, it will be more fun for me because I can take them back. Well, did the same stuffed animals come out in the crane game? Well, if there are lots of stuffed animals, the fancy atmosphere might break the gloomy mood. I'll take her word for it. Thank you, Claretta-san. That's why I was wondering if you could go into town and find me some small things, like stuffed animals, that children might enjoy. If I didn't do as much as possible, it would be embarrassing if the children came in and started crying. All right. I just need to buy something cute or interesting. Right? I'll take care of it. I gave them a gold coin and asked them to collect anything that looked good. The women happily went shopping. Why don't you go with them, Felicia? I'm not leaving the ship, you know. There may be a guest. It's hard for Master to deal with them alone, isn't it? There's no problem because I'm staying here. Well, that's fine. While I was relaxing and playing with Rimmer, Felicia called out to me. Master, we have a visitor. What are you going to do? Who are they? It's Saverio-san and his friends. Yes, let's just sneak back into the room and pretend we didn't notice them. It would be awkward to meet them when Alessia-san is not here. I guess so. It's been about half an hour, and they haven't left at all. Hey, Felicia, do they know we're here? No, they're looking at the gate, so I think they're waiting for Alessia-san and the others to come back. Annoying. If they stay here, they will know I am inside when Alessia-san returns. I hope they'll give up now. About an hour later, they finally left. Since Alessia-san and the others are staying at her parents' house, can't they wait to see each other at night? How much longer will it take? Phew, they finally left, didn't they? I thought they were staying until Alessia-san got home. Yes, that's right. It would have been easier if we had said we hadn't seen them. That's a delicate point because I might get in trouble for saying something inconvenient. It's best not to get involved. If I met him, it would be tiring, so I'll consider this a good thing. I suppose that's true. The merchant group returned, and the rest of the women returned before dark. Since the slaves are dealing with children, they are being carefully screened, but they will be able to gather some of them if they last a few more days. However, they are having trouble choosing the guards for the orphanage. Many of them are big and scary adventurers, and they are afraid to let them work with children. I tell them that since they are the guards, as long as they have good personalities and skills, it would be better if they were tough and scary. Alessia-san and the others came back with a lot of luggage. They came with all the tools for a flower bed and vegetable garden, which would be a good for education. I also asked Camille-san for 2 more slaves who knew how to farm. If we have livestock, we can keep them at the orphanage. It looks more and more like a fortress, but I'm sure it's just my imagination. We all had dinner together, and Girasol went back to her parents' house. I didn't say anything about Saverio-san, but I hope it is all right. The Marquis will be here tomorrow, so I should send the merchant group to the castle before the end of the day. If they stayed at the castle, Girasol wouldn't have to go home, right? If they don't go home, Saverio-san will probably visit us again tomorrow. Would it be more convenient for them to go home? After breakfast, Girasol arrived, so I changed my clothes and waited outside for the Marquis to arrive. Oh, by the way, Wataru-san, I heard that Saverio visited the Lotto yesterday, but he said no one was there. Were you out? Is that so? Oh, I guess I fell asleep after you all went out and didn't notice. It should have been a perfect excuse, but Girasol looked at me doubtfully. Wataru-san, why are you lying? Alessia-san asked me when she saw that it was a complete lie. I wanted her to let it go, even if she was aware of it. Oh, I'm sorry. I pretended to be out because I didn't want to get in trouble with Saverio-san when Alessia-san wasn't around. I see. Well, Saverio's attitude was not good, so it can't be helped. I am sorry for causing you trouble. Was it good that I was honest? The problem is that it's so easy for people to find out about my lies. I'm sure my intelligence should have increased as I leveled up, but doesn't that have anything to do with lying? No, I just thought it would be a bit of a hassle to meet him, and I'm sorry. Master, the Marquis is here. If he had come a little earlier, I wouldn't have been questioned. Marquis-sama. Madame, welcome. I'm indebted to you today. My wife saw the change in the Knight Commander and insisted on coming. Please take good care of us. I see. Commander-sama has changed a lot. I guess from a woman's point of view, she wanted to give it a try. Commander-sama also brought his wife. She must have asked him. I can only lead you there, but I'm sure the person in charge is preparing to entertain you as much as possible. I see. I look forward to it. After greeting the guests, we returned to the Lotto and headed for the castle, leading the ship as we had been instructed. I direct them to bring the ship in front of the ramp and wait for the Marquis to board the castle. He doesn't seem to be boarding. He must be surprised. Let's wait a little. After a few minutes, the Marquis and his party finally enter the ship from the ramp. After guiding the Marquis party's ship, I also went inside. When I entered, Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san were sitting on the sofa in the lobby with the Marquis and the others, chatting with each other. Sorry to keep you waiting. No problem. My wife saw Duman's transformation and wanted to get to the spa as soon as possible, so can I ask you to show her the way? Although I wouldn't wait for it. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, then. She came on this visit because she saw the change in Commander-sama. Well, I guess it's good for publicity. No problem. Donatella-san and Ilma-san go to the spa first with 4 ladies and 5 accompanying knights. Camille-san, Moro-san, Alessia-san, and I are the ones leading the Marquis and the others, and the rest of the members go separately to be greeted by the mage. We followed the same course that we had guided Commander-sama. As I thought when I guided Commander-sama, guiding a beautiful woman while showing off the ship and guiding a high-ranking person in a manner that is not disrespectful are, of course, very different in terms of enjoyment. We walked around the ship, briefly experiencing some of the facilities. So far, the Marquis has shown interest in a bar, a liquor store, and a casino. Liquor and gambling. That's an awkward combination, especially in the liquor store, The Marquis found the liquor he drank as a souvenir from Commander Sama and started trying to buy up all the liquor in the store. Moro-san informed him that the ship's rule is that each person can only take home 5 bottles of alcoholic beverages. Good thing he remembered the purchase limit. I can't believe he suddenly tried to buy them all. Nobles are scary. If there had been no purchase limit, the liquor aspect could have been less appealing, even though there is a bar. Good job, Moro-san. When asked which drinks were tasty, I explained on behalf of Camille-san. I only know about the types of alcohol, but it seems that the more expensive whiskey and brandy are here, the more valuable they are after being aged for a long time. That's why they're more expensive. I've never had them, so I can't vouch for their taste. Since he is staying here tonight, I think it would be a good idea for him to enjoy a variety of alcohol before he buys it. That was a bit pushy, wasn't it? I forgot that Moro-san was pretty sure about the alcohol. I should have left it up to him. I see. If I can only take home 5 bottles, I'd like to pick out the ones I like. What, Rudono, will you join me for the evening? Depending on how it sounds, I think he said something obscene. I would like you to enjoy the drinks in your room as well. So after dinner, Moro-san and I will show you around, if only for a little while. After that, I hope you can enjoy your drinks in your room so you can see how good this ship is. It would be nice to have a relaxing drink in the room. I'm looking forward to it. He smiled and nodded, so it would be no problem. We met up with the ladies who were at the spa. The Marquis and the Commander immediately praised their wives. I've never seen upper-class people praise women so naturally and without embarrassment. I want to learn from them. With the women in a better mood, they look around the ship again. The women, who had been making a lot of noise as they looked at the cityscape inside the ship, suddenly became quiet. I look at them and see that they are looking at a jewelry store. Camille-san, I wonder if they sell jewelry there? The Marquis' wife's interest is astonishing. Girasol was also making a fuss but with a different level of enthusiasm. Yes, as you say. Madame, would you like to see it? Yes, by all means. Understood. We men followed without saying a word. As we enter the jewelry shop, many of the decorations seem to be ones I have never seen before, and I hear positive comments about this or that design or how delicate it is. I look at the Marquis and the Commander. I feel a little sorry. Instead of apologizing, I thank them from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your purchase. Fufu, the merchants usually bring us ornaments, but it's fun to choose like this, isn't it? Yes, it is. I'm thrilled to see so many sophisticated items. The wives chat happily as they choose their favorites. The Marquis and the Commander pay for their purchases without saying a word. It shows the man's degree. The Marquis seemed to enjoy paying for his own purchases. He stopped the squire-like person from paying and paid himself, seemingly enjoying the unusual situation. The Marquis' wife also said that merchants usually come to the mansion, and maybe she enjoys going to the shops. Somehow, I felt that the opening of the castle would be a success. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 27. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 620. Chapter 27. Marquis's Guidance and Slave Contracts. After the women finished shopping at the jewelry store, they felt a little tired and decided to take a break at the donut shop. I now understand what Rudono meant when he said that the country would definitely protect the orphanage if they saw this ship. The Marquis spoke to me over a cup of tea. I was a little apprehensive, but it's full of cultures from different worlds, so I'm sure it's valuable. There are many mysterious things here. That's right. What, Rudono? Isn't Mage Dono from a different world? Well, I don't know. He doesn't like to be questioned. Actually, what I said is not a lie, so they won't find out, will they? Well, maybe there is no mistake, but I doubt if he would answer me if I asked him. I wouldn't have the courage to tell someone that I'm from another world, no matter how obvious it is. Yes, I think so. You're going to dock this ship in the city of Cagliari, aren't you? Why not dock in Lucca? We said we would dock in the city where the orphanage was built, so I guess we will dock in the city of Cagliari. I should have forced some land for that. It's a murmur that sounds like something a vicious land grabber would do. Mage Sama doesn't like to cause trouble for others, so I don't think he'll be happy if you force someone to prepare the land for him. Or rather, it's a little disadvantage. First of all, I'm being asked to do charity work, and I'm building an orphanage, but if I increase the number of unhappy people, they'll get mad at me. Speaking of which, I need to spend more money. I'd like to spend it in a roundabout way. But charity is tied up, and I'd have to think of something to spend it all on. I see. The Marquis thinks of something. I want to believe that he's not thinking of something sinister. Hey, what Trusan, can I ask you something? The Marquis' wife spoke to me. What is it? I'm nervous. Yes, what is it? I was wondering, why do you have 3 slimes with you? Is she biting into them? It's simple. We like slimes. I know it's hard for people to understand, but they're cute. Really? Cute? I don't know, but I think so. If the high-ranking people understood it, it would create a boom. As expected, in this situation, there is no way for me to start proselytizing to the lady. If the crown prince always had slime on his head, or something, it would be a fad, but I'd probably be arrested for proselytizing. After the break, we continued the tour. The mini-golf was enjoyed by the guests, but the zipline and bouldering were not allowed because of the danger. Even if we said it was safe, the escorts couldn't let them try it unless they could prove it, right? As for skating, the skates were considered a deadly weapon, but we demonstrated, and they understood that there was no problem. However, the Marquis was not allowed to participate because it would be dangerous if he fell. Such overprotection. We went to the captain's office and ended the meeting with the mage and the Marquis. The original plan was to end the meeting quickly and easily, but it was too much to do from the side. Mage Dono, thank you for your help during the war. No, is no a reasonable answer to this conversation. I thought it would be confusing to expand the vocabulary too much, but too little was also a problem. Thank you for helping to build the orphanage. No, thank you for showing me your ship. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you very much. I apologize, but I will take my leave now. The meeting ends with a subtle lack of commitment. I felt a chill as I watched from the sidelines. It was a good thing the Marquis didn't ask any questions. At worst, the plan was to ignore him by pretending the mage was grumpy, but I'm glad I didn't have the chance to do that. If there is another opportunity. Marina-san bowed and left. Thank you for your hard work. What Rudono? Was Mage Dono in a bad mood? No, that's normal. Is that so? The Marquis makes a strange face. Did he find out something? Yes, he's like that, so don't worry about it. Well, I found out that he is an unusual person. Haha, I see. Oh, shall we have dinner soon? Let's change the subject, even if it's by force. Anyway, when the guests arrive, it's 150 Central Park. I don't know how to entertain the big shots. If I take them to the most luxurious place, it should work. We take a walk in Central Park before arriving at the restaurant. I'm surprised that a leisurely stroll in the park is so highly regarded. It looks like you could take a leisurely stroll in a castle garden or something, but they say you can't be distracted just because you're in a castle. I would hate to be distracted in my own home. However, this place is also the ship of a mysterious mage. We enter the restaurant and order a meal. We eat the dishes with a glass of wine. Whenever a dish is served that they have never had before, everyone is happy, so they are very excited. I was relieved to hear that they liked the taste of the food. The ice cream, in particular, seemed to have won the hearts of the madams, and when I told them that I had registered with the Merchants Guild, they asked the official to get the recipe for them when they returned to the castle. We also registered for a lot of other things. Once the castle is opened, we'll make a lot more money. After dinner, we went to the bar as promised. The Rising Tide bar is the one I think they would like, but it's hard because of the number of people there. Let's go to the big solarium bar. I enter the solarium bar and ask for cocktails for the ladies and for the Marquis and the commander. I ask mainly for the kinds of drinks that are sold in the liquor store: whiskey, brandy, gin, vodka, rum, and a variety of other drinks. It seems like all the drinks I choose from the store are strong drinks. My head starts to spin, so I switch to a weaker cocktail. The Marquis and the commander are seriously enjoying their drinks. They are also seriously discussing the evaluation of the drinks. The difference in taste depends on the number of years it was aged, where it was made, the taste of the aroma, the taste of the flavor. It's so serious that I can't help but withdraw. When I asked them why they were so serious about their evaluation, they told me that they were thinking of buying liquor as a gift, and since they could only take 5 bottles home, they were very serious about their selection. And since each person is limited to 5 bottles, He asks if it is okay if his wife and cousin buy some as well. This is just like a housewife taking her relatives to the supermarket to buy a bargain package per person. Moro-san told me that as long as we kept to the limit of 5 bottles per person, there was no problem. They were overjoyed to have more alcohol to take home. I feel like I'll go out of business if I drink any more, so I call it a night and go to my room. I show the Marquis the Royal Loft Suite and explain how to use the room. I recommend the jacuzzi on the balcony. I end the session by showing him how to order room service and return to my room. Phew, I left most of the work to Camille-san and the others. But I'm exhausted. Fufu, you can't have master's restlessness when Marina is acting as Mage-sama. The Marquis had his doubts, too, so try to calm down. I was fidgeting, wasn't I? When I feel uncomfortable, I can't help but move in an unnatural way. Yes, but I think that once the castle is moved to the city of Cagliari, the mage will most likely not have a chance to meet with people. If I tell them that the mage has returned to seclusion because the castle has been opened, they won't think of forcing a meeting with him. If they do meet, it will be when it is necessary for the mage to visit them. In the morning, I greet the Marquis in the main dining room. Good morning, Marquis-sama. You don't seem to be feeling well. Are you all right? I suspect he has a hangover, but it would be inconvenient if it were for any other reason. Oh, good morning, what rude. I just had a little too much to drink. I really enjoyed the bath and the room service. I guess he was hungover after all. The fact that he was not in a state of exhaustion suggests that he was either a strong drinker or restrained himself. I'm glad you enjoyed it. The Marquis and the commander's wife, who looked a little under the weather, had a light breakfast, but the rest of the party enjoyed the dessert. Marquis-sama, could you tell us what your plans are for today? Camille-san asks the Marquis what his plans are for today. From my point of view, I feel good so far, so I hope he'll leave early before anything happens. I have to get back before lunch. I'd like to do some shopping on board. Now I just need confirmation that you can't use deadly force on board. Understood, sir. I will take you shopping. To confirm that there is no deadly force on board, you will be thrown overboard. Yes, I hear that. I'll bring someone with me who can swim, so there will be no problem. Understood. What, Trusan, can I ask you to rescue the person who fell overboard? Yes, I understand. Then let's confirm it before the Marquis and the others leave. Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san will lead the Marquis and the others to go shopping. We go our separate ways to prepare for the rescue. I heard later that the Marquis made a note of all the alcohol he drank last night and chose his drinks after serious consideration. That's not the way a nobleman should behave. The madams also went shopping at the cosmetics store and were satisfied with their purchases. The prohibition of deadly force was also invoked when 2 knights removed their armor, and one of them was lightly slashed and thrown into the sea. After several repeated attempts, a flick to the forehead that indicated an intention to attack was not good, but a playful flick to the forehead was safe. I don't really understand the boundary line, but it certainly keeps people safe. But it is dangerous in a way when one careless move could get you kicked out of the ship. He was right. It's normal to get frustrated and accidentally get out of control. We have lifeboats and life-saving equipment, so unless something really bad happens, we can save you. I didn't know Camille-san had checked that much. Is it the vice captain's knowledge? Well, they agreed that as long as you don't attack, you'll be safe. The Marquis liked the castle and promised to talk to the Crown Prince about it. As long as the Navy guards the orphanage, we will be fine. The inspection was finally over when we left the Marquis and his men in Lucca. Since the Marquis will speak to the Crown Prince, we can consider it a success. He will deliver the answer to the Merchants Guild in the city of Cagliari. What, Trusan? We're going to check on the slaves. We just finished one job, and Camille-san and the others are already starting the next one. I think it's okay to rest a little longer. I don't like it when they work too hard like I'm slacking off, but I can't say it out loud. I understand, thank you. It's been 5 days since the Marquis inspection, and Saverio-san has visited us several times. But I'm at peace because he doesn't bother me when Alessia-san is around. I am worried that he sometimes tries to follow us as a subordinate and often asks where we are going next. Camille-san reported that she had gathered some people, so we went to buy slaves. We planned to leave immediately after the purchase because there are quite a few people. When we entered the slave trading house, we were led into the room by a person who looked like the manager. Camille-san, You have already selected most of the people, haven't you? Yes, we have already discussed the job description and conditions, and if Wataru-san has no problems, we will sign the contract. I don't have a good eye for people, so I don't think I can help it. I don't have enough experience to see the good and the bad in people. I'm already satisfied with the contract. Wataru, you should just watch and see. There are some people you don't like, even if you don't have any reason to dislike them. It will only make you both unhappy, so you should at least see each other. Ah, Moro-san is right. There are people you just can't get along with. I understand. Please do. Then, one by one, people come in, have a light conversation, and leave. The scary-looking people are the guards. There are only humans and beastmen. No elves or anything. There are some women I like, but the atmosphere isn't one of asking for itchy demands. Everyone's introductions are over. Wataru-san, how did you like them? There was no one in particular that I didn't like. I don't think it's a problem. The number of people has increased by 5, so we have 45 people, and it costs 540 gold coins. The contract is for 10 years, and there are no special contracts like sex slavery. Is that okay with you? 10 years. Camille-san, I would appreciate it if they could work for a longer period of time, but why did you limit it to 10 years? If we release them after 10 years, we have to go back and buy more slaves, and that's a hassle, isn't it? There are very few slaves who don't want to be freed, and we decided that slaves who are driven to that point are not suitable for the orphanage or the castle. It would be less inconvenient if we either freed them or paid them a salary and hired them when their term was up. If they don't want to work for us, we should let them go, and if they still want to work for us, we can hire them. I understand. Please take care of it. From there, the contract rush continued. 45 contracts were signed, and in turn, the Lotto transported them to the fortress. There were teachers, cooks, guards, staff, and, fortunately, some who had taken care of several children in rural villages. It is common for people to take care of a group of children while they work on a farm. At least it seems that when the children arrive, they won't be in a situation where they don't know what to do with them. Available funds, 26 gold coins, 2 silver coins, 57 copper coins. Guild account, 0 platinum, 70 gold coins. Savings boat, 922 platinum coins. Pepper boat, 0. Charity spending, 81 platinum coins, 69 gold coins. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 9 Chapter 28. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 720. Chapter 28. Decorating the orphanage and living preparation. With the slaves purchased in the city of Lucca, we arrive a short distance from the port of the city of Cagliari on the fortress. Alessia-san, I will take the slaves to the port on the Lotto in several trips, and you will take them to the orphanage? I think it would be better if we all go together. It is not right for me to let so many human slaves into the city since I am not their master. Is that so? Then I ask you to escort them, for you never know what might happen when slaves gather in the harbor. There aren't many people in the city, but there are a lot of ships coming into the harbor to deliver supplies. Speaking of which, we've brought a lot of materials, and the naval headquarters should be finished by now. I'll talk to the old man from the Merchants Guild later. We'll take the slaves to the harbor in 6 trips. Since we're not going to open the castle yet, the cooks and clerks who will work on the castle until it's ready will also live in the orphanage until the castle is opened. Since some kind of training may be necessary, we will send them to the castle as soon as the orphanage is ready. A total of 57 people, including Rimmer and the others, went to the gate. We had been in and out of the orphanage many times and were known to be related to the mage, so it took longer than usual. But we were able to get in. Arriving at the orphanage, we opened the heavy iron door and entered. The interior must have been renovated, but the exterior is still so rough that it doesn't look like an orphanage. Even the slaves whispered in low voices, "Wasn't it an orphanage? Are we being deceived?" "I didn't deceive you. It just looks a bit like a fortress." Since excuses were useless, we entered the orphanage. The atmosphere is brighter than I expected. Foo-foo. We all thought of it together. But it's taking shape better than I thought. The interior, which had been dim and rough, is now a little brighter with brightly painted furniture and light cream-colored cloth hanging on the stone walls. The fabric is expensive, but since I have the budget, it is better than people being afraid of it. The room is dimly lit because there is not much light coming in, but the color scheme is that of a kindergarten, which reduces the atmosphere that might frighten children. It's a little dark, but it's nice. Yufu, I have another idea. If we put a ball of light between this wall and the fabric. You see, it's quite nice, isn't it? Alessia-san looks at me with a proud look on her face. It's an indirect light. No, can we even call a magic light a light? No, it doesn't matter. The cream-colored fabric emits a soft light throughout. It's stylish. It's beautiful, but I think the light is too faint and not bright enough. You're right, it's a little dark for an orphanage. Don't you think? Let's use light magic to illuminate it. When we put some balls of light on the ceiling, the brightness increased, and the atmosphere became sufficient for the children's living space. I'm worried about a fire because there's a lot of fabric, but the light is magic, and the only place they use fire is in the kitchen, so it should be fine. This will be fine. But isn't it always hard with magic light? It's magic that even a child can use, so there's no problem. I will decorate the large rooms the same way. The children's room will be decorated with colorful furniture, some trinkets I bought in Lucca, and some stuffed animals from Claretta. Well, it's a nice atmosphere, and we'll decorate it all, and if something is missing, we'll add it. Since I have a confidentiality agreement with all the slaves, I call the storage boat and have them place the trinkets without hiding them. The staff dormitory is next. We decided that the 10 people who would directly care for the children would live in the orphanage, while the cooks, teachers, and clerks would live in the staff dormitory. The staff dormitory will also be furnished with small items purchased to create a livable space. The preparations were completed with the clothes purchased in the southern city. What, Trusan? Are we almost finished here? I think we just need to take the last of the non-perishable goods to the warehouse, and we'll be done. I understand. Let's get it over with. We go to the warehouse and put away the clothes and furniture for the staff and children on the second floor. After the slaves are gathered, I will officially take over as director of the orphanage until a good person is found. I asked Elmo-san, who was the owner of a shop that had gone out of business, to organize the slaves. He was also a teacher. I was worried about the fact that his store had gone out of business, but he is a serious person, so I thought he would be a good fit for the orphanage. And he can't do anything bad by contract. They are allowed to eat 3 meals a day and receive an allowance of 3 silver coins each month. The slaves' faces lit up when I promised them that they could have a normal life because there was enough money to run the orphanage. They said they were treated quite well compared to ordinary slaves. I told them that they could be treated a little better, but Moro-san told me that if the slaves and orphans live too well, things will not go well. It is difficult. Speaking of which, what, Trusan, what are you going to do about the armor for the guards? I completely forgot. Sorry, Alessia-san, could you please go to the Merchants Guild and buy the armor for the 7 gatekeepers and guards? I'll give you 5 gold coins for now, so you can get some things. All right, leave it to me. Alessia-san, Marina-san, and Carla-san took the 7 slaves and left. We gather the slaves and ask them to make a flower bed and a field to take care of the outside before the children arrive. Even the adult slaves said they were fooled when they went inside because it didn't look like an orphanage. If we don't improve it, the children will be frightened. We decided on the location of the flower beds and fields and asked the people who had worked on the farm to be the leaders, giving them the tools we had bought. As we continued with the work we could now do, Alessia-san and the others came back. It's amazing how a scary-looking atmosphere can become reliable when everything is prepared. We decided on our respective responsibilities, restocked the kitchen with food, and headed back to the Lotto. We've already given them the operating funds, so there's nothing to worry about for now. We've been working hard lately, so let's take a break at the castle for about 3 days. Maybe we can take some of the people who are working on the castle with us. If we take them, Camille-san and the others will start training them, so it won't be a vacation. The merchant crew has been working full-time, so they need a break. I don't want them to fall apart. Speaking of which, when should we start taking in orphans? Would it be too late after we build the flower beds and the flowers bloom? I'm afraid the god of entertainment Sama will complain. I wonder if they sell flower seedlings. Then the atmosphere will be a little brighter even if the flowers don't bloom. I'll stop by the Merchants Guild on my way back. Oh, you're here too? What's going on? Oh, I just let Alessia-san and the others go to the guild earlier. Yes, I'm thinking of doing something about the harsh atmosphere of the orphanage, and I'm going to make a flower bed. Do you sell flower seedlings? Flower seedlings? There used to be stores here in town that sold them, but not anymore. You can get them if you order them from Lucca. What kind of flowers would you like? I don't know anything about flowers. I looked at the girasol, and they looked away. They know a lot about medicinal herbs and such, but flowers aren't their specialty, are they? I looked at Camille-san and Donatella-san, who nodded their heads and took over the conversation. Instead of choosing a single flower, we ordered several seedlings of flowers that would bloom in a short time. They even negotiated the price for me, so I can count on them. Speaking of which, do you know how to pick up orphans? Do we just have to go to a church? If you don't know such things, why did you decide to build an orphanage? Because when they said charity, the only thing I could think of was an orphanage. Would a hospital or something like that be a charity? It seems like it would be hard to get the right people. Oh, if I appoint staff to the castle's medical office, we could have the best doctors in the world. Since there is magic, I wonder if doctors are still needed. I'm only building on behalf of Mage Sama, so I don't know much about the details. Oh, yes, indeed. There are a lot of orphans now, so if you ask them to take them in, I am sure they will accept your offer. If you make a request to the Merchants Guild, we can bring in the orphans for you. Either we pay them to bring the orphans to us, or we pick them up ourselves. I also need to find the Dark Elves, and it would be safer to make a request. Claretta-san, how many orphans can we take in under the current circumstances? Yes, right. We don't have the know-how to run an orphanage, so we should start with about 10 and see how it goes. If we gradually increase the number of staff and orphans, I think we can manage. And if they are too young, it will be difficult to deal with them, so we should start taking care of children as young as 7. Claretta-san is the one who knows the orphanage best, right? I'll follow her advice. That's the idea. I want to start after the staff is a little familiar with the orphanage. So is it possible to bring them here after 10 days? Yes. We can bring them straight from the orphanage in Lucca, and 10 children after 10 days should be fine. But taking care of children is hard work. Are you sure? We have people who used to take care of children in farming villages, and we have also brought in staff who can educate the children. I think everything will be fine. I see. If you say it's going to be okay, it probably will be okay. When the children arrive, can I go and inspect them? Is this old man the kind of old man who takes care of children? Yes. It would be helpful if you could give us some advice. Oh, and when the flower seedlings arrive, please bring them to the orphanage for me. I made the request and returned to the Lotto. Now the orphanage is on its way, and things are going well. I spent my time relaxing on the castle while the merchant group discussed what to do and worked. They are workaholics. As someone who needs help, I'm counting on them. I visited the orphanage several times to check on the situation, but everyone was an adult and had food to eat. There were no problems, and they had arranged the surroundings and built the flower beds and fields that I had asked them to build. The field was originally a private house, so they said it would take some time because the soil was not ready at all. I guess they don't sell fertilizer on a luxury liner, right? But there is a park, so maybe I can find some fertilizer and nourishment. The question is, will the gods be angry if I take soil from the park? Even if it's my own ship? I'll ask the gods next time. If there is an unlimited supply of good soil, I might be able to do the farming cheat. I've never farmed before, though. After the holiday was over, I brought the 6 cooks and 5 clerks back to the castle, and the training of the merchant group began. The cooks were confused by the new recipes and tools, but they practiced eagerly and repeatedly. The clerks seemed to struggle with the computer, even though they had the knowledge. Camille-san, who easily mastered it, must be an anomaly. The flower seedlings I ordered also arrived, and we planted them in the flower bed we made with bricks. The gray and brown world seems to have become friendlier with the addition of greenery. With a few more decorations, the orphanage should be fine as an orphanage. I have a feeling that replacing the iron door would make it better, but I feel defeated somehow, so I'll leave it as it is. Master, what are you going to do today? It's about time. The kids should be here by now. So let's go ask the Merchants Guild. I understand. We'll all go together, right? Yes. We boarded the Lotto and walked through the streets of Cagliari towards the Merchants Guild. The naval headquarters is almost finished, but the city is still in ruins, isn't it? Yes, that's true. The residents themselves are few, and the Navy headquarters has its hands full with repairs. It's difficult when they can't use force like Wataru-san. I think that it will change when the Navy headquarters is finished and the carpenters have more time. Forcefully, she said, even though I only brought the materials and asked them to lend me carpenters instead. It's a little forceful, I guess. I hope they don't hold a grudge. We arrived at the Merchants Guild and entered. Oh, what's going on today? I thought the orphans should be here by now, so I came to ask. If they find a ship that can carry 10 orphans, they will arrive tomorrow. Besides, I told them to call me when they get to the harbor and see if the ship arrives, so don't worry about it. Thank you very much. And when will the naval headquarters be finished? The naval headquarters is almost finished, but they need a lot of manpower to finish the details. It will take more time. It will be a long time before the city is restored. By the way, earlier, you talked about the land price in this city going up. What happened to that? Well, I don't make a profit, so it doesn't really matter to me. Well, if you don't care, then tell me. Please wait a moment. Wataru-san, please come over here. Camille-san takes my arm and leads me to the corner. The merchant group surrounds me with frightening eyes. I'm not in a good mood at all. I want to go home. Cash on hand, 25 gold coins, 98 silver coins, 23 copper coins. Guild account, 0 platinum, 70 gold. Savings boat, 922 platinum coins. Pepper boat, 0 boat. Charity spending, 81 platinum coins, 63 gold coins. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 29. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 820. Chapter 29. The need for laying the groundwork and the children's arrival. When I tried to talk to the old man in the Merchants Guild about the information about the land price increase, the merchant group took me to a corner and surrounded me. Wataru-san, are you sure you didn't say anything to the Merchants Guild? Eh? What? I told them that we were going to build an orphanage. Didn't I? No, I was talking about the docking of the castle. Camille-san asks me in a whisper. I didn't say anything. The merchant group puts their hands on their heads and looks distraught. Did I do something wrong? This is our fault. We had plenty of opportunities to check when he came to greet them and when we signed the contract. The guild master was strangely relaxed, but if he didn't know, it was only natural. Moro-san looked at the old man and said that. As I thought, that old man was the guild master. Wataru-san, the anchoring of the castle will be a story that will spread all over the continent. Any merchant's guild that is not involved will have its reputation destroyed. I was once a member of a merchant's guild, but it would be a troublesome organization if they lost their cool. I hadn't thought of that. I guess the Merchants Guild acted like they thought I was doing all the work. But it's business, so shouldn't it be kept secret? Secrecy is important, but when it is such a big impact on the city like this, it's important to lay the groundwork. I see that it is difficult. I thought we could just keep it a secret for now. The merchant group sighed. I'm sorry about that. Can it be done in time now? Is it okay if we do it now? Much better than after we open the castle. We'll talk to them ourselves. Please do. The merchant group went to the counter and talked to the old man. I wonder if it's okay to talk to him in a place like this, but I guess it's okay because no one is here. I hear what? And hey, you should have said that before. I'm sorry, old man. Master, what's wrong? Yeah, it's kind of important that the castle be docked. So I guess we should have laid the groundwork. But we don't know what will happen until the orphanage is built, do we? Yes, I probably should have mentioned that when I started building the orphanage. Both Girasol and Felicia listen with blank stares, so I guess it's a merchant's rule. Master, Camille-san is calling for you. Oh, thank you, Felicia. I don't really want to go, but I guess I have no choice. Oh. You should brush up on your merchant skills. It's important to ask around. I am at a loss for words. Yes, I apologize for the trouble. But if I were to go into business, I would only do pepper. The pepper trade is easier for me because I am in a stronger position. The merchant group wanted to talk some more, so we went to the orphanage. When we arrived at the orphanage, the gatekeepers opened the heavy iron door and welcomed us. Since they are the gatekeepers, they should wait at the gate, but apparently, they have too much free time, so I ask them to join the farm work. When the children come, I ask them to stand at the gate, including the guards. There are not many people in town and even fewer who visit the orphanage, but when the castle docks, People are likely to come. Elmo-san, is there any inconvenience on your side? Master, it is unnatural to address a slave with honorifics. Oh, that's true. But it's not quite right not to use honorifics with such a serious-looking uncle. I still find it difficult not to use honorifics with Kiriso. After all, I understand, and I told you to at least call me Wataru-sama. Didn't I? I apologize. I have the tendency to be pleased when a woman calls me master, but I don't have the tendency to be pleased when a man calls me master. I have tried my best to make it acceptable to call me sama, though I would have preferred san, but they say it doesn't show that they are slaves. So, Elmo, did you find anything uncomfortable? No, sir, everything is fine. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm going to take a look around and see if I can get some work done. Understood. I feel more comfortable with the old man type in the Merchant's Guild. I am tired of being respected. Well, considering my position, I guess they can't be so casual with me. When I looked around the orphanage, I found a lot of stuffed animals in the chests. It looks scary at night, doesn't it? I think we managed to neutralize the harsh atmosphere with stuffed animals and interior decorations. I went outside to help them with their work, but they were very attentive to me, so I left early. I don't think we're going to get along. It was easy to talk to Ins and Felicia because originally, I was looking for an escort and an ichi relationship with them. But this time there were so many of them that my relationship with them seemed clearly defined as a master-slave relationship. When I returned to the Lotto, the old man came running. Is something wrong with Camille-san and the others? Oh, I'm glad I found you. The Crown Prince's envoy is coming to the Merchant's Guild to see you now. The Crown Prince's envoy, come to think of it, the Marquis said something like that, didn't he? It hasn't been that long since I showed the Marquis around, and the envoy is already here. I can't stop thinking about it. So I head for the Merchant's Guild with the old man. But what about the guildmaster who is running to pick me up? He completely ignores the weight of his position. I hurry along with the old man, who is fast on his feet. We enter the guild and are ushered into the reception room. Thank you for waiting. This is Wataru. Thank you for waiting. I am Wataru. No, I came to visit you on your ship, but when I heard you were in the city, I selfishly said I would like to meet you. I apologize for disturbing you. What the heck? How should I respond? He is the Crown Prince's envoy, so I shouldn't be rude. But humility is no better. It's difficult. No, it's an honor to meet you. I have a letter for you from the Crown Prince. Please take a look at it. Ugh, what should I do? I received the letter as politely as I could. It was like receiving a diploma. I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about etiquette. Is it okay if I just open it here? No problem. Wataru Dono, who introduced Mage-sama to the people of Girasol, is a benefactor of our country. Please don't mind me. What? A benefactor of the country? Are they trying to keep me around somehow? If I'm not careful, I'll be in trouble. Oh, thank you very much. To sum up the letter, he heard it from the Marquis. The Navy will guard the orphanage in exchange for the ship's anchorage, which is no problem considering the favor they received from the mage. However, he has requested that an envoy inspect the orphanage and the ship that will dock there. If they don't confirm that it's in the national interest, there will be a lot of complaints from complicated people. Maybe something like this. I'm going to ask Camille-san to confirm this since it may be difficult to say, and I may be wrong. I've looked into it. I think the envoy's visit will be fine, but at what time do you want it? If it's the mage, I think it's okay to be arrogant, but what kind of attitude is better for the position of a friend of the mage? I'm an F-rank merchant in terms of status, so if I take advantage of his words and get carried away, I'll get into trouble. It's really annoying. Thank you very much. I know it's short notice, but could you do it tomorrow? There are 5 of us, myself and my attendants. Also, would it be possible for us to do some shopping on the ship? The Crown Prince and his wife are very pleased with the ship's goods sent by the Marquis, and they have asked us to purchase them if we can. Wow, I thought that was a quick response, but that's what they want, isn't it? Liquor, beauty products. I have a feeling it's both. If it's after the opening, that's fine, but I don't want them to come now. There are rules set by Mage-sama, so as long as you stick to those rules, there should be no problem. Camille-san here is in charge of the ship, so she'll take over. That's just right, so I push Camille-san to take over. I pretend not to notice that she looks at me with a little bit of resentment. I'm tired of all these inspections lately. I'm going to leave it all to Camille-san now. The orphans will be here soon, so I have to stay at the port. I am the director of the orphanage, after all. After the discussion between the envoy and Camille-san was over, we returned to the Lotto. What, True-san, do you want me to lead them tomorrow? Yes, that's right. I'll leave it to Camille-san and the others. I'll wait at the harbor in case the orphans come. You're not thinking of throwing it all away because it's too much trouble, are you? Haha, well, I'm thinking about it. But please listen to me. I'm not comfortable dealing with people like that, and that's why I asked Camille-san and the others to help me. Can you please do this for me? I told them my honest feelings because they would know if I was lying to them. Sigh. I understand. We will guide them tomorrow. But please attend the opening ceremony of the castle. What is the opening ceremony? I've never heard of it. Oh, I'm sorry. I have not yet asked your permission. While Watru-san was at the orphanage, the guild master requested it. When the castle is open to the public, he wants us to pretend that we invited the naval leaders and nobles from the surrounding area at the request of the Merchants Guild. Do we have to pay that much attention to the Merchants Guild? I think it will be troublesome if the relationship becomes too close. With the advantage of the ship, there is no need to worry about the environment. But if we use the Merchants Guild as a contact point, the troublesome parties will flow to the Merchants Guild, and no trouble will be brought to the orphanage or the castle. If the Merchants Guild selects the tickets, there will be no resentment toward us. We are in a stronger position and can make demands. I think it would be more convenient to use the Merchants Guild, don't you? Ah, Camille-san, you want to throw all the troublesome matters to the Merchants Guild, don't you? The Merchants Guild will be able to increase its influence, so it's a win-win situation for both parties. If that's the case, I don't mind. If the Merchants Guild is willing to take care of it, I can at least tolerate the ceremony. Thank you very much. We returned to the castle and had dinner at a pizza restaurant today and enjoyed sharing the food with Rimu, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan. I haven't played with Rimu and the others lately. Next time I have time, let's play together in the kids' corner. In the morning, we pick up the envoys and send them to the castle. Camille-san, Alessia-san, Ilma-san, and Carla-san will also help guide the envoys. We will return to the harbor and wait in case the orphans arrive. Since it will probably be a whole day of waiting, I have asked Dorothea-san and Marina-san to stay with me. I can't go to the kids' corner, but I'll play with Rimu and the others today. Claretta-san is here to help us with the orphans when they come. It's important to have someone with experience, right? Dorothea-san and Marina-san, and I will just play with Rimu, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan. Treasure hunting, tag, hide and seek, it's a lot of fun. By the way, Rimu and the others can play catch, but they prefer to be thrown around. Master, a merchant with children is coming towards us. Aren't they orphans? I didn't know they were really coming today. It was just an excuse to skip the envoy's guidance. All right, let's greet them. We went outside and waited for the merchant and the children to come toward us. Are you Watru-san? Yes. Are you the merchant who brought the orphans? Yes, these are the children. When I looked at the children, I saw that many of them had dark expressions on their faces. Are they suffering from the scars of war? I would prefer not to see such hard-looking things, but that's what happens when you build an orphanage in a war-torn country. Thank you very much. I thank him, sign the request, and we part ways. When I look at the children, my body shakes. I feel like I'm going to fail. I'm Wataru, the director of the orphanage you're going to. What should I say? I promise you that the place you are going to is safe, and you will be able to eat a full meal every day. You can study, you can play a lot. We will all try our best to live happily together. Anyway, I did my best. But it seems that I can't grasp a child's heart. It was sad. I asked Claretta-san for help. Don't be afraid, everyone will go together. Although there was no response to her words, Claretta-san approached them with a smile, and the children began to approach her reluctantly. Is it important to smile? I tried to smile at them, and they freaked out and looked away. That's sad. Well, I'm hardly ever at the orphanage. It's okay if they are afraid of me. I'll settle for wishing them happiness from afar. But since there are 10 of them, is it extravagant of me to think that I should have at least one person who likes me? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 30. Thanks to just some guy for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 920. Chapter 30. Signs of beauty-related fever and the month leading up to the ceremony. Take the children. Claretta-san takes the children and enters the city. Some of the children began to cry at the sight of the ruined city, but Dorothea-san quickly took them in her arms and brought them along, comforting them. Did the tattered city cause trauma? Maybe we shouldn't bring them inside until the city is cleaned up. We arrive at the orphanage, and the gatekeeper opens the iron door, and the children make frightened noises. I can't help but feel sorry for them. I should have changed the iron door. It's okay, Claretta-san calms them down, and we go into the orphanage. I ask the orphanage staff to gather around and introduce the children. The scary-looking guards and gatekeeper wave their hands away. The 10 children meet the staff member in charge of the 10 orphans. The staff members are not used to meeting the orphans, so they are a little awkward. I guess they will have to get to know each other gradually from now on. What, Trusan? The children seem hungry. I heard that they haven't had lunch yet. So why don't we prepare lunch even though it's late? Is that so? Then I will prepare lunch. After all, I promised them that they could eat as much as they want. Claretta-san and some of the staff prepare the food. I know it's a bad word, but let's hook them up with food. Time is short, so we prepare a simple meal of vegetable soup and bread and set it out in the dining room for everyone to enjoy. The children were full and perhaps a little calmer. Smiles began to appear on their faces. Little by little, the conversation between the staff and the children increased. After a break to chat, we decide on the children's rooms. I ask the children if they want to be in the same room, so I lead them to a large room and decide on a bed and a chest for each of them. Master, if we don't return to the castle soon, we'll have to keep the envoy waiting. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Felicia. Elmo, we have to get back. Can you take care of the rest? Understood. You can leave it to me. After saying goodbye to the children, we hurried back to the Lotto and headed for the castle. Master, are the children okay? Well, they looked older, but they were wearing proper clothes, and they weren't skinny. I think they came from a proper orphanage, so I think they were just nervous about being in a new place for the first time. I think once they get used to it, they won't be so scared. What do you think, Claretta-san? Yes, I think so. I am sure they were in a proper orphanage. They seem like kids who have been through a lot, so it will take time for them to settle down, but if they are treated seriously, I think things will work out. I guess that means if you do it right, time will tell. Come to think of it, Dorothea-san, you are also used to dealing with children. Do you have a brother or sister? No, I have an older brother but no younger siblings. Sometimes I accompany Claretta to the orphanage, so I am a little used to it. Oh, I see. When the child cried, I was too nervous to do anything. Experience is important, isn't it? There will be plenty of opportunities for you to get involved in the future. You will soon get used to it. To be honest, I don't want to experience too much. Well, I'll leave everything to them once I'm settled in, so it won't be a problem if I just do my best at the beginning. We arrived at the castle. The envoy is supposed to return after dinner, so we're just in time. I thought they would stay overnight because of the inspection, but they have to leave early tomorrow morning, so they are going back to the city. Is it my imagination that I have the feeling that the purpose of the visit is to shop, not to inspect the ship? Even though it's a lodging facility, it doesn't feel right that they're not staying overnight. It seems as if they have been told to deliver in the fastest way possible if they buy anything. After entering the castle and waiting in the lobby, the envoy and his men returned. As I thought, they were going back without spending the night, so I sent them to the city of Cagliari. I look at the envoy and think, what do they want to do? No, why should it be? I want to ask, but I don't want to ask because it would be disrespectful. But I want to believe that they are not on bad terms with Camille-san and the others. What Rudono, Mage-sama's ship is amazing. I think it is a ship from another world. I don't know the details either. Mage-sama doesn't like to talk about himself. I don't think I can hide the fact that the mage is from another world, so I'll have to go the route of being afraid to mess with him. I see. There is a lot of painful history when it comes to relations with other worlds. I guess they don't want to talk about themselves. However, it would be of considerable national interest to this country if we could dock this ship. No one will complain if the Navy shoulders the orphanage. You can rest assured. I understand. Thank you. If the envoy's words are true, then the opening ceremony will be the only thing that will bring closure to the situation. After that, we can relax and look for the Dark Elves. I managed to avoid the envoy's questions about the mage and me and arrive in the city of Cagliari. I get out of the ship and say goodbye. I'm a little glad that the envoy said he wanted to stay at the castle privately next time. I thought about staying on the Lotto, But then I remembered that I hadn't said anything to Camille-san and the others, so I returned to the castle. I want to hear about the envoy, you know. Now that the opening of the castle is becoming more realistic, there will be fewer opportunities to use it freely with just our group. Let's enjoy it while we can. I returned to the castle and asked Camille-san about the envoy's situation. She said they only checked out most of the facilities because they didn't have time, but they were strictly ordered to get as many beauty treatments as possible at the spa, and that was the end of their visit. It must have been an order from the Crown Prince and his wife or something like that. I wonder what kind of letter the Marquis sent. Maybe it's something that doesn't exist in this world, so it wouldn't be strange for a man, but it's disturbing to me. First, a full body massage and skin care at a spa and beauty salon. Unwanted hair removal. Nail art. I couldn't see it with their pants and shoes, but they also did foot care, removing shin hair and decorating the nails on their legs beautifully. Their heads were also given scalp care, and their hair was nourished to make it shiny and smooth. Eyelash extensions were also applied, resulting in an envoy that makes you want to refrain from expressing yourself. I definitely feel like I'm on the wrong side of this. Normally, they would not have gone as far as eyelash extensions. Since the envoy spent a lot of time there, the only other places the envoy took time to visit were a liquor store and a cosmetics store. The 5 of them, the envoy and his attendants, selected alcoholic beverages while looking at some kind of notes, and they shopped until the limit was reached while asking Camille-san and the others. The purpose of the visit was clear. The purpose of the envoy is to shop and inspect beauty salons. I don't know what they will think when they see the envoy, but depending on the result, I have a feeling that even the Crown Prince's wife will come on board. Is this the situation before the opening? If I hadn't hired Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san seriously, I would have thrown the project away. I want to ask you all, what do you think of the envoy today? Well, I think they look cleaner and better. Do they look better to you, Alessia-san? Maybe I should try it? Moro-san thinks about trying it himself. Yufufu, what True-san? I know what you want to ask us because I still have a little knowledge about this shop. But it doesn't matter because the people in this world don't know. Is Ilma-san right? The men who come to beauty salons, huh? The different world creates a gap in some strange places. I understand. Thank you all. So, Camille-san, now that the orphanage is up and running, do you think it's time to open the castle? That's right. I think it will be fine if we decide when to open it and contact the Merchants Guild. In the meantime, I would like to hire staff members. Is that okay? Are the cooks and clerks who came this time already familiar with it? Yes, they are knowledgeable, and with repeated practice, they have mastered their positions faster than I thought. Based on the response from those who have come so far, I think we need to assign more dedicated staff to the liquor store, cosmetics store, jewelry store, beauty shop, and cook shop. Otherwise, Saparabi-chan alone won't be able to handle them all. I see what you mean. I thought it would be nice to turn the tables with Saparabi. Since they don't understand Saparabi's explanation and treatment, it might be deceptive, but wouldn't the royalty and nobility be offended if a slave explained and performed the treatment? Those who disagree with the fact that slaves are the main members of the Merchants Guild and that there are beastmen slaves will be rejected. If a human supremacist comes, the response will be the same. And most importantly, Alma-san and Saparabi-chan are completely different in their abilities. I prefer to have Saparabi-chan work as a support. It's true that it feels much better to have Ilma-san do the treatment than to have Saparabi do it. I understand. Then I will leave it in your hands, Camille-san, and I would appreciate it if you could make the arrangements for me. I understand. Then would it be alright if we send out invitations for the event to be held in a month? Inviting a high-ranking person through a Merchants Guild would take that long, I guess. In this world, it might take less time. Camille-san and the others will use their personal connections to send invitations to people with a lot of power. It looks like word of the castle will spread faster than I thought. Yes, that's what I'm asking. Right. Would the Girasol want to invite your families anyway? I asked, and Alessia-san shook her head. It would be my pleasure, but there are so many important people coming. They'll probably shy away and not be able to enjoy themselves. Oh, yes, that's right. Then please invite them when the castle is ready. Fufu, thank you, Wataru-san. I'll take your word for it. I'm indebted to you, so please don't worry about it. After agreeing on some details, I went back to my room. Tomorrow is finally the opening ceremony for the castle. I had planned to leave the whole thing to Camille-san and take it easy, but that is not possible in reality. When Camille-san talks to the Merchants Guild, things suddenly get very busy for everyone involved. I show up at the orphanage when I have time and bring snacks. I'm not sure if I should fish with things, but I'm still the director of the orphanage. It would be a problem if the children were afraid of me. Now, almost a month later, I have maintained a certain popularity as the uncle who brings them tasty snacks. They know by word of mouth that I am the director at the orphanage. But since I don't live in the orphanage, they don't seem to think of me as one of their close relatives. If anything, Rimu, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan are more popular. When they play outside, Rimu and the others show off their high-level skills without hesitation and play tricks on the children. They have earned the respect and awe of the children. The children are getting used to life at the orphanage and seem to be able to lead a happy life, eating a full meal every day, helping with farm work, studying, playing, and living a regular life. Well, according to Elmo-san, some of the children cry at night, and even though they seem fine on the surface, the painful memories are still there. I wonder if they can recover so well in just 1 month. I guess it takes time. We went to Lucca to hire more staff and bought and signed contracts for a cook, a beautician, a salesperson, a security guard, and staff for the orphanage. I didn't think we needed security guards, but I was told we needed them in case of fights, etc. They said it would be bad if the big shots lost their temper and ended up being thrown into the ocean. I know I shouldn't say it as a side note, but we took another 10 orphans and brought them back to the orphanage. The invitation for the ceremony had been delivered to the Marquis of Lucca, but he found out that I was in Lucca and asked me some questions. I went to Alessia-san and asked her to explain, and she said that the Marquis would be attending the ceremony. He said there were several people he wanted to invite, and he asked for a slot, but I told him that the mage's arrangement was to apply to the Merchants Guild. It would be a problem if he suddenly broke the rules with his power. I'm glad he agreed. If he tries to make trouble, I can always threaten to move the ship, but it's definitely better not to get into trouble. I asked what they would do about people from other countries, and they said they would name the person who caused the problem and ban the whole country from the ship. It's a business where we have an overwhelming advantage, but I wonder if it's okay for us to be so aggressive. And I wonder if the people who caused the problem will be treated badly by those around them. After buying the slaves and returning to the city of Cagliari, I heard that an envoy of the Crown Prince and his wife was coming to inform us of their participation in the ceremony. They brought with them their entourage of nobles and their wives, and they had reserved a large number of rooms in the Merchants Guild, and they will stay for 3 days. I wonder if it's okay for the Crown Prince to be away from the royal capital for 3 days. By the way, it seems that last time the envoy's transformation was well received, and he was invited to the Crown Prince's wife's living room, where the wives and noble ladies gathered to check every nook and cranny of his appearance. It is difficult to judge whether this was a reward or a humiliation. Rumors of the Crown Prince and his wife's attendance were circulating. Applications from nobles who had not received invitations were pouring in, and they were being rejected to increase the scarcity value, and it was like a battlefield in places I could not judge. I heard that the Merchants Guild in the city of Cagliari is also somehow managing to turn things around, as the old man has decided to greatly increase the number of members after Camille-san talked him through the process. When I think back to the past month, I feel anxious about tomorrow's ceremony. I'm just a supporting actor, but Camille-san, Moro-san, and Donatella-san, please do your best. By the way, I heard that the old man from the Merchants Guild had a hard time because there were no facilities to accommodate royalty, nobility, and wealthy merchants in the city of Cagliari, which had not yet been rebuilt. I am sorry. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 31. Thanks to just some guy for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1020. I really appreciate your donation since I just quit my job due to my mother's illness, and I have to go back to my parents' house and take care of her for a while. I will try to keep updating the Ko-fi chapter regularly, although it may be a little slower than usual. I hope you understand and can be patient and continue to support me in this difficult situation. Thank you very much. Chapter 31, Ceremony and a Break. It was finally time for the castle's opening ceremony. Since the morning, magic ships and sailboats have been arriving and boarding the castle, which has been moved to a position where it can be seen from the harbor, albeit from a distance. The old man from the Merchants Guild brings the list of passengers and issues the tickets, so there is very little work for us. The old man also came to visit this ship, and the staff will come next time. Ticket issuing and room management were supposed to be Donatella-san's job. But since we almost gave everything to the old man, we decided to have Donatella-san serve as the cruise director as well. Camille-san greeted the guests in a dress adorned with jewelry from a jewelry store, and her limbs were shiny and polished from the spa the day before. She's always been a beautiful woman, but when she puts her mind to it, she's even more amazing. After greeting the guests, the Saparabi, who works as a room attendant, escorts them to their rooms. It's a bit of a shock when guests see them for the first time, but they seem to be very popular with the ladies, and for some reason, I see them holding hands with the women as they are escorted to their rooms. Saparabi assigned to a room are always ready to cater to the guests' needs, and their outfits become more luxurious as their room ranks increase. Since the party starts at night, guests who arrive early can either relax in their rooms or stroll around the ship, but the women who have heard about this ship rush to the spa or beauty salon as soon as they can. The men are also chatting freely, having a light drink or a meal. Surprisingly, many of the men were enjoying donuts, which was interesting. It is probably because there is no tendency in this world for men to be embarrassed about liking sweets. Phew, now we have the whole list. With a smile on her face, Camille-san spoke to me, trying not to be seen by those around her as her face relaxed. Is it already? It's a little past noon, but it's amazing that everyone is here. Fufu. Yes, it is. When the invited came to the city of Cagliari, they were surprised to see not only the nobles but also the crown prince. Well, is that so? It seems that the people on this ship are only royalty, nobles, and wealthy merchants, so it would be a good meeting no matter who you get along with. Personally, I think it's a group of people with bad personalities, so I would avoid it. Yes, the participation of the crown prince is especially effective. Moro-san was pleased that the people who refused the invitation would regret coming. Moro-san also has a good personality. He was also very clever in inviting his son. Haha, that's just like Moro-san. So what are you going to do now, Camille-san? Well, I'm going to take some time to rest, and until the time of the party, I'm going to go around the ship and make preparations. What about you, Watru-san? I'm going to take a look around the ship as well. It's the first time I've seen so many people. I've experienced it with many gods. I don't think it's much different, but I'm more comfortable this way because I can go against all the complaints. It's a way to escape the way of the gods. Fufu. Please take a good look around, okay? Haha, I'll do my best. I wanted to just look around, but I've been promoted to patrol. I hope there won't be any trouble or anything. There aren't that many people on the security staff, so I'm just hoping for peace. Master, where should we start looking around? Maybe the Royal Promenade. There are probably a lot of people gathered there. Watru-san, if you appoint us as the security staff, we'll split up and look around. What do you say? That would be very helpful. It would be noticeable here. Shall we go to that room over there? We go to the unused room, and I appoint Girasol as security. I can count on her. I leave Girasol and look around the busy ship. Everywhere I go, people are curious, asking the staff for explanations, and both nobles and merchants are trying to buy things, even things that are not for sale. In particular, there was a crowd around a classic car on the Royal Promenade. I would like to say that it is not a magic vehicle, but it is inconvenient that I cannot say that. I guess I'll have to go through with the mage's belongings. All the shops on the Royal Promenade are booming. I can't imagine how much money is being made because Moro-san is putting profits on the line. Let's pretend I didn't see the men frolicking at the Rising Tide bar and the move on. At the boardwalk, Carla-san, who is supposed to be on patrol, is eating a hamburger. She can watch the place while she eats, so it's okay, right? The ladies around the spa are so loud. I hear they'll definitely be back tomorrow, and I'm sure it will be well received. Well, now that we've had a look around, let's rest in our rooms until the party. Yes, I understand. We went back to our room and relaxed. We had the best room so far, so this is a drop in rank, but to be honest, I feel more at home here. It's sad to feel comfortable when it's small. Even if I can make money, I still have to grow up, don't I? Master, The view from this room is also interesting. Is it? I was caught by In's words and looked outside to see the boardwalk below. Surprisingly, people are gathering at the carousel. There were no people there before. I've had a room on the seaside before, so it's quite interesting to have a room with a view of the inside of the ship. When it was time for the party, we got dressed and went to the party venue. At first, I tried to prepare food in the dance hall to fit in with this world, but Donatella-san, with her knowledge of the cruise director, came up with the idea of a party that would be unique to the castle. We went to the Royal Promenade, me in a tuxedo and Ins and Felicia in dresses. I told them that I wanted a rough and casual party, but I heard that it would be bad if the first party attended by royalty and nobility were a casual one. Well, since I was planning to leave the castle after this ceremony, I decided to attend the party this time. When I arrived at the Royal Promenade, I found that I was a little late, but there were quite a few people drinking and chatting. The place was lit up with various neon lights to resemble the streets of old New York, creating a strange yet cool atmosphere. Especially the ceiling is glowing in different colors, and everyone is fascinated by it. On both sides of the room, the ship's full complement of food and drink is lined up, and although I thought a party would be a hassle, I'm starting to get excited. Oh, it's the members of Girasol. They are all wearing dresses they got on this ship. It suits them well. Since the female guests were wearing their precious dresses, the dresses from this ship made them stand out in a different atmosphere. But Fu-chan and Benny-chan, who are stationed on the heads of Dorothea-san and Marina-san, stand out the most. There's also Remo on my head, so I guess I stand out too. I guess it's too late for that. But the men and women in the room are all dressed up quite spectacularly. The tuxedo doesn't stand out at all. It should be okay, even if Remo is there. Oh, the Crown Prince is over there. There is no problem with the orphanage, so there's no need to go out of our way to meet him. Let's stay away from there. After a while, the place goes dark, and people start murmuring. But then a spotlight hits the stage, and Camille-san is illuminated. She is beautiful and gorgeous, isn't she? Thank you for coming to the opening ceremony of the castle, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Camille, and I am in charge of this ship. We have prepared a small welcome banquet for you, and I hope you enjoy it. After Camille-san's greeting, she passed the baton to the Crown Prince to propose a toast. The Crown Prince will give the toast. Why is that? Does the most important person give the toast? I don't know, but I drink with the Crown Prince's toast. The party begins, and the guests begin to enjoy themselves in various ways. Since they are all important people, no one goes straight to the food and gobbles it down. They talk elegantly with a glass of wine in one hand. They talk about their territories, business, and other things that are not fun to listen to. The women also talk about jewelry and beauty. It's hard to get involved. Anyway, I'll just eat my food and wait for the time to pass. I sit down next to Carla-san and enjoy the meal with Remo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan. It's strange how a meal I usually eat tastes different when the atmosphere changes. After a while, various events began. Bingo, live music, and other events that I don't think upper-class parties do, but I wonder if that was Donatella-san's strategy. It was a lot of fun, so I guess it was not wrong. They are all so rich that they can get anything they want, but surprisingly, they are eager to get the goods at bingo. The excitement was especially high when it was announced that a whole earth dragon would be sent to the person who got triple bingo the fastest. Well, they're cut into pieces for repatriation, but one of them is worth a platinum coin. It's like bingo in the bubble era. According to Donatella-san, the impact is important, and the product has been decided. It's all about impact, isn't it? At the live performance, before I knew it, Girasol started singing J-pop songs dressed like a girl band. I was the one who appointed them. I had an image of Donatella-san as a solid person, but she's reckless. I heard that she liked traditional Japanese music, and maybe she is an easily influenced person inside. I am worried about the guests who are a bit thoughtful. After the concert, the audience, surprisingly tolerant of new music, discussed their impressions of the concert. I've never heard music from this world before, so I didn't know what to expect, but I was surprised at how well it was received. Thank you all for your hard work. It's quite well received. Fufu. I was worried about how it would turn out because the lyrics weren't understood, but it was worth all the practice at the karaoke every day. Alessia-san replied with satisfaction. Karaoke. Unlike the movie, the language was not understood, so I only used it occasionally, but I was surprised to find that it was understandable when I appointed them to the band. For this party, I discovered a lot of facilities and positions that I don't normally use. Even if they didn't understand the language, the rhythms and melodies must have tugged at their heartstrings. As the passengers moved to either side of the royal promenade, a large number of saipurabis in glittering costumes march in and dance. I still have a hard time with saipurabi, but the ladies said it would please everyone, so we decided to go for it. Some of the saipurabi wave back as they dance. Some of the men looked interested but generally just watched the show in a normal way, and the difference in reaction between them and the women was noticeable. Should I have asked the women to participate as well as the saipurabi? If it were me, if there were dancers in samba costumes or something like that, I'd be watching with my head held high. The Castle Samba Carnival. That could be good. I heard that we are going to increase the number of staff at both the orphanage and the castle, so if I ask Donatella-san, it might happen sooner or later. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm worried about some of the saipurabi wearing costumes. I know it's better to have a wide variety to make it more colorful, but it's like the stuffed animals are wearing costumes, and it makes me lose track of what they're doing. From Felicia's point of view, is this parade fun? Yes, it's adorable to see all the cute saipurabi-chans dancing and waving their hands as hard as they can. Well, that's good to know. I seem to be the only one who's uncomfortable. If it's well received, who cares if I'm uncomfortable? After the parade was over and Camille-san gave a short speech, everyone was free to do their own thing. Surprisingly, few people left the parade, and they seemed to be making connections as they chatted and laughed. Moro-san was flying around, connecting with the guests. He is very energetic. We're leaving, but what about you, Girasol? Are they related to music? I talked to Girasol, who was sometimes approached by people who seem to be related to the music industry. We're going to leave too. We're only staying here because Wataru-san is here. Don't forget that we are Wataru-san's escorts. I forgot. Shall we go back then? After returning to my room from the royal promenade, I took off my tight clothes. I'm not used to wearing clothes that make my shoulders stiff just by putting them on. I wash off my sweat in the small shower of my room and relax with a can of beer. Master, can I have a beer too? Sure. How about Felicia? Me too, please. I summoned the storage boat, took out a can of beer and gave it to both of them and gave Rimu an orange juice. Puha, hey master. You're going to leave the castle to Camille-san and the others, aren't you? What are you going to do now? Well, if all goes well, I guess I'll just show up at the orphanage again and look for the dark elves, right? Then you'll go back to your old life. Yes, I'm going to take it easy for a while because I have to build an orphanage, meet some important people, and do many other things I'm not cut out for. What about all the money you have to spend? I'll think about that when I relax. I have found out that an orphanage is not for me this time. I'm thinking of a big charity where I can spend a lot of money at once. Thinking about future plans, I go to sleep with the feeling that I have done all I can. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 32. Thanks to just some guy for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1120. Chapter 32, Idle Talk, Skill, Routine, Everyday Life, and Emotion. The Crown Prince Skill. The name castle was first heard throughout the continent at a victory celebration held in the Kingdom of Brescia to celebrate the complete destruction of the Empire. The Beast Kingdom and the Kingdom of Thessaloniki, with whom they had fought together, were invited, as well as guests from other friendly nations, and a grand party was held. The guests were treated to a variety of dishes and desserts that they had never tasted before. Many alcoholic beverages were served in beautiful bottles, many of which had never been drunk before. Even the royalty and nobility of each country had never tasted such beautiful wine and food, and the invited nobles were amazed. In addition, the ladies of the Kingdom of Brescia had moist skin, shiny hair, and elegant perfumes. Nail art, cosmetics, perfumes, jewelry, and other things never seen before. They won the envy and jealousy of the ladies of other countries. By the way, the polished men were also popular among the ladies of other countries. The rumors were spread to some extent by the nobles and the merchants who were invited to the opening ceremony. However, due to the castle's purchasing restrictions, they were unable to buy in large quantities, and the few goods that were offered to the royalty and nobility in search of connections did not spread explosively. The merchants tried to stay overnight several times to bring back a lot of goods. However, Since the Crown Prince of Brescia collected goods in the same way, it was difficult for merchants to get rooms at the castle in the current situation where the number of guests at the castle is limited. For this reason, the guild master of the Merchants Guild in the city of Cagliari was apparently in great trouble when the merchants came up against him. The Crown Prince asked for the purchase restrictions to be lifted for the Kingdom of Brescia only, but was told by Camille that interfering with the mage's rules would mean the withdrawal of the castle, so he instead negotiated to be given priority accommodations until the victory celebration. This allowed the Crown Prince to invite the nobles of his own country to undergo the treatment on the condition that they offer their goods to the state while keeping the goods, food, etc., rare and valuable. The Crown Prince enhanced his country's reputation and strengthened his own position with a sensational victory party. The gifts were also used as gifts for the invited guests from various countries, and the effect of the gifts spread throughout the continent. After that, many merchants began to visit the city of Cagliari. Camille's routine. Few, even though it was the Crown Prince's request. It's not easy when the nobles come in droves, is it? I wonder if Wataru-san knew that before he left. Even if it's the Crown Prince, he has the power to refuse if he doesn't want to, so it's not like that, is it? I'm sure Camille Jouchin has the authority to refuse the Crown Prince's request if you don't like it, right? Moro-san may say it simply, but this country is indebted to him, and there's also the matter of the orphanage. It would be wrong to just accept a favor from him, wouldn't it? Well, that's true. They also sent guards to the orphanage and promised to watch over us from the naval headquarters and protect us in case of an emergency. That's a big deal. That's how much they value this ship. The Kingdom of Brescia would like to use it as much as possible, but we can't just go along with it. It's a difficult but rewarding task. Yes, we must repay the favor we have received, or else we will be stuck. Speaking of which, Moro-san, how do you plan to limit the purchase of the products? Well, I think it is too little as it is now, but unlimited sales of alcohol, cosmetics, and jewelry could have a huge impact on the manufacturers. Since the impact would be too great, it would be safe to gradually increase the distribution volume. I agree. Aside from jewelry, alcohol, and cosmetics are on a completely different level. The stores that deal in luxury goods will be affected because they are expensive, but if they all go out of business, the impact will be enormous. That's for sure. If we were explicit, we could dominate the economic side of the continent with this ship. It's a problem. Even if you say problem like that, it's not very convincing when you say it so happily. Wataru-san doesn't want chaos, so please be careful. I know that, but I can only imagine. If this ship were mine, I would do it with a lot of pomp and circumstance. It's still ostentatious enough. Speaking of which, what is Donatella up to? She's preparing for a performance at the Marine Theatre. She's having a lot of fun learning about the cruise director. She wants lots of actors. Well, we have permission to buy slaves, but we'd also like to have people in all the restaurants, shops, and casinos. I'd like to replace the higher quality jobs with people. That's not enough manpower. You should keep it to a minimum. Wataru told me that this ship originally had more than 1,000 people working on it. I know, but I'd rather leave the cooks, bartenders, merchants, and shopkeepers to others. Then there are the actors that Donatella wants. With the vice captain's authority, you can appoint them to the staff, can't you? Don't be in a hurry, just add them to the staff slowly. The nobles who stay with us are still more than satisfied. It's better to leave room for growth. That is true. I'll talk to Donatella and ask her to work on the show with Saparabi-chan's first. If the response from the guests is not good enough, we will bring in more people. That would be good. It's time for the evening greeting. Is everything all right? Yes. I'll get changed, and you take care of the rest? I'll take care of it. I wonder if we will be able to handle this busy schedule when we lose the passenger limit and start receiving more than 5,000 passengers. It makes me nervous, but for now, we just have to do what we have to do one at a time. There's nothing like a bath and a glass of champagne after a hard day's work. Let's do our best. The fast-changing daily life of an old man. I look at the battered city of Cagliari. I can't touch it now because the Navy headquarters has taken all the workers, but I will definitely rebuild this city. Master, you're not busy, are you? Anise, who is sitting next to me, speaks to me in a lazy voice. The receptionist of a merchant's guild is something of a figurehead. I wonder if it's okay for her to be so lazy, but since no one is coming, There's nothing I can do about it. Go do your paperwork. I've already done everything. There's so little to do, it's hard. Jobs are coming in a trickle. But there are hardly any people in the city. There are so few jobs that even 2 people can get by. It's a sad reality. While I was thinking about how to pass the time, the first visitor of the day arrived. A somewhat listless young man. He had a letter of introduction from the Marquis and was related to the mage who was the benefactor of this country. He offered me a challenging job. He wanted to build an orphanage. He would bring the materials, and he wanted to borrow personnel from the naval headquarters. He was motivated and did the groundwork, but after several months, I had not heard from him. I'm sure there will be no problem since the Marquis introduced him, but he must come back soon, or I'll be bored to death. Wataru came back with 2 ridiculously large ships. It's so conspicuous that it gives me a headache. He also dropped off the luggage, had a brief meeting with the carpenter, and left. I don't know if he's motivated or not. I took the commission and made the rounds of the orphanage construction site. It's under construction, but what does Wataru want to do? To be honest, it looks like he's building a fortress. Why are the walls so high? Do they need thick iron doors? I talked to the carpenter and asked him, what is he doing here? The carpenters told me that when they asked him, all he could say was, the safest one, please. It's unbelievable. I don't understand why he wants to build an orphanage. Master, I have seen the orphanage, but are you sure it is not a mistake? It is not a mistake. I talked to the carpenter, and he said that it was designed for safety first. Anyway, I heard that all they wanted was safety. So that's why they designed it that way. Oh, is that so? Anizai doesn't seem to know what to say. I know how she feels. The orphanage is complete. It looks like a fortress from the outside and inside, but considering that it protects the orphans, is it okay? Later, when I showed Wataru the completed orphanage, he was so confused. What an idiot. The ordered interior was brought in and installed. I got to see a bit of it. Well, it will be okay. Wataru came by, so I just waved him off with the information about the rising land prices. Then Wataru was pulled into the corner and was talking about something. The young lady seems to have a headache. Did he do something stupid? As I listened to the conversation, my face became tense as well. Mage-sama's big ship is going to dock and be used as an inn. The inside is filled with things I've never seen before. People will come from all over the continent, and there's not much time before it opens. Hey, I don't understand. You should tell me something this important as soon as possible. I don't know, but it seems like the items on Mage-sama's ship were the ones he kept signing contracts with before. I don't know what it all means, but how could so many goods be spread all over the continent at the same time? Moreover, the ship was even bigger than the one that brought the materials, and it was said that there was a city and various shops on board. I was shown some jewelry for sale on the ship, even though the stones were as well cut. The precision of the cut and the magnificence of the ornamentation could not compete with the goods available on this continent. Where did he get this stuff? They keep showing me other items that I've never seen before. Isn't this going to be bad? This is going to be bad. Is the Marquis of Lucca coming? Is it possible if it has to do with Mage-sama? Will the Crown Prince come, with his retinue of nobles? Why? I sent invitations to the high-ups at the naval headquarters and to a wealthy merchant. But is it really okay for me to invite a merchant, albeit a wealthy merchant, to a ceremony where the Crown Prince is coming? I checked the castle. What the hell is this? It's practically unrealistic, isn't it? I asked Camille, but she brushed me off. I can understand why she can't tell me, but my stomach hurts. As word of the Crown Prince's participation spread, other nobles and wealthy merchants also wanted to join. Since the number of participants is limited, the participants are selected based on the balance of power, the depth of their relationships, their positions, and various other considerations. It makes me lose a little weight. I want to praise my own ability to listen and decide to increase the number of people. Without it, my life would have been in danger. Anizai, who complained of being bored, is now working hard with the eyes of a dead fish. Those are sad eyes. Finally, the opening ceremony, or whatever it's called, is over. The Crown Prince orders to secure a room. The rich merchants try to persuade us to stay. Even the second prince's cronies are trying to get in. Why do they come when they are forced to kneel down by Mage-sama? I feel my proud muscles shrinking. After a lot of hard work, the Crown Prince's victory celebration has somehow matured, and I thought that peaceful days would return. but due to the rumors that spread at the victory celebration, many nobles from the kingdom of Brescia came to visit. Merchants from all over the continent came to visit. A great project of reconstruction concentrated in the city of Cagliari, as decided by the Crown Prince. I, who swore in my heart to rebuild the city of Cagliari, am about to lose my heart. I am happy about the reconstruction, but it is different from what I had imagined. The rebuilding is progressing little by little, with everyone encouraging each other and working together. We who share our joy, swallow sorrow and pain, work hard for tomorrow. Such things were nothing but an illusion. The city of Cagliari is not only being rebuilt, but also the port and the road to the capital are being built, and there is an overflow of people and materials, never-ending paperwork, and a crazy death march where you don't even know when you went to sleep. The feelings of an orphan. I lost my parents in the war and was orphaned. I was taken to an orphanage in a big city called Lucca. There were many children in the orphanage who were in the same situation as me. They managed to feed me, but I didn't get enough. The priests seemed to have a hard time, and I couldn't complain. While I was living like this, I was told that I would be moved to a newly built orphanage. Apparently, all 10 children were chosen for the orphanage because they were all very obedient. They said that because it was a newly built orphanage, children who needed too much help would not be allowed. I felt uncomfortable. The merchant took us on a ship, and we arrived at the port of Cagliari. The uncle spoke to us and told us that he would give us a full meal. I followed the kind-looking lady into the city. The city was in ruins, and the girl I came with was crying. I was about to cry too, but I held it in. We arrive at the orphanage. It's a scary place. It looks like a building where soldiers come out. We started to feel uncomfortable in the new orphanage. Surprisingly, it is comfortable. I have a very comfortable life. I can eat a full meal every day, and the teacher teaches me how to write and calculate. Sometimes the director at the orphanage brings us delicious snacks. And the slime that comes with the director is amazing. No one can touch it. Even if we chase after it, we can't touch it even if we ask the teacher to help us or the guards to help us. Slime is weak, right? Is there a slime that even the strong-looking guards cannot touch? I don't know, but I'll eat, study, and do my best. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 9 Chapter 33. Thanks to just some guy for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1220. Chapter 33, Idle Talk. Dating and Watru's Stone Selection. The day was finally come. I am now waiting for the god of gastronomy Sama in the church on the Chris. I've opened the castle to the public and introduced it to royalty, nobility, and even wealthy merchants. I am sure that I will be able to get the lap cushion of the god of gastronomy Sama. If the god of entertainment Sama still refuses, I'm ready to reject him on board. With a whoosh, Creator God Sama and God of Light Shama appeared. It has been a long time. It's a new ship today, isn't it? I'm looking forward to it. See you later. Without hearing an answer, he ran away. As usual, I had some questions I wanted to ask Creator God Sama, but oh well. What Trusan, it's been a long time. I'm sorry about the Creator God Sama. No, it seems like he was looking forward to this. So I am glad too. Just being able to talk to the God of Light Sama makes me forget about the Creator God Sama. I am glad to hear you say that. So, what Trusan, am I free to go on this new ship? I love the slightly worried smile of the God of Light Sama. Yes, you are free to do as you wish. Thank you very much. Also, I would like to ask you to reappoint the goddesses to staff the spa, etc. Yes, no problem. The same procedure as last time, right? Yes. While I was talking to God of Light Sama, the gods appeared and left the church. The God of War Sama also raised his hand slightly and went out for a drink. He left with words that were unintelligible, but I could understand his intention. I must be careful not to get involved with him. Otherworlder, may I speak with you? Yes, what can I do for you? The God of Magic Sama, who usually just raised his hand and walked away, spoke to me in an unusual way. I have a book I'm reading on the castle. I understand what he means. The God of Magic Sama must know that he can't do anything about it, so he doesn't speak any further. I wonder what book he's reading. There's a library on this ship, so if it's a well-known book, there might be a copy of it here. If not, it may be some time before we can exchange the castle for this ship, so could you wait until then? Well, if there is a chance that I can read it, Then no problem. I am sorry. Then I will enjoy the books on this ship. The God of Magic Sama walked away. After saying that, the God of Magic Sama goes to the library at a slightly faster pace. I hope he enjoys it. God of Light Sama. Are there not many books in the divine realm? No, there are many. But since he's a god, he reads them all for a long time, right? Books from other worlds seem to satisfy the curiosity of the God of Magic, and he is very pleased with them. I see what you mean. I'm glad he enjoys them. Fufu. Yes. He is enjoying them very much, so don't worry. When the male gods left the church, the God of Gastronomy Sama, the goddess of the forest Sama, and the God of Entertainment Sama appeared. It's been a long time, Wataru-san. I'm looking forward to the food on the new ship. It's been a long time, Wataru-san. Otherworlder-kun, it's been a long time. God of Gastronomy Sama, Goddess of the Forest Sama, God of Entertainment Sama, it's been a long time. Now the three great deities in my mind are all here. It's a wonderful sight. I try not to make eye contact with the God of Entertainment Sama. So, God of Gastronomy Sama, I think I got a result this time. What do you think? Yufufu, it's alright. I've made sure that the castle has been open to the public. I'll keep my promise. Don't worry. I look at the God of Entertainment Sama with trepidation. He looks a little bored but doesn't seem to have any complaints. Fufu, don't worry about the God of Entertainment, he's fine. He's convinced, so there's no problem. Boo, you could be a little more persistent. I told you that if you rewarded him now, he would leave the castle alone, you know. That's enough. Even if he leaves it, it will continue to expand. Then, as a god, I must keep my promise. I hope you're looking forward to it. That's terrible. Even though I had reached the goal, the God of Entertainment Sama wanted to take the carrot away from me. I really want to reject him from boarding. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Wataru-san, now that we are all here, can he continue? While I was talking to the God of Gastronomy Sama, all the goddesses seemed to have arrived. After a quick check, we went on a date. Which comes first? A date with the goddess of the forest Sama or the God of Gastronomy Sama? I'd be happy with both, but we'd have to discuss it after the staff appointment. We entered the spa, and I appointed the goddesses to the staff. The goddesses are excited about the new spa. Next are the various shops. The appointment went smoothly as if they had already decided which stores they would work at when they came to Chris. This is the last one. What else should we do? I'm going to take a look at the new ship. The God of Light Sama is touring the ship. The rest will be me and the goddess of the forest. Normally, the goddess of the forest would have a date with you on the first day, right? This time, I'll go with you, but what are we going to do? I don't mind either way. But it might be better to start with the God of Gastronomy. It would be better to fulfill our agreement as soon as possible, wouldn't it? Well, that's also true. Is that okay with you? Yes, I would be happy with that. Well, which is better first? I was sure I would spend a day worrying if someone asked me which one I wanted first. I'm glad they decided for me. In that case, I'll go take a look around the ship. The goddess of the forest Sama had also gone for a walk. I would like to have a harem date with the God of Light Sama, the God of Gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama. Well, then, it's a date. Will you be escorting me? I was just thinking about the God of Gastronomy Sama's lap pillow and earwax. There's only the luxury class, which is classy, and unlike the casual class, there's not a lot of entertainment to get fancy with. If it's a date, the castle might be better. I agree. I don't live on this ship much either, so how about we spend the morning looking around the ship, then lunch, then the pool, then a earwax? Ara, you're telling me in advance how our date is going to go? That's not good. You have to keep it a secret, or it won't be as exciting, right? Even if you say that, I'm not prepared for anything, am I? Is there a recommended dating guide for the Chris issue in the library or something? Haha, God of Gastronomy Sama. It seems I'm in no way capable of a sophisticated date. I'm asking for a guide on how to have fun together. Really? Then let's have fun together. I'm sorry I was so mean to you when it was supposed to be a reward for your hard work. No, I'm honored just to be with you, so there's no problem at all. Seriously, what kind of luck would it take to get a date with a goddess? The odds of getting a date with a goddess seem to be less than the odds of winning the lottery. Well, let's take a look around, shall we? Yeah. Let's go. I was a little scared when she suddenly crossed her arms with mine. Ara, is that wrong? In the movies, they cross their arms when they go on a date, right? No, they do, but I'm not used to it, so I'm surprised. Shall we go? Movie. I don't know what movie this is, but I appreciate it. Probably a great movie. Walking with crossed arms. A date with a beautiful woman with big breasts and great style. This is not a dream, is it? The feeling of being hit by accident. You can guess, can't you? I have seen it in the divine realm, but it has a different atmosphere than the castle. It's so calm. I like this kind of atmosphere. That's right. It seems like the ship is designed for a quiet and elegant time, not for everyone to enjoy themselves together. This ship puts a lot of effort into its cuisine, so I'm sure God of Gastronomy Sama will enjoy it as well. Fufu, since you spend all your time on the castle, I haven't seen much of this ship's cuisine. Japanese cuisine? Or is it from your hometown? That dish was also very interesting. The castle will be out of service for the time being, so I tried to enjoy it as much as I could. From now on, this ship will be the mainstay of my life. I want the God of Gastronomy Sama to learn Japanese cuisine, so please do your best. I look forward to your home cooking. I have confidence in my cooking. Leave it to me. She is reliable, and because she says it with her chest out, her full breasts look delicious. I count on you. As we talk, we look around the ship's shops. The God of Gastronomy Sama is pleased with the food, so we tend to look around the restaurants. It seems we can enjoy a cup of tea in the cafe, then lunch in the main dining room, Japanese, Italian, or even a casual lunch in the courtyard. I look around the shopping arcade. Even though I'm not interested in clothes, there are brands in there that I know. The luxury cruise ships are amazing. God of Gastronomy Sama, I was just wondering, would it be disrespectful if I bought some jewelry here and said I wanted to give it to you as a gift? A gift? Fufu. Yes, it would be a gift. Ha ha ha. Did I say something funny? No, there is nothing wrong with you. But until now, it was just a formality as an offering, but when I thought it would be a normal gift here, I felt a little strange. Ah, I see. Normally, humans cannot see the gods, so it is more of a dedication to the temple than a gift. Right? I see. Then is it bad to give a gift? No, if it's all right with you, I'd like to have it. It would be wonderful to receive a gift. Oh, but please give the goddess of the forest a gift as well. I know you didn't give it to her because you asked me if it was bad, right? You can't just give a gift only to me, and you can't differentiate between us even though we are on the same date. Yes, she told me to make sure to give gifts to other women as well. It's so sad and hopeless. Well, it's enough if I can walk around with her and even get her to rub my ears. I mean, she's a goddess, right? I understand. I'll make sure to give it to the goddess of the forest as well. I want to give it to the god of light Sama as well, but I don't think it's a good idea to just give it to her out of the blue. If there were a reason, like a date, it would be more reasonable, but it would be difficult. Thank you very much. I wonder what you're going to pick out for me. Of course, I'm the one who chooses. But wow. She's so cute. Fufu, if that's what you want, I'll get it for you. I'll buy it, but it's going to be a thing, apparently. I will seriously choose. By the way, what would you prefer, a necklace or a ring? I don't mind whatever you choose, you know? Please, give me a hint. If I can't find a direction among these many, I won't be able to reach the exit. A date was not traumatized by the selection of jewelry on the southern continent. Without a clue, I'm stuck. It's so unexpected because I was imagining a simple exchange of choosing together somehow and saying, well, let's choose this one. Don't look so tearful. Okay. Since I'm cooking, I'd rather have a necklace than a ring. I understand. I'm sorry, could you please go outside for tea? Fufu. Okay. I saw the god of gastronomy Sama leaving the store, and with great enthusiasm, I picked out a necklace. The luxury goods are all good-looking accessories. In this case, I'll have to choose in the direction of suiting the god of gastronomy Sama. A great style, white skin, and a bewitching atmosphere. It could be diamonds or rubies. I want to ask the clerk I appointed in the morning for advice, but she seems to have been listening to me and is looking at me with a good luck look on her face. I can't ask her. I'd like to appoint myself as a staff member, but I feel like that's a bad idea. I guess that means she wants me to choose one based on my own sense of taste. It may sound rude to say this, but I feel that diamonds are safe and secure. Diamonds come in many different shapes. A stone can't be in the shape of a cross, can it? It's a symbol of the Earth's religions, and I don't think the shape of a heart is right either. After much deliberation, I decided to go with a single large diamond necklace. There is no need for unnecessary ornaments. Let's go with a large diamond and a platinum chain. If the design is unique, it will clearly show whether it suits her or not, and that is dangerous. I gave it to the shopkeeper, the goddess, to see her reaction. There is no reaction. She is certainly losing her expression. My anxiety skyrocketed. I shouldn't have said I wanted to give her a gift. I nervously left the store and went to see the god of gastronomy Sama, who was having tea in the cafe. I'm sure the god of gastronomy Sama will accept it with a smile, no matter how strange it is, but I hope she'll be happy with it anyway. God of gastronomy. It's you. Wataru-kun. Why is Creator God Sama showing up at this time? Did I do something wrong? Hey, Wataru-kun, I lost at the casino on this ship as well. Hey, why? That's strange. I am the Creator God. It's absolutely crazy. What am I going to do? It has been a long time since Creator God Sama has seriously annoyed me. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 9 Chapter 34. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofiya and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1320. Chapter 34. Idle Talk, Swimming Pools and Ear Cleaning. As I approached the god of gastronomy Sama with my heart pounding to present my gift, Creator God Sama appeared. The fact that I've already explained to him why he can't win at the casino and that there's nothing I can do about it completely knocks my spirits out of the water. What's wrong, Wataru-kun? No, it's nothing. But as I said before, there is nothing I can do about it because winning or losing in casinos is sometimes just a matter of luck unless you have the right technique. Oh, maybe there are some casino strategy books in the library. There are many websites on the internet that explain how to play various games, but I doubt there are any casino strategy books on a luxury cruise ship with a casino. I don't want to read a book when I'm all the way down there. It's just not that interesting. Then I guess you either leave it to luck, find the strategy yourself, or cheat with your power, Creator God Sama. Well, none of them appeal to me. Is there anything else? I don't know. I'm not an expert on casinos either, but I have heard that there is a basic way to bet, how to bet, and what is the advantage of betting. I think it would be best to look it up in a book. Okay, I'll let the god of magic read it. Then, if the god of magic teaches me, I'll be able to get the hang of it with ease. You should not bother the god of magic Sama, you know. But how can he come to that conclusion if they don't seem to be getting along? If I were in the position of the god of magic Sama, I would do everything in my power to tell him a lie. I think it would be better not to bother the god of magic Sama too much. Do not worry. I'm asking him for a favor. I don't think I'm bothering him. Then I'll leave. He has a wonderful positive mind. In a way, I envy him. I'm going to follow the example of Creator God Sama and challenge God of Gastronomy Sama with my own positive thinking. Now, God of Gastronomy Sama, this is my gift for you. I give a gift to the god of gastronomy Sama with a serious expression on my face. To be honest, this kind of atmosphere gives me goosebumps, which is not my favorite. Can I look at it? Yes. The god of gastronomy Sama unwraps the package and opens the jewelry box. When she sees the necklace, she smiles. It is beautiful. Why did you choose a simple one with simple ornaments? At this point, I know I shouldn't answer because it's safe. I understand. But it's no use because I don't know what to answer. I have to rack my brain. I have to somehow come up with the right answer. It's hard to put into words. I just thought that for the god of gastronomy Sama, a simple, brilliant diamond would suit you better. Really? Fufu. What, Trusan? You don't have to look so worried. I'm very happy. Will you put it on? What an event. I put the necklace from behind the god of gastronomy Sama. She turns to show me the necklace and asks me if it looks good on me. To be honest, my eyes are almost drawn to the richness of the bulge rather than the diamonds, but I try my best to stop myself and compliment her on how well it looks on her. I wonder if she is pretending to be pleased with me because I have no confidence in my own sense of taste. But I believe she is genuinely pleased. But I would be happier if I honestly believed that she was happy with my work. Let's follow the example of Creator God Sama and be positive. It is almost time for lunch. What does the god of gastronomy Sama want to eat? Well, we do not have the grand gala buffet today, are we? Yes, we are not. I don't know what triggers the grand gala buffet either. I'd like to attend one someday. That would be exciting. That's true. If I can predict when it will be, I will try to get you to descend accordingly. Until then, It will be up to you if the timing is right. The Grand Gala Buffet seems to have a set schedule for a regular cruise, but if it's an irregular summoning, I don't know when it will start. From now on, the Chris will be my home, so unless it's a random event, I'll know the schedule. This will be fun, thank you, Wataru-san. No, so where shall we have lunch? Well, I'd like to go to a restaurant from Wataru-san's hometown in the evening, so let's have lunch at the Italian restaurant. Okay, let's go. We enter the restaurant, take a seat, and Saparabi brings us a menu. Well, it's lunch, but since it's a date, let's have a simple meal. Appetizers, rich unitard air and pink roasted lamb. Salad, caprese salad. Entree, oven-baked cannelloni and sautéed striped sea bass. Dessert, Nutrine mousse. To be honest, I don't really know what to expect when I look at the menu. The only thing I can barely recognize is the caprese salad. The dishes are brought out one by one. They are delicious. But when I look at the god of gastronomy Sama in front of me with her eyes closed, seriously examining the flavors, I don't think it's a date. God of gastronomy Sama, how do you like the food here? Delicious. The ingredients are good, of course. But I'm excited about the techniques used that I didn't know existed. I'm looking forward to being appointed here. I'm glad you're pleased with the food, God of gastronomy Sama. This is a date, after all, so please don't get so caught up in cooking that you forget about me. After making a serious face, she smiled at me with a look that said, oh, yes, of course. She had completely forgotten about me. I'm sorry, Wataru-san, but I'll be careful. Haha. Please. After enjoying the delicious meal, we left the restaurant. I'm always happy to have a date with the god of gastronomy Sama when it comes to food, but it's difficult because she's so absorbed in cooking. When I asked her to go shopping for a swimsuit after watching a movie during the meal break, I found out a shocking fact. To my surprise, the god of gastronomy Sama already had a swimsuit. Huh? The god of gastronomy Sama cooks every day, so you didn't have time to go swimming, did you? No. I didn't cook all day, and I went swimming once in a while, and I had a lot of fun on board. When the gods descended, I would have patrolled the pool frequently, but the timing wasn't right, was it? What a waste. I didn't realize. I thought you were cooking all the time. Foo-foo, that's not true. It's more like cooking, cruising around the ship, cooking. What kind of swimsuit did you buy? I'd like to recommend one. Well, your choice of swimsuit is a hot topic among the gods. I'll pass. Why? Why is my choice of swimsuit a topic of conversation among the gods? Why? God of gastronomy Sama, why is this becoming a topic of conversation? What kind of topic is it? Are you serious, Wataru-san? That face of yours means you didn't really get it. Did you? Sigh, you know, when you were choosing the swimsuit for the goddess of the forest, you were trying so hard to get her to choose a more revealing swimsuit with great passion. Right? I remember something like that. I was so wrapped up in it that I don't remember the details, but I do remember that it was a heated time. That's right, there was such a time. But then what? She looks at me with a look that says, you still don't get it, do you? You see, there were many gods watching the scene at that time. From there was a lot of controversy about Wataru-san, who really tried his best to get the goddess to wear an itchy swimsuit. Some male gods recognized Wataru-san as a man, and some goddesses were offended. Well, most of the gods were just amused, so don't worry about it. I'm embarrassed. If there were a hole, I'd want to crawl into it. Well, I think it's time for us to go to the pool. I'm really looking forward to seeing the god of gastronomy Sama in her swimsuit. I told you not to worry about that, but are you going to pretend that you didn't hear that? God of gastronomy Sama, men are creatures who don't look back. There may be times when I worry about it, but right now, I'm going to concentrate on my date with the god of gastronomy Sama. If I don't look back, I'm happy not to remember Black history, even though I don't want to remember it, and yet I do. Is there some kind of Black history eraser or skill I can use for this? Alright, I'll go change then. In an unused room, I also change into my bathing suit. I'll just take off my clothes and change into a bathing suit. I quickly changed and eagerly waited for the god of gastronomy Sama. If possible, I'd like her to wear a swimsuit that looks like a string, but that won't be so convenient. It's fun to be nervous because I don't know what kind of swimsuit she will wear. Sorry to keep you waiting. The god of gastronomy Sama appeared by the pool. Yes, this kind of thing is nice. It's a pero bikini with beautiful tropical flowers printed on it. The pero is wrapped around the lower half of her body, showing off her beautiful, slender legs every time she walks. Is this what you call the art of giving a brief glimpse? Above all, her large breasts and the cleavage they create are enough to make me lose all sense of reason. I have to make a mental note of this, or I'll go on a rampage. The other party is a goddess. If I get carried away and do something that looks like sexual harassment, I will get in trouble. Let's not get carried away. God of Gastronomy-sama, it suits you very well. Fufu, thank you. You wear normal pants, don't you? You don't wear those, do you? When I looked in the direction where the God of Gastronomy-sama was pointing, I saw a boomerang-like object that was cut at a very sharp angle. God of Gastronomy-sama, I don't see anything. What do you mean you can't see it? I will never accept such an existence. I've come to another world. I see nothing but beauty. Shall we go for a quick swim, or shall we have a drink? Let's go for a swim. Unlike the castle, there are only 2 pools and a jacuzzi, so it's a little empty. But when I'm playing with the God of Gastronomy-sama, I can have fun without any problems. We swim, chase each other, splash each other, and just enjoy the pool in a normal way. When we get tired, we get a drink, soak in the jacuzzi, and have a nice chat. God of Gastronomy-sama, what is the cuisine of the divine realm like? Well, it is a record of all the dishes that have ever been made in this world, so I can make the dishes of the other worlds that have come to this world. Huh? Then the food on this ship is not so unusual, is it? People from Earth also come to this world, don't they? Well, it's not that simple. I told you before, they were given combat-related skills. There were a few people who knew a lot about cooking, but the seasonings were the problem. The people from your hometown were also passionate about making soy sauce and miso, but they couldn't make anything satisfactory. That is why your ship is a mountain of knowledge. I think the god of magic devours books for the same reason. Oh, I see. I only have a vague idea of how to make soy sauce and miso, and even if I were asked to make them, I'm not sure I could. Even if I could miraculously make soy sauce and miso, I am not sure I could make mirin, sake, sauces, and various other condiments used in cooking. What would I have done without ship summoning? I think I'd get some aggressive power. I think I'd give up my appetite and sacrifice everything for my sexual appetite. I was also wondering why the ship summoning. But since I saw the ferry, I've changed my mind. The other gods are also changing their perceptions. It's a nice gift I got. Yes, I agree. When it is recognized, Creator God Sama will be relieved. He has been troubled by the complaints. Well, I'm sure they won't complain anymore. But the past is the past, so I doubt that much will change in the end. Come to think of it, Creator God Sama has done a lot of things, hasn't he? Even if the ship summoning is approved, it won't wipe out all the bad things that were done. For me, I have a good ability, and even though he can be a bit annoying, he's a good god. I see. Oh, can I have my ears cleaned soon? Right, it's almost sunset, so let's get dressed and go to the room. Well, I guess I can't get an ear cleaning with a swimsuit on this time either. If I repeat it dozens of times, maybe one day, a miracle will happen. We return to our respective rooms, change into comfortable clothes, and I go to the God of Gastronomy-sama's room. When I knocked and entered, the God of Gastronomy-sama greeted me in a yukata. Ear cleaning in a yukata. This is wonderful. Then, what Trusan, I'll clean your ears. Please. I put my head on the thighs of the God of Gastronomy-sama. She smells good. It's soft. It's happiness. This is my first time cleaning the ears, what Trusan, so I'm sorry if I can't do it right. It's more exciting. I'm fine as long as you don't break my eardrums. But please be gentle. And when you get used to it, I'd like you to take it to the limit. That's a hard thing to ask. Well, I promised I would take my time and clean you well. Please do. I wonder if it's her first time or not, and she starts to clean my ears carefully. It's frustrating compared to the goddess of the forest Sama, but it's okay, right? She says, can I go further in? Doesn't it hurt? The cute appearance of the God of Gastronomy-sama, unimaginable from her usual appearance, makes my heart swoon. Having my head on her lap makes me want to touch her ass or something, but if I do that in this state, the tip of the ear pick might pop out of the opposite ear, so I decide not to. After a good, long ear cleaning, we had dinner at a Japanese restaurant, and our date was over. I wonder if the date will ever continue after this. Next time I'll take her to a bar to extend the time. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you Clan.